All right.
Hi.
Hello. How are you? Bad? Okay.
Welcome to Destiny 3, the podcast.
So Frank Herbert's Dune. Uh
I don't
Oh
even know
man.
anything about that. That's all you, buddy.
I have so much to say, bro. I went on a whole fucking Dune spree. But we'll get there to my week. But what have you done? What have you been doing? Duning.
Oh, that's the show, guys. Have a good one.
Dune.
Tuning would definitely make me leave.
Dune. Lisan Al Gaib.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'll kill myself.
Not now. After podcast.
I've been playing Destiny. I know. I complain about it so much. Oh no.
How's the new update?
Oh, it's terrible. Apparently everyone is saying this raid is the hardest Destiny raid to ever come out. Sure it is. I didn't day one it, so I can't say that I think it's easy because I'm not that person, but like I watch the videos and I don't think it's that hard. Like, yes, if you're trying to solve it day one and you have no idea how it works, is it hard? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
No, not after everyone's explained it. Is it hard? So, whatever. I don't know. I hate when people do that shit. They're like, it's hard. I don't know. D1 raids were hard. We got past those. D2 raids haven't been too hard. I think the hardest raid so far has been Garden of Salvation. You don't know any of these.
No, I was about to say, like, are you basically saying that this generation is too soft?
Mm-mm.
Boomer.
It has nothing to do with the generation.
Boomer. You have some boomer opinions.
The people that are playing this game are the boomers.
Yep.
and they're all like, "Oh, it's hard."
Oh.
And then
my old boomer brain can't handle it. Is basically what you're telling me.
I mean, you're not even a boomer. I'm not a boomer. We're literally like, what are we, Gen X or?
I have no idea.
Are we?
I'm like,
I think I'm a millennial.
I keep thinking I'm a millennial, but I'm like, am I a millennial? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. This fucking dividing shit has been like so stupid. Especially at the fact that you got these fucking TikToks of people like, Gen Yers can't handle Eminem. And I'm like,
yeah, that makes me. That is what I do love. I'm
like, congrats, boomer, with your boomer takes.
Fuck you. I'm not a boomer, motherfucker.
I can't handle Eminem.
It is. These kids are like, so okay. It's first of all, it's not all of them. Whatever. Roll your eyes. Do your fucking dumb chone shit. Fuck it. Prey is such a good game. Fuck you. So, Allah Sama Galib. Fuck you. Dune sucks. You suck. So yes, I've seen these TikToks where they're like, first of all, it has a kid.
They're trying to get fucking Eminem canceled.
It has a kid.
The left-wing media. Okay, sorry.
It has a kid saying, "Oh my god, I can't believe he made a reference to trans people." Where in the song, Eminem is talking about like, I can't remember the fucking thing. Like my Siamese cat acts black or something like that or whatever. Or it, what is the word? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I can't remember the thing. Anyways. So like it points out that, and then the guy's like, "Oh, you can't believe you guys think this is good music," and it's like, "Yeah, it is good music, and it's fine that you don't agree. You can just say you don't agree, And it's the same thing that'll always happen forever, where people are like, "This guy sucks," but it is the cancel culture bullshit that they're like, trying at least I think, to be like, "Well, he shouldn't be allowed to do this," and it's like, actually he can. So you can go fuck yourself and figure it out from there if you want. So,
yes.
Welcome to that.
Yes, we did do that. Anyways, left-wing media trying to cancel Eminem.
I don't think it's left-wing. I think it's just children that don't understand things.
It's canceled? Is Eminem canceled now?
I mean, think about when they get older and they're gonna be, Zendaya gets canceled for something, and they're like, "But she's
Queen Slay."
But yeah, she's so goober uber and ding dong ditch. It's so
Ooh,
fly izzle, you know.
ah, I can't wait till they say the Rizzler has been canceled.
So,
The skibbity toilet.
what the fuck?
I don't know, man. All I just hate is that like this stupid shit of just
Oh,
making people sound old.
so I looked it up, and it's my transgender cat's Siamese identifies as black but acts Chinese. Um, again,
That's such a terrible line. That's just terrible. Well, I mean, it's Eminem, so that's fair.
again, like you
Me,
think something's terrible, but other people enjoy it for what it is. You know what I'm saying?
an old man
Um,
trying to be relevant. Yeah,
I don't see again like that's your take. And but if you listen to Eminem fucking 10, 15 years ago, you know, it's Eminem, bro. It's Eminem.
yeah, I know.
He always tries to make people upset. That's
Yeah.
always what he's done.
No, I've heard Eminem's old music. I understand Slim
You know?
Shady, his
I
alter
mean-
ego Slim.
Slim Shady, the man that's white and does rap. Oh my
And
god. I can't
is-
believe he's allowed to.
Oh man, did you know black people hated Eminem?
They did.
They
I fucking
sure did.
love watching Joe Budden hate on him. I love watching what is that guy's name?
Benzino.
Land of God hate on him.
Oh yeah.
Benzino's irrelevant, so it doesn't matter. That shit was funny.
Mhm.
I don't know, man. Whatever. I like Slim Shady. I like Eminem.
Yeah.
Eat a dick.
Okay.
Old man yells at sky.
Yes.
Um,
To tell everyone else that the other old man is good.
yeah. It's a forever loop of like when
It's just this like this weird gatekeeping shit. It's just like every fucking time it's always the gatekeeping shit. And it's with every fucking generation.
I wouldn't necessarily say gatekeeping, but
It is gatekeeping. Or just like in a sense it's just like inclusivity, I would have to say. Just like, why is my generation better than yours? Here's why. Oh, my generation fucking we were all free love, and it's like your generation now is just too prude. Can't handle Florence Pugh naked with Oppenheimer.
Interesting, because like what I was gonna say was the people that I had to deal with, the older guys at the post office were a lot of them were rap heads,
Mhm.
and they would be like, you know, this is why you should really listen to Jay-Z. This is why you should really listen to Nas. This is why you should really listen to Biggie. This is why you should listen to Tupac. And I would always go, yeah, but 6ix9ine is cool, man. And they're like, oh my fucking god, I hate you. And I'm like, yeah, but I will go listen to these guys and like see what you're saying.
To give context, 6ix9ine was good before the accusations and the charges and all that. There you go.
What charges?
Don't worry about it.
He didn't do it, bro. Chill. So,
All right. Can't wait till like tomorrow. There's news about 6ix9ine being convicted.
come on, man. He got beat up in a bathroom at a LA Fitness or something. So
Yeah, something like that.
I again like I actually talked to my brother about that the other day.
About getting beaten up at LA
no,
Fitness. Oh,
I was talking about the dude that played. Oh, what is his name? He was gonna be the big Marvel villain. The black dude.
Shit! I had his name in my head.
Jonathan something.
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah. So Majors got. I don't know if convicted is right. He got
the charges, and I believe he did get a guilty sentence.
Yeah. So my brother was like, talking about someone, and he was like, "Oh, well, you know that guy," and it wasn't Jonathan Majors, it's somebody else. I just can't remember who off the top of my head. We talked about it, and he was like, "Well, you know that guy did this thing," and I'm like, "Dude, I don't care what these people do." I'm like, I'm so tired of people telling me like, "This guy's such a bad guy," and I'm like, I don't care anymore. He's a good actor. And then I bring up Jonathan Majors, and I was like, Majors was convicted, or whatever. He got the charges, and I was like, he did beat the woman or whatever, or hit her, or whatever the fuck it was.
But I love
was like-
King.
And I was like, but doesn't make him a bad actor. And you
Yeah,
can
okay,
like
so
get upset about this.
here's the thing. I understand your logic behind it. It is
Uh-huh.
separating the artist from the art.
Yep.
Because yes, you can do that. That's the same exact example for Kanye. It's not, you're not gonna stop listening to Kanye's music because you don't
Yep.
agree with his opinions. Sure, he does have good songs, and I do agree there are some good Kanye songs. It's the same thing with like Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey is a great actor, but the shit that he did was fucking atrocious. Brad Pitt is like currently another one where like him as a person is really shitty, but yes, he is a good actor. He stars in good movies that I do enjoy, and it's like, oh, my opinion towards the person Brad Pitt is completely different from the actor Brad Pitt.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
So,
I get that
I'm
logic.
not saying Major shouldn't go to jail. I'm not saying he shouldn't do what he should do, as far as like he shouldn't get charged with his things. I'm just saying I'm still gonna go watch fucking Kang
Mm.
or whatever the fuck he's already made.
Mhm.
I'm still gonna do that. It's the same thing with what you just said about Kanye. I will still listen to the Kanye West album. Holy shit, R. Kelly. I will listen to Remix to Ignition, for the rest of my fucking life because it's such a good song, and I've had so much fun with friends listening to it, and peeing on each other.
Yeah.
So no,
To Ignition.
just joking. But like,
I can't believe
again,
he made that song about him not being a pedophile.
I mean, there's very clear things though, like that, like again, like I don't like R. Kelly because of what he did, but I don't know.
Yes.
There's a music. It's the same thing with Michael Jackson. I don't know if he ever did anything. It's such a thing that's like, I'm looking up. It's never gonna be figured out.
Yeah.
And he's still a good artist, or at least was.
Yeah,
So
he's made some bangers.
shit. I mean, like I like listening to King Von, and he killed people. Like he killed people, and like I still enjoy listening to that guy's music because it fucking gets me hype, and I want to fucking like work
I
out
want
to
to
the
kill
music.
somebody. Oh, okay.
I absolutely do not.
Two different perspectives. Okay.
So again, like it's one of those things, and then I guess like that's kind of like into some of the Eminem stuff too. Like,
Mhm.
it's just music, man. Calm down. You'll be okay at the end of the day. Fucking just
That's
put that energy you're putting into hating people into doing something better, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that like it's something that you don't really have to listen to be honest. It's music. But the thing is that like some people taking to the extremities of like taking the music to heart and defining it as themselves, making them as a person. Like that's your whole personality is like taking Eminem songs and being like, I agree with Eminem on this because that's me.
Yeah. Well, and to the same degree too would be like back in the day when Slayer and stuff was becoming big, and people were like, the parents were like, "Oh, it's devil worshipping," and it's
Mhm.
like, no, it's music. They don't
Yeah.
want to go and murder people.
Yeah. So
And
it's
it's like, and that I guess that's why it bothers me when people say like, this guy's doing this thing to do this thing, and it's like, actually, they're just doing it because it's music, bro. And also, honestly, like, you're talking about it, so that also is kind of why they're doing it. It's because now you're talking about it.
it's like
If you're,
yeah, it's like it's a form of expression. You have every right to express yourself, but don't let it define you. Is
yeah,
the whole idea behind it.
yeah.
So yeah, canceled. So you were saying Destiny and Eminem.
Yeah. Two things that are great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Destiny 2. I don't know if fucking say spoilers here or whatever.
Spoilers.
I don't think anyone gives a fuck about Destiny.
Brr, 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 brr.
So, the story is here.
Mhm.
You don't know anything about the story, I'm assuming.
No,
The final boss.
I gave up with the whole fucking story.
The final boss is called the Witness. He looks like
Is it like the
a
puzzle game?
child's cartoon character.
Oh,
I gotta pull up a picture and send it to you right now.
The Witness. Jonathan Blow's The Witness. Yes. Is he cool?
Copying. No.
Oh. Oh.
There you go.
Thanks, Discord, for just taking me out of full screen.
So he's the big bad guy, and he's like a culmination of
Oh yeah, I've seen him.
like the Veil bad guys or something. I can't remember exactly how this goes, but he looks so goofy, and I was just like, you could make him look so more menacing. And he has like a high voice, and it's like, why is this even? It's not scary, dude. And then I
But
don't know.
but he's scary.
The story wasn't great to me. They bring back Cade Six, who was dead, and then they made him die again. So
He's only there to die.
yeah, so your ghost dies at the end, and your ghost is your thing that brings you back to life.
Oh,
And we,
Nathan Drake dies again.
yeah, and we have to pretend like our guy is sad because the ghost died and it's his friend, which I like maybe, but like I don't feel like I have a bond with my ghost personally.
Wow, you
And
never felt anything towards your ghost, especially when it was played by Peter Dinklage.
maybe when it was played by Peter Dinklage.
But now it's played by Nathan Drake, and now you don't feel anything, bro. You don't feel that time where he was like, "Ah, crap, it's me, Nathan Drake."
So
The ghost.
the ghost dies, and it just like he's like your guy's like, oh no, my ghost, the traveler, can't you bring it back? You can do anything, and that's almost quite
The
literally
traveler's
word
like,
for
no.
almost word for word what your character says. You could do anything, bring him back, and I was like. Okay, but it's never brought anything back to life, you fucking liar. Except for Cade,
I was gonna
and it
say,
was
isn't the whole aren't like ghosts like not living?
I don't know. I really don't know the full story to this shit. I don't pay attention enough anymore.
Because like, aren't they part of the traveler technically?
I believe the Traveler made them.
Okay.
To combat the darkness.
The Dark Kingdom Hearts.
So yeah. So the ghosts are things that can bring you back to life and know everything basically.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know everything because they don't. So
Wow.
it's just a weird thing. I don't know. This story's bad, dude.
I know.
And I'm also bad at telling the story because I don't know it very well.
No, the story's just bad because you got to go online to read the cards or whatever the fuck it was.
that was a grimoire.
Oh yeah, there you go. God, I that like, sorry, I know you're trying to explain something, but like that honestly is the shit that actually took me out of like getting any interest in Destiny. As somebody,
I literally only play because my friends are on, and I'm like, oh okay, like we could just shoot guns.
Yeah, me as somebody that likes to play single player games and like was interested in Destiny because it's like, oh, it's Bungie's new thing. I never played Halo, so it's like, oh, let me try out this new thing, and it's like, read the grimoire online, and I'm like, all right, I'm out. I paid $60 for this game. I'm fucking out.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible actually.
Yeah,
and then like your $60 updates every time. But yeah, your ghost dies, and then your guys, the thing about the ghosts, bring him back. The Traveler says nothing because it's the Traveler, and it's basically a ball of energy. So basically, the sun is flying around.
Gotcha.
And then Cade Six is like, I don't need to be here, and then gives his life to the ghost and says like, I think he says, "Don't tell anyone I did this." I can't remember. And
our little secret.
It was just like, no, I'd rather have Cade Six. Take the ghost.
I didn't want this. I didn't really ask for this.
And Cade Six came back not because of the Traveler. One of the other people, the guy that actually killed him. His name is Crow now, but it used to be Prince Aldrin. And Prince Aldrin died and became Crow.
Wait,
can't remember.
He became the Crow?
He became a character named Crow.
The Crow.
Not the Crow. He became Crow.
That's the origins of the Crow.
Sure. So I hate it. I hate him. Everything they had like almost a whole season where it was not all about him, but he was like, I'm so sorry. Can I be friends with you guys? And I'm like, you literally killed one of the coolest members of the team. Why would we even want to be around you, dog? And people like my friends quite literally were like, "Nah, he's like a good guy now. Why you hate him?" And I'm like, "Okay, now imagine somebody killed your brother, and then you were like, no, it's cool, we're friends. So
So,
you're okay with that? Like that's what you're gonna do? No,
so
not
like,
me.
if Frieza killed everybody and everybody was like, "We're cool
Shut up,
now,
because that
Frieza."
happened.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm making that point. That's why.
Um,
That's why I like. Look, I like Frieza as a villain, but I just find it goofy at the fact that Goku's like, "Yeah, we're cool now." It's like Goku. He blew up Krillin
yeah.
in front of
I mean,
you.
again, like, I'm also really petty and like I'm a different person. Like I
Mhm.
know other people can let go and shit, but I'm not that person.
Yeah.
So, and that's the whole point of a story is it's gonna hit people differently.
Mhm.
So for me, I was just like, no, fuck this character. Whatever. So anyways, Traveler doesn't die. Witness dies. And that's the end of that. And now we're on the next episode because now we're doing episodes instead of seasons. Which, hey, did you know that it's the same thing? Because it is. They renamed seasons, calling them episodes now.
Oh.
That was it. That's it. It does have a different like outline to how it works, but what they actually did was your season pass is now an act pass. And your act pass has less things in it than the season pass did before. Yep.
Destiny 3, baby.
So
Holy shit!
when they
PlayStation's trying to. I'm sorry. PlayStation is really trying to milk the fuck out of Bungie.
nope, they had this going on before Sony obtained
Oh,
them.
okay. So yeah, I guess Bungie was fucking dying anyways.
Yeah, I think they're banking on Marathon. And what is the other game they were making?
They were doing like a mobile game at a point, but I think
It starts with
got
an
canceled.
Mythic? Did it get canceled? Because they gave them, I think like almost $1 billion.
I don't remember. I feel like we did cover this in a news story, but I don't remember. Are you actually like looking for it right now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So
It got canceled.
okay, there you go.
So I'm looking at a Reddit post, and one person posted on it, but that's what it was. Oh, I can't remember the name of this game either, which is fucking.
I don't remember a single thing.
Who is the company that? Oh, I spelled Tencent wrong.
Tencent.
Yeah, I put a 10 and then cent.
Oh man, that reminds me. I gotta mention something. Anyways.
Bungie gets $100 million investment. Chinese gaming company NetEase? Was it NetEase?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a global, it's a global mobile game, then yeah, mostly NetEase or Tencent.
Yeah, I'll look it up later. Because it doesn't look like there's an answer right now, like on the first few pages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's bad. So they talked about they had a thing recently where it was like, this is what you can see that's going to happen within the next few episodes, there are 3 episodes planned already. They're already here and ready to go. It's what we're going to be playing through the end of this year, and that's all we're getting this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's bad because we've already blown through this DLC, so that's tough. And then it said 2025 after that, and it had a Destiny 2 symbol, which to me means that we're not getting Destiny 3 in 2025.
Nope,
So
they're gonna milk this cow till it fucking collapses.
That sucks because I've said it before, but it's happening this time because 2025 I'm cutting Destiny off of my shit.
And bringing Street Fighter 6 and playing with Charge. Gotcha. Terry's coming out.
I'm kind of at the point where like I think I'm gonna start looking into how to make games on
Godot?
free game development things.
Mhm.
What are they called? Oh, time to learn.
Yeah.
So
And then you come out with your own series, Fate.
well, Fate. That's actually funny as fuck. Welcome to Fate-any.
Fateny.
Time to kill the witness.
uh,
What's the
what's
lingering eye man?
yes, the bystander. There you
Synonym for words, bro. So in all seriousness, there. What I actually want to do is start looking into. I have a storyline for a Diablo clone that I want to make.
Mhm.
Because I love Diablo so much, and it's such a bad game currently.
Yes.
And nobody can really fight the Diablo series as far as like a demon game. So I think that would be fun to try to do. And the worst that happens is I learn things along the way, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Really, I'm just tired of video games right now. Like again, Destiny's just really gotten boring.
You know what that means? It's time to play other games.
Well, no, not even just that though. Like I had told you, I guess like pull into the rest of my week. Played Lara Croft. I really didn't have fun with that.
The remastered or the new one?
No, the like 2016 or whatever you're talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Yeah. Hated it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just slow to me.
Yeah.
And I don't really care for the like mythos and stuff. Played a little bit of Sea of Thieves.
Hated
I
that.
still think that's fine game for
Oh,
what it
okay.
is, but I don't know. It's just not like a preferred thing to me, really.
I'm about to say you
That's
gotta
it's
have
cool
people.
with like friends.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta have people with that one.
I tried Sulfur. Actually good.
Mhm.
It's a cool little indie thing.
Mhm.
I played a little bit of Helldivers. Just fucking bored, man. And that's because I played the shit out of it. That's
Yeah.
my own fault for that, really.
Yeah, I
but-
think you can get burnout from that, which is why I think for me it's like I could probably get back into it again, but
Yeah.
play with people as well.
Again, it might be another thing like that where I just play with friends and I'll have fun.
Mhm.
High on Life is good. Been playing that again. Played some Final Fantasy IV.
You played Danganronpa?
No, I haven't. I do
Damn,
need to-
you fucking don't
I've
give you
literally-
game and you don't play game.
I literally opened it and played like 10 minutes and still. I love them. They are good. I had fun because I've watched them before.
Mhm.
Started Subnautica again.
Oh.
Never actually finished it, so I really need to finish that.
It's good. It's very good. I gotta play that sequel.
What the fuck else do I have? I'm pulling up my games currently because I don't remember.
No problems. Do what you gotta do.
Orcs Must Die 3. Actually really bored of that.
Yeah.
The third one feels bad. I don't know why. I don't really have a good reason. The second one was more fun for some reason.
Yeah.
Started playing We Happy Few.
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Not
Fine.
Yeah, I always heard that We Happy Few is like very middling. I mean, it had like a really rough launch. I don't know if it was ever like truly fixed or anything.
Ghost Runner. I've been playing that again.
Mhm.
Fun. I do like Ghost Runner, but it's just like a runner, obviously.
Yes.
So like
You run.
there's not much to do. It's just like, yeah, cool. Played a little bit of PC building simulator, which sounds probably lame, but with relaxing music and just putting a PC together, fun. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
I like doing it in real life.
Yeah.
It's
You
fun
can-
to do it
you
in
can-
fake life.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you do it in fake life because virtual monies.
I don't know. Excited for Black Wukong. That's gonna be cool.
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be cool.
Black.
Why can't I say Black Wukong? It's the same thing.
I don't know. Don't ask me these questions.
That's stupid. Shit. I don't know. Like, we're gonna get into the games that came out, so like, I don't really have to get into much because like that's kind of like part of the week is like I'm excited to play these games.
Mhm.
Um, so like the games that are coming out, um, is what I'm more excited for right now than actually playing games that I have right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. So,
It's funny you mention that because like I'm having like an opposite effect of like I wouldn't say I'm like disliking new games that are coming out, but I'm just like I'm going back to old shit that I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good.
mm,
I'll get into that in my week. But you watch anything? You read anything?
you know, I watched. I'm still going at this 48 Laws of Power. Um,
Oh yeah,
yeah, still good.
good.
Still
Okay.
learning. Um, don't really have much to talk about it because like I'm really bad at like on the spot retaining book information.
Mhm.
Um, but I don't know. There's like how many pages are in this motherfucker? 444 pages, and I'm on like page 20.
Mhm.
I don't read fast.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
neither do I. I have to admit that.
so I won't really read unless I'm doing something else that like I don't like. So if I'm cooking or something, I'll read something that like I need to be there, but I don't need to be present really because I can just let it heat up or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, so like if I'm doing that or like waiting at a doctor's office, I'll bring it, but I'm not like sitting in my room reading.
Mhm.
Um, I would rather be watching something on my downtime, or I would rather be playing a game.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like the same thing with like learning. Like I've never been like excited to go to school to be like, oh man, this is gonna be cool to learn. I
I
was
love
like,
learning. I'm a nerd.
this is gonna be cool to see friends. um, so I did that with the book. I actually have two more books that I want to start reading. Just because like informationally, I think there's some things in there that would be helpful. Um, so I'll probably start reading those after that. Uh, what else I do? I repasted my CPU. Um, because my fan um would make noises sometimes. I think never really pinpoint which fan did it, but when I took all the fans out and dusted them and put them all back in and repasted the CPU fan, it stopped making the noise. So
Hmm.
that's good. Which like I read something about like if you don't screw the fan down on the CPU all the way, it can make noises. So that is a possibility. Didn't notice it was loose or anything, so maybe not. Um, and I looked up like why is my CPU temperatures? They're not hot, but like they were hitting 85 sometimes
Mm.
um, during gaming and streaming altogether.
Yeah.
And people were saying like just gaming, it should be 65. And that's like pretty high end gaming.
Mm.
Not overclocking, not anything, just normal CPU usage on a game. Um, but my room is warm, and it isn't like I'd call it like a hot pocket area, because it doesn't really have cool airflow anywhere for it to really get from.
Mm.
Um, but even with that, they were like, yeah, it shouldn't go past 70 then, and it's still hitting 75, 80, whatever. So what I did was I undervolted it again because that's what I did before.
Mm.
And I undervolted it so much that I'm gonna pull it up real quick just to see because like I think it's usually in like 45 now. Yeah, it's sitting at 49 max right now.
Okay.
And that's like we're kind of idle. I just have Discord open doing nothing else.
Mm.
Actually, that's why I have Destiny open too. So I'm not like doing it, it's just open here. But yeah, I mean that's crazy. That's a crazy difference. Undervolting it
Mm.
pretty largely. It's stable. Haven't had it shut off on me.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's good.
Yeah. I guess the next thing I'm looking for is I'm gonna buy probably. I know like people are like it's an AIO cooler is overkill for the CPU I have, but if I'm gonna upgrade in the future, might as well just have the fucking AIO at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna buy an AIO. and then I'll upgrade my CPU later. Because I'd rather just have a cooler CPU right now.
Yeah.
Again, like I could do all these things later and switching. So we'll see what the actual cycle it looks like. But pretty sure I'm going to buy the AIO because I need a cooler anyways. That would be better than this one. Which people did point out online. I could just buy a $15 cooler and it would work better than what I have. Which makes me believe that these coolers they sell with these CPUs
Oh, the stock ones
are worth $1. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Usually it's just like to have for the moment because you just bought the thing.
It's insane though that like some people like so when I read about these things, other people that have the same CPU as me are like, yeah, my temperature is like 35, and I'm like, what? And they're like, I don't know, it just works good. And I'm like, all right, so like some of them are just hit or miss. Then that's like
I think it
what
just
I'm-
depends on the rest of their stuff, like how much like what their like the rest of their specs, or like
I had a lot of fans in there doing the fan cycle that it's supposed to do. So like I have 2 on the bottom, 2 on top, 3 in front, and 1 in back.
like it just depends how intensive they're going with it. I don't know. I can't really give you like an exact idea.
No. I know. And again, like I know that it's all about one again, like who knows if they're I don't know what the fucking word like their pipe is better or their metal in the bottom is better for some reason. Or,
Yeah.
You know, like there's different things that could happen when something's made. There's always a chance it breaks or whatever. So that's fine. It's just something that happened. And then I watched the Batman trilogy that you
Woo!
watched.
Chonch watched the same thing as well. Let's talk about Batman.
All right.
So, is Christopher Nolan an auteur? Is he an artiste?
I like the movies themselves. Like I like them.
Okay. I think the better question is, out of the trilogy, which one did you enjoy the most?
2.
Yeah.
That has a lot more, I think, to do with the Joker, though.
Heath
Mhm.
Ledger. Yeah. That's the thing is that like you can at this point it's just like saying that like the sky is blue, and it's like yes we know that Heath Ledger's Joker is fucking great. Yeah, we know that. It's like it's one of those obvious things, and it's just insane. Like going back and watching those movies, it's like yeah, like Heath Ledger was like such a perfect villain. And even that version of the Joker is like genuinely like terrifying at points. Cause it's just a guy that just doesn't give a shit. He's just he's just a sociopath.
Yeah.
And I think that's what like makes him like incredibly interesting. And I do like the fact that Nolan keeps to the fact that like yeah, we're not gonna explain his backstory. Anytime he just decides, oh, I'm gonna give you a little backstory, it's just a fucking lie. Cause I'm a fucking psycho. Like, oh, how did I get these scars? My dad got them to me, or my dad gave them to me.
Oh yeah, where he just keeps lying.
Yeah, he just keeps lying, and it's just like that's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Like we don't have to have any single explanation for this character as to like his origins.
Yeah.
The only goofy part about 2 is I would have to say Two-Face. Two-Face is a little goofy.
I don't even think it's goofy. I think it's just like
I think
too much. They jammed it in. It feels like.
Yeah, like I do get the idea of what they were trying to do. That's to why Two-Face is so important to the story of The Dark Knight is obviously because of the fact that like what was Joker's entire plan was basically to take somebody that people trusted and make them a villain. And that was his like whole plan was to take Harvey Dent, who's essentially Gotham's White Knight, and turn him into like a villain. So yeah, basically to make society falter with somebody in power that's supposed to be a sign of hope. But yeah, I think the other issue as well, I think just on a little bit of a tangent is Christian Bale's Batman voice.
Bro, thank you. Okay,
Too many
I thought you were gonna.
It's gotten too many. It's gotten to the point where like it's been parodied so much because I keep thinking about Pete Holmes. Do you know who Pete Holmes is?
I think we're gonna think about two different people.
Okay.
There's one from Funny or Die that I like.
That's Pete Holmes.
Okay,
That's Pete Holmes that does the voice of
really
that
quick,
Batman.
He's the one that goes, "Where are the silly drugs going?"
Yeah, that's it. Yep. That's what that's his lips pursed out. Is like, it's Joker.
1000%. So like when I was listening to the movie, the first one I didn't catch it. It was the second movie where I heard him say something, and I was like, why have I heard this before? And I was like, oh my god, they nailed it. Like that is Christian Bale. Yeah. And it's so fucking bad.
It's just the thing is that like at the time it was still probably made fun of because of the fact that like it's such a goofy voice, but at the time you would think that like, okay, yeah, it makes sense in the canon of the movie that he has to put on that voice. Or I think it was canonized that like he has like a voice modulator or something. I don't remember.
It's so bad.
But it's like, I think it's also the way Christian Bale like enunciates things, because like he kind of like mouth breathes like when he plays Batman. He's like,
yeah,
where are the drugs going? It's like it's every fucking time, and it's like it's cool, you know, to be Batman, but like the way you are Batman is the shit that like makes it really goofy. And that's the weird thing that took me out of the movie, is just like these movies are supposed to be a little bit more grounded, granted at the fact that like they're based on comic books and especially Batman, and a lot of the shit eventually gets to a cartoonish point of like the true evil that the villain's about to do, because obviously you have the first one where like Ra's al Ghul, Liam Neeson is like, I'm gonna poison the water supplies, I'm gonna make the frogs gay.
Really quick, Liam Neeson is Ra's al Ghul?
Yes, that was confirmed.
So the weird Asian guy
was not. Absolutely not. Okay, he was supposed to be like a front.
Okay.
Yeah. A distraction.
I was a little confused when he was like, I am Ra's al Ghul, and I was like,
what?
You're white.
What do you mean? No. I think the funny thing is just like the third movie is obviously a callback to like the first movie, obviously, because of like the reveal of like, oh, Talia al Ghul, she's here, yeah, and it's like
a nice little wrap up, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, but I feel like the movies. Well, I mean, that's the thing about comic book movies is that like they keep going on and on and on, but I feel like with the Christopher Nolan movies they could have kept going because of the fact that like, you know, you got other Batman villains, but to be fair, I guess it's just like I think they didn't want to get like comic book fatigue, even though at the time comic book fatigue didn't really exist, because like it was about to be the start of the Marvel shit at that point. Yeah, because like when did Dark Knight Rises come out? Like 2008.
Oh, I don't know.
It came out like in like the mid 2000s, so it's like it was getting to the point where like Marvel movies was like starting to get their comeuppance. But still, yeah, Christian Bale. I think Christian Bale and Michael Caine work. I like Michael Caine as Alfred. I failed, you master way.
He's great, and I really like Fox.
Oh yeah, Lucius Fox, Morgan Freeman. Yeah, because it's Morgan Freeman. You can't hate Morgan Freeman. Well,
now I hate him. Now that you said I can't, I hate him.
Okay, good. But the thing that always like surprises me is just like the people that are there sometimes as like minor characters. Like in the first movie, Rutger Hauer is there, but he's only in the first movie. Rutger Hauer was in Blade Runner, and I'm like, and granted, Rutger Hauer has been in a lot of things, but it's just like seeing him there. I'm just like, wait, they got Rutger Hauer, and yeah, he's just like evil business CEO. In the first movie before Bruce takes over the company. Yeah, it's just like weird shit about like the Dark Knight, well, specifically the Dark Knight trilogy, because you know you also have Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Robin.
Yeah, so like they said he was at the end, but then we get nothing.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's not like he's gonna dress up in tights to go fight crime. Nope, that's Robin. Okay. But I don't know. Like Dark Knight Rises is like really funny at the fact that like Batman, the guy who helped us in the first and the second movie, is now a criminal. It's like, yeah, because I get it, because the whole thing of like Batman telling Harvey Dent, hey, tell the world that like no, not Harvey Dent, telling Commissioner Gordon, tell everybody that like Harvey Dent was actually the good guy and I'm the guy that killed him. And that was basically like a good couple years.
Yeah.
And that's also the goofy shit as well, is that like after Commissioner Gordon gets like tortured by Bane, he accidentally drops his letter and Bane picks it up and he's like, I'm going to announce to the world Harvey Dent was evil. And it's like, all right.
Silly ass voice, BTW.
That's also the other thing. I can't believe they whitewashed Bane.
Is he not white?
He's Mexican.
Is he always Mexican?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He always had a mask on, so I didn't know.
Yeah. But the whole thing about Bane is that like he's a luchador. I don't know. I could be wrong. You know, somebody could probably come in being like,
no, I'm pretty sure he's white.
Bane has always been a white man. Did you know that? Bane?
I think he is.
Go ahead.
If you go back and like watch the cartoons, like he's just a white dude with like shitty plastic on. I could be wrong too, but
yeah.
This is what I remember from when I watched cartoons as a kid.
As far as I understood is that Bane was Mexican.
He might be a luchador. I really don't know, and maybe that's what they're going for.
I don't know. But anyways, you got Tom Hardy in there as well with his voice, which to be fair, that version of Bane is kind of interesting. Kind of.
So I thought Bane was cool as fuck until they showed what's her name being behind everything, and I was like,
oh, Talia?
Oh, so he's just a bitch.
No, he's her protector. Okay.
So he's a bitch.
No.
Oh no, he's the protector.
He protects Talia. He protects
lame ass shit, bro. He wasn't calling no shots.
He protected young Talia, aka Joey King.
She was calling the shots. She was like, listen here, masked man.
She's like, haha.
Breathing apparatus.
Oh my god, that was so fucking goofy. The fucking shit with like Batman. And he's like, you gotta get out of here. And she's like, help me, Batman. And then she comes close to him and she stabs him. Batman's like, and she's like, it was me.
Goofy, bro.
It was me the whole time, Bruce. It was me. And I'm like, Batman never made his fucking suit like non-stabbable like throughout the years. I don't know.
I think specifically when that went to happen. That was when he got new suit material, and they were like, it can withstand dog bites or something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. They did something to make the suit lighter, but like it was more prone to small damages, I guess. And I think they specifically said something about knives.
I gotta say, dog teeth is mostly the canines, and that's small damage. Like, you got 2 small teeth, well, 4, technically.
They said something about, because he got fucked up by a dog, and then he was like, I need something about these dogs.
Yeah.
And then later on, he was like, I need it to be lighter. And then at some point, they were like,
he should have just told,
are going to be able to slip in this bitch.
He should have just told Lucius, hey, I need you to make me a suit that won't get me, like, hurt from being shot or stabbed. That's
yeah, but then it's, like, going to be really heavy. Again, like, it would be like the bat flick.
You know, yeah, I was about to say, I kind of agree with the bat flick one. Because
right, but
he doesn't get too hurt.
Gotta have reasons to like get hurt and shit. Yeah,
there's
always gonna be.
Yeah, you kind of need Batman in that instance to be like down for a bit.
Yeah. So overall, like fine movies.
All right, let's go through them. All right, first one was good, but the action was really messy and the editing was really messy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The editing was like really messy, and that's why like when I was like messaging you guys on the Discord, I was just like, the second movie did really improve on like composition and like editing and also action. Even though I think it might have been the third one. Now that I think about it, do you remember like this was like an online clip of like one of the Nolan Batman movies where like one of the performers that like is in a fight scene just falls down? Like he doesn't get hit or anything, and it's like a group fight scene with Batman, and the guy just falls down.
I actually
It's like it made it to like the final cut, and like it's still there in the movies. I forget which one. I don't remember if it was Dark Knight or Dark Knight Rises. But yeah, the second movie got better. Obviously,
somebody falls down.
Yeah, like it's the middle of the fight scene. Batman is like punching a bunch of dudes, but the guy just like falls back. Like nobody hits him or anything.
Not like the first movie.
No, I think it was later on. It was definitely later on.
So the second movie.
Maybe.
So
Maybe.
the third movie.
Possibly.
So you don't know.
I don't. But it is there.
Okay.
It is there. Watch the movies again, bro. Do it. You won't. You love it when Christian Bale goes, "Where's Joker? Where's Scarecrow? Where's the trickster?"
I really like Scarecrow. I thought Scarecrow was cool.
Oh yeah, Cillian Murphy as Scarecrow.
Yeah, also him. Yeah, thank you for knowing his name because I don't know.
He's very ghoulish. He's a ghoulish man.
Love his hair. Love his like style of acting.
It's funny not
I
hearing.
feel like his dad might have been the guy because he looks similar to the guy that was the villain in The Mask.
Oh, I don't remember.
For some reason, he looks like him to me.
I thought it was James Woods for a second.
The villain?
No, the who plays Bruce's dad.
No. I'm not talking about Bruce's dad.
You said somebody's dad. Whose dad?
I said, I feel like Scarecrow, the guy Cillian whoever.
Cillian Murphy.
I said I feel like he's related to the guy that plays the villain in The Mask, the movie.
Oh no, you said dad before. You're like the dad.
I said I feel like that's his dad.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the Batman's dad. I didn't mean like
You
Thomas
fucking
Wayne.
not listening.
Anyways,
man
Thomas
who has
Wayne
no ears.
looks like James Woods.
I like Thomas Wayne. He was a good Thomas Wayne.
Yeah, you love it when he got shot.
10 out of 10 dad that said, "Don't fall down here again, asshole."
Stop falling, you dumb child. Money.
And that's so stupid. Yeah, I don't know. Good movies. I want to go watch the next Batman now, because I really like that.
The Matt Reeves Batman or
No,
the Batflick?
No, the next one after that. I can't think of his name, bro. Skinny vampire Batman.
Oh yeah, the Matt Reeves. Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, not Matt Reeves, Robert Pattinson.
Matt Reeves is the director.
Nobody cares about directors, bro.
Bro,
Directors are irrelevant.
we just called it
about...
the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy. Of course it.
No, you called it that.
No.
I call it.
You were like, I love Christopher Nolan. Guac guac, and I was like, okay. You sure do.
Please, on
Extra
that.
guac on my Christopher Nolan, please.
So, no, I always call it the. Oh, I can't remember. The good.
The something in the way Batman.
The good villain in number 2 Batman. No, not Christopher Nolan's. You fucking fuck.
No, I'm talking about Robert Pattinson.
I know, but I'm talking about the other one.
Which
Because you
Batman?
were like, you call it Christopher Nolan, and I was like, no, I call it.
No, which Batman though? Say it. You won't. You can't.
Can't even think of the guy's
That's right.
name.
Fake Batman fan.
I don't give a fuck about Batman, honestly.
Oh, that's the other thing I did enjoy about I think the second movie was that like there was like Batman fanboys that were trying to like be vigilantes, and then the Joker caught one of them and killed him.
Oh yeah.
And it was just like, God damn.
Well,
Yeah, that's what happens.
the Joker killed his own people. Damn.
Yeah. That I think that's also another praise that I have for the movie is that intro sequence to the second movie is
Yeah.
really fucking good.
Yeah. I really liked when he got on a school bus and was like going to school.
Bye-bye. I just like the fact of just like there's layers to like this whole heist where like each guy is killing another guy.
Yeah.
And it's just like escalations and it's just like the reveal and it's like, why are they killing each other? 'Cause chaos. It's me, Joker. He's gotta lick his lips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays a good crazy person.
Yeah, he's a fucking psycho. And then Michael Caine being like, he was very scary, Master Wayne. And I'm like, yeah.
love Michael Caine. Don't be an asshole, dude.
I'm not. I like Michael Caine as well. I think I really liked him as Alfred because of the fact that like at the beginning he's just like, yeah, I'll help you. I got nothing else better to do.
I'm gonna go back and watch Michael Keaton's Batman's.
I do want to watch those again because
I'm gonna watch George Wayne Batman as well.
Because that was the other thing is that like I was listening to a podcast. I was talking about the Michael Keaton movie, being like Batman. Anybody who plays Batman has always like gotten some kind of controversy against them that people don't like who they casted for Batman, and it's just like crazy to hear throughout like the years that like nobody wanted Michael Keaton as Batman. Nobody wanted Christian Bale as Batman. And even with Robert Pattinson, people were like, "Oh, he's too skinny to play Batman. Oh, he's just a sparkly vampire boy to play. I don't want him to play Batman."
You know which Batman he would have played the best though?
I don't want Batflick.
I wanted Terry.
That's what everybody wanted, and I think we talked about this. Is that like Sony or Warner Brothers had like a pitch about an animated Batman movie, and then just never came to light because fucking Warner Brothers fucking sucks.
Right, but I wanted a live action Beyond Batman with Robert Pattinson because Robert Pattinson could pull off an older Terry for sure.
Yeah, and that was like the whole gist is that like, oh, we get Michael Keaton as old Bruce Wayne and that shit. Yeah, but ain't gonna happen. Just be happy.
I still think that
about Batman.
That Batman with Robert Pattinson was good. I don't think it was a bad one.
No,
I don't think it was great though either.
It's a very good movie. It has a very different tone because of it being a murder mystery in some sense. Because Batman actually doing detective work was like the biggest thing that was missing from the Nolan movies.
Yeah, I really didn't like it being the weird Riddler thing though.
I liked it. I liked it because it was very like
again. I need to go watch it again because I don't think like when I watch something the first time, I'm watching it to.
Because when did
bask in it more than anything?
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember. I think that movie came out like around Halloween, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so I feel like that would have been perfect because it's like, oh, it's a murder mystery. Oh,
what if you like went back and looked it up and it was like actually came out in summer?
Came out Mother's Day.
Yeah, it came out Halloween, right? Mother's Day 2024.
Bring your mom to see Batman.
Yeah, bring your mother to a gut-wrenching Batman.
You know who loves Batman? Your mom.
You know what Batman loves?
Mothers. Oh man, I feel so. He lost his mom, so he needs your mother.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, no, so like overall, like the movies got progressively better down the line. That's the thing.
Sorry. No, wait, hold on. Fucking Mother's Day, this movie comes out, and right when the mom gets shot, a big happy Mother's Day shows up on the screen. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I just...
And then they start playing the Nirvana song. Something in the way.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I watched. So this was the other thing is that I mentioned is that like I think the movies were like IMAX movies because like Christopher Nolan does this thing like throughout the course of the movie where like it's the aspect ratio changes a lot, especially for like bigger bombastic scenes. It goes full screen.
Bombastic.
And like I mean, watching the movies in 4K is like a really huge difference because like holy shit, this looks really nice. And then you go back to theatrical aspect ratio where it's the widescreen and it's like yeah, but like the big shots. But I think that's just how Christopher Nolan just directs, from what I understand. But yeah, the action got a lot better. The stories themselves and like the villain reveals still were goofy. Because even then like even the showdown with like Bane was just like goofy as shit as well, where it's like cops versus the bad guys, but the bad guys have guns, and Batman is fighting Bane with a bunch of cops, and it's and he's like, "Oh, Batman, you're so stupid," and it's like, Batman.
Come live in this hole.
And break your back, Batman.
My son got sleep, Batman. I don't know what the fuck that shit is.
It's okay. Oh, Lisa Nagaib?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll get to that within my week.
Lisa needs to take a leap, Batman.
Batman. You ever heard of Dune, Batman? Did you ever hear the story as to like Tom Hardy got that accent?
No.
He saw a clip of an old boxer who had an accent like that, and was really inspired by that. So he took that accent and went with it. And now that's why we have iconic Bane. Man, Bat.
So weird. Because, like, somebody was like, yeah, that's good.
I think Christopher Nolan was just like, yeah, it's fucking Tom Hardy. Let him act. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
I don't know. I feel like somebody else had the vision, so they were supposed to tell him what to do. But
No, shut up. Tom Hardy's acting. Let him act. Let him cook. I don't know. I probably have more thoughts as to the trilogy, but they're not really coming out as of the moment. But I don't know. If anything pops up, I'll let you know. So yeah, what else you got?
What else? Been watching The Rookie again over and over and over and over.
With that Nathan Fillion.
Yeah, really love the dude, man.
With the Cade 6.
Don't think I'd really want to go watch him in anything else, because there's something else that keeps getting recommended on Hulu, but I don't, for some reason, like, space off of the picture. Don't really want to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. I like cop shows too, though. So
yeah,
those are fun to me. Been watching a lot of that. What else did I watch? Damn. I'm really bad at remembering things, brother.
Zam.
It's almost like we do this every week or 2 weeks. Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Futurama. Tried watching something called Sunny Boy. Anime. Not very good. Tried watching something called Copcraft. That was terrible. Again, anime.
Okay.
Watched some Locked Up Abroad. That was cool.
Yeah.
Watching people
getting locked up abroad,
trying to sell drugs over the different
in the
it's
Philippines.
Always drugs, bro. Well, they're like, you know, I'm from the UK, and I thought it would be okay if I sold like just $10,000 worth of drugs, and I'm like,
for the lols.
well, come on, man. Like, I get it, but like, don't get caught then.
Don't get caught. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you're gonna get caught and then complain about getting caught, don't get caught. No. That blah blah blah, whatever. I think that's it.
That's it for Howler.
Let's double check real quick on one thing, because I think I hopped in here. Oh yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is really good. I watched more of that, of course. I started watching Blockbuster because it has one of the characters from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Holy shit, that's a fucking terrible show.
Okay. I remember what you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know if you watched it and you liked it.
I saw trailers for it. It was just like nostalgia hit.
Well, yeah, because they're trying to be like Blockbuster. Remember that, guys?
Remember that? Okay. Remember when streaming killed that? You remember?
I watched the Tire Show. I really liked that.
Oh, with Shane Gillis?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's short. Like, the episodes are maybe less than 15 minutes.
Okay, so it's like I think you should leave. Or like I think you should leave with Tim Robinson.
Oh,
Tim Robinson?
Well,
Tim Robbins?
It has a story though to it.
Okay.
It's not just like one-off
skits, different
things on each one. Yeah. It has a story to it. Maybe it is 15 minutes. I don't know. They feel really short. They feel like 10 minutes to me. Again, still like it. I think there's things in there that could improve. And I think that's just one of those things, like, if you go back and watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia season 1, if you watch that and go like, this could be a better show, but it is okay for now.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Tires will improve if they give it more time, and they've already gotten season 2 confirmed. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Excited for that. I started watching the Vince Staples show.
Oh yeah, that's sketch comedy, isn't that?
Yeah. Uh, but it does have a story. Um, it might not like piece together well the story, but there is like it's kind of like him just living his life day to day. And how that kind of goes for him. And it is mostly comedy. Uh, like many comedy shows, it does have like lesson learning in it.
Mhm.
Which I'm always here for. I like this stuff. I like Vince Staple as a rapper.
Yeah.
Um,
Same.
I didn't think I was gonna like him as a comedian. He's fucking cool, man.
That's the thing is that like I remember hearing interviews and people were like, "Yeah, Vince Staples is like low key funny, but like it's
Yeah.
to the point where like he's so serious that it becomes funny."
Yeah, his interviews are good.
Yeah.
I actually think the reason I saw about the show was he was interviewing about it, and I was like, "There's a show," and then I found out it came out this year, like recently.
Yeah.
So I just fucking binge that. It's easy. It's a easy maybe like 2 hours.
Okay.
Super great. 5 episodes I think total.
Mhm.
Really really good. And then the other thing I watched that I'm really fucking hype about because like didn't think I was gonna like this, man. King Richard, which is Will Smith
Oh, about
playing.
Serena Williams' father.
Yeah. So you get to learn about him making his $2 stars, man, and like
Yeah.
I
That
thought,
was pre-Oscar slap.
yeah, and like oh, that's actually what me and my brother were talking about when it came to like what you
Why do
feel
people
good
hate
watching this
Will Smith?
person. Well, he was like, oh man, I heard like there's a resurgence coming for him, and I'm like, yeah, I was like, don't get me wrong, like I don't like that he hit somebody over some dumb shit, by the way.
Really dumb
Uh,
shit.
but I was like, I still wanted to watch this movie. I don't really care about Will Smith, honestly, at all about this. I really just like wanted to learn about their lives, I guess. And like I didn't know how this happened. And it's kind of great to see like, again, this is all a dramatization. Did he really care about his kids that much? Was he really more so planning for his own future of making money? Who knows?
Mhm.
Um, only those kids and only those parents know what really like happened. But if it all did happen pretty close to how this fellow fell out, like they're good parents, man. They really just wanted their kids to be better
To
people.
succeed, yeah.
Yeah, and succeed. And they came from a time where like it wasn't okay to be black.
Mhm.
So in white America.
Mhm.
So it was just like kind of like that, and their struggle like really just makes you think a lot about like what actually was happening 50, 60, 70 years ago, whatever, right?
Mhm.
Not that long ago type of shit. So
Yeah.
it's just, I don't know, man. Good stuff to always like remind yourself that things happen, stay humble, and like always just love other people because like it's not easy for everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah. Also like super cool to learn that like I didn't know uh I think it was Venus made $16 million at the age of 14. Because she was that good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing was like again, like who knows how like true this is? I'd have to go back and read articles, but like the dad um kept refusing to let her play in junior matches, I think they called it.
Mhm.
And he was like, no, she needs to learn and then go straight to pro. And like the whole point behind that was instead of her making money now and then burning out and not doing anything with it for the rest of her life, she would only have $2 million or something like that. And it's like that's not going to sustain her the rest of her life. What she needs is to go pro and then make a lot of money over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And that was his like goal. And people just kept going like, "That's stupid. You're dumb. You don't know what you're doing." And he stuck to his guns. And then in the end, she did. Look at them now. I don't know if they still play tennis now, but like they did for years. were the best tennis players,
Yeah.
So, just cool stuff.
Yeah, no, sounds interesting. Probably give it a watch.
Yeah. That's it.
That's it? That's
Yeah.
it for Howler?
Yeah.
All right, chunch time. Oh, a new package came in today for Chonch.
Ooh.
I finally got Godzilla Cross Kong,
Jesus Christ.
the new Empire.
Christ.
Fuck yeah. I'm excited. But yeah, besides that, as for shit that I watched, well, technically shit that I read, I obviously finished Dune, but that would be a whole different section of my little TED Talk. As for other shit that I watched, I watched. Okay, so obviously Dark Knight trilogy, Kong Skull Island, which I wanted to make a note. You said a little bit about like Tencent and like NetEase. Did you know Tencent was actually the production studio that called Kong Skull Island?
No.
Yeah, so apparently it was Tencent, because like, yeah, because I think Kong did pretty well in like the Asian market. But
Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
so yeah, watch that. The Crow, Brandon Lee's The Crow. I watched it with my cousin, so we were like kind of like going back and forth as to like the whole thing that happened with Brandon Lee, that like he died on set, and it's like really fucking tragic on how he died. Do you know the whole thing that happened to Brandon Lee?
No, I don't even know who Brandon Lee is.
Brandon Lee is the son of Bruce Lee.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So he started his own acting career. Obviously possibly a little bit of nepotism, but still. The whole Brandon Lee situation is very tragic. So he died on the set of The Crow. And I was trying to figure out like where exactly he died, because I was trying to see whether or not the actor, if Brandon Lee was like changed with like a lookalike or something throughout the scenes and something like that. Like, oh, okay, this is possibly where like he passed away. But like, no, he was there throughout the whole movie, up until my cousin did the research, and she was like, oh, the beginning sequence of the movie is where he died. And I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah, according to a news article, the beginning part of the movie was shot later on from production. So like they were literally done shooting the movie up until they were like, oh, but we need like an opening scene to basically show what happened to these characters. Hey Brandon, we need you back on set. So Brandon came back. One of the actors that had the prop gun shot him, but the thing was that the casing, or the bullet, got jammed from the blank, and essentially became a projectile, and obviously it shot him in the chest. They thought that he was, when Brandon fell, they thought that he was joking, and like didn't realize that he was actually like losing air, because the blank hit him like, I think in the lungs, or in one of his lungs. So when he got taken to the hospital, he was pronounced dead.
Damn.
The other thing that was tragic was that apparently he was supposed to get married that week too. Like he was set to go get married, but like when they called him to come back to set, he was like, "Oh, we'll go get married." I think in a different country he was planning on going with his fiance, and yeah, he passed away like that, and it's just like, yeah, that shit is just, it was really tragic.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's like the fucking Lee curse, fucking Bruce Lee dying, and then his son, just tragically.
Oh wait, Bruce Lee died first?
Yeah, Bruce Lee died. Well, I think when Brandon was like maybe like super young, like when he was
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Bruce Lee. I forget what was it. I think it was like a brain aneurysm, something.
Huh.
But as for like the movie, I would have to watch it again, because obviously I go see movies with my cousin, and the thing is that my cousin had a baby, so she's more obviously she's more concerned about the baby.
Yeah.
So there are instances where we pause the movie, and like sometimes we have to lower the volume because we can't necessarily like hear everything because the baby's sleeping. But throughout the entire time, I was like, oh, well, before I watched the movie, I was like, oh, let me listen to the soundtrack to see what licensed music they got. That soundtrack is really good. They got The Cure, they got Nine Inch Nails, they got Stone Temple Pilot, they got Rage Against the Machine. I was like, this is a pretty good soundtrack. And yeah, like The Crow has a lot of like interesting stuff within it, and I did enjoy my time watching it, but I would have to give it a second watch to actually like go through it. The other thing that I wanted to mention was like it's getting a remake. Well, it's getting another adaptation technically. With Bill Skarsgård, the guy who played Pennywise. So that's coming out. I mentioned to my cousin. My cousin's like, "Why are they doing another one?" I was like, "I don't know, Hollywood." But I don't know. They're having like a different take on The Crow, but who knows? But yeah, overall, The Crow was good. Was good, and obviously it was the 4K version was the one that I was waiting for a good while. So that's the one that we watched. And yeah, I would have to give it like another watch. I rewatched 1917. I think you said you didn't like this movie, if I remember correctly. You said the movie was boring.
I don't think that I didn't like it.
You came onto the stream and you were like, "Chonch, this movie sucks." And I was like, "Damn,
no,
bro."
I remember being hyped for it. I think it was. I think it was overhyped for me. I think that's what it was.
Well,
I think that I would have liked it better if it had
no hype,
more good to it and less bad.
Well, I like this movie. Chonch likes this movie. It's just a good movie from start to finish. That's just me, because I do like the idea of like going along with the character with his actual journey, and kind of having like a long take, a whole long take. I put air quotes because like obviously they're edited moments. But I do like the fact that like you kind of have a character that's like this task is thrusted upon him, and it's his responsibility now to carry it out, which I do really really like. Yeah, no, 1917 was genuinely like really good. And the other shit that I watched, Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. It's your boy Tom Cruise.
How was it?
It's good. It's actually like genuinely really good. So I always heard that Edge of Tomorrow is good. Obviously, it's based off a manga, called All You Need Is Kill. And you know people like the manga, and so far the adaptation of it being Edge of Tomorrow is done pretty well. I've never read All You Need Is Kill, but like from what I saw on like reviews is that people that did read it is that like yeah, it's actually like kind of faithful to the adaptation. But overall the story is like it's really good and it's really interesting. And I do like the progression of Tom Cruise of being like essentially his character is like a guy who is in the military but has never been in a war, and he kind of has to go to war, and he's very reluctant to do it, and then he obviously has the ability to like repeat a day over and over, and then it's just the progression of him getting worn and tired and just being like, I've basically been in a war for like years, but it's only been a single day technically. So it's nice to see that of like the progression he has of just like little bitch boy to like, no, like I can handle this shit now. But I've seen the other like versions of where this goes, and it's like I don't want to repeat that again. Because they have a whole thing with like Emily Blunt, who's the female character, where she's like a super badass, and it's him and her basically trying to defeat the evil enemy alien. And I don't want to give any spoilers because like I would actually really recommend it. But like there's actually a really good scene where they're in a farmhouse, and they have an interaction where it's like it's really weird as to like what Tom Cruise is saying, and it kind of goes from there. But I would
take a look at it.
I would really recommend it. It's like it's a movie to like just have a fun time watching. And the other stuff that I watched, I watched hold on. I watched Godzilla -1. It's on Netflix. Okay, so I know
Is that brand new?
Yeah, it's the new one. It's
Okay.
new. It's the new one that came out like last year, not Kong versus.
Oh no, then I do think I've already watched that.
It's on Netflix now. Like it just came to Netflix.
What's the one?
It's in Japan.
How?
Recent last year. Who directed it? Can't give you the name because I forgot.
There's another one I watched that feels like it's really new, but
Shin
I feel like I
Godzilla.
watched it a long time ago. Maybe.
Shin Godzilla is with the burnt up, crispy Godzilla. He's very crispy.
Yeah, but the like visuals are super good in it, right?
And -1?
No, in the crispy one.
Yeah, it's good. As far as like
I
Japanese
think I watched
special
that
effects.
one. I think Shin Godzilla is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah. The -1 like is kind of like a throwback to the old Godzilla, like the original Godzilla, because it's supposed to take place during World War II, or like the aftermath of World War II. The whole, so each Godzilla movie has something to do with something that's striking humanity tragically. Shin Godzilla was a commentary on weather destruction and how the Japanese government is never prepared for something that could essentially destroy.
Was there a tsunami or something in that one?
Yes, well,
Okay.
not necessarily, but like a earthquake or a tsunami happened in Japan, like a natural disaster happened in Japan, and the movie.
That is the one I watched. Yeah.
Yeah, so then the movie became a commentary on the fact that like the government is never prepared for these kinds of events, and it leads to like even more destruction. Godzilla -1's whole thing is survivor's guilt, especially at the fact that you're following a main character who at the beginning of the movie is essentially a deserter. Because your main character is a kamikaze pilot who doesn't want to die, and the whole message behind it of survivor's guilt really plays with that, because there's a lot of instances where the main character's like, I've basically brushed against Godzilla so many times, I don't know how I'm alive, but so many other people died. And
Right.
yeah, so then you have survivor's guilt, but then you have the indomitable spirit of humanity at the end of the movie, which becomes the real message that the human spirit can never be broken. And it, like, the end of the movie made me tear up, because I'm like, I wasn't expecting to tear up at a fucking Godzilla movie. It was genuinely really, really fucking good. I watched it with my cousin, but my cousin and her husband fell asleep, so I was just watching it by myself. And they woke up like at the end, and you just see me with like a glint of like a tear in my eye, because how the movie ended. But I will probably be rewatching that, because it genuinely is really good. There's also like a setup at the end of the movie that kind of leads into like a possible sequel, because it's just like out of fucking nowhere. But regardless, like the main story itself is like, it's very good. It starts off very slow, because obviously the whole thing with Godzilla is that he grows bigger. So the movie kind of like goes a little slow. But another Chonch recommendation: Godzilla -1.
Never take Drone recommendations. Trust.
Trust Wesley. Look how far he's gotten with media. He loves Destiny. Yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. The other thing I watched was Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West. So if you don't know who that is the director of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I've seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I also watched A Fistful of Dollars and a Few More Dollars. I think it's the other one. The Dollars trilogy, technically, that they're called, or the Man with No Name trilogy. Essentially, Sergio Leone is like the godfather of spaghetti westerns, and he did another trilogy called the Once Upon a Time trilogy. I watched one of his later movies called Once Upon a Time in America. It's not a spaghetti western. It's more of like a mob crime movie. It was okay. It starred Robert De Niro and it starred James Woods. But the movie, from what I remember, was like kind of messy. Like, I don't know. I feel like Robert De Niro was like really wooden in that movie, but I could be wrong. I haven't seen it in a while. Um, but I watched Once Upon a Time in the West. It is basically Sergio Leone's spaghetti western odyssey, because that movie is fucking long. That movie is 2 hours and 46 minutes. But the movie was really compelling, and obviously it's compelling moments, because the plot does get a little messy at points. But overall, I think the strong suit of Sergio Leone is grudges. If like a specific character has like a grudge with another character and they're about to have like a Mexican standoff, he knows how to do that well and how to make establishing shots. So the movie stars Henry Fonda and Charles Bronson is the other actor, and then there's another actor, I forget his name, but I really liked him in that role. Let me find his name. Give me a second. In the West, that actor's name is Jason Robards. He plays a character named Cheyenne. The reason why I like him is because he's kind of like the middle protagonist, where like he's not a good guy, but like he works with our hero, who's also like kind of like an anti-hero, and he's just a dude that's just like, yeah, he basically explains to the audience, he's like, being a vigilante / outlaw is not a life for anybody. Like, it kind of sucks at times because like we can't establish relationships with people. The only relationships we have is like either the gang or the person that like we're having our vigilanteism towards, and it's just like we can't necessarily like, we probably will be a day where we die, and we probably will die young. But the whole basis of the movie is that this lady is about to move in with her husband in the West, and apparently she arrives and her husband and his children are killed. So she's trying to figure out who the fuck killed him. All the while, you have Charles Bronson, who is basically a man with no name, but plays a harmonica. And throughout the whole movie, he's just called Harmonica, because Sergio Leone. And then you have the bad guy, who's played by Henry Fonda, named what is his name? I forget. Frank is his name. And you're like, who the fuck is Frank? Why is he such a bad guy? And it's like, oh, because he does like dirty shit for specifically this owner of a railroad company who's trying to take the land away from people. So specifically, he hired this guy Frank to kill that guy, the husband, for his land. The only thing that they weren't taking in account was that the fact that the guy got married to that lady like a couple months before, so technically she owns the land. So they try to strong arm her into like selling the land over or taking the land by force. So Harmonica has a grudge against Frank, and throughout the course of the movie,
Fucking
harmonica. And you don't know why. You don't know why as to what exactly Frank did to him, because Frank doesn't remember who the fuck Harmonica is. And every time Frank asks him, "Hey, what is your name?" he gives him a name, but he's like, "No, I killed that guy." And then he gives him another name. He's like, "No, that guy's dead too. Who the fuck are you?" So then you have Cheyenne, who is an outlaw, who initially Harmonica thinks is the guy, like he is part of Frank's gang, which he's not. He's just another outlaw with his outlaw group. At the beginning, he doesn't like Harmonica because, you know, Harmonica can shoot pretty well. But then obviously they start to grow with one another because they kind of fall in love with the wife character. And yeah, it's just like overall, it's basically a spaghetti western epic, because it's pretty long. But like, to be fair, Sergio Leone has, like I said, the ability to take long shots with like really good open composition with like just wide shots, and like to establish like this is a fucking showdown. Like you were about to watch somebody come back alive. The other
Back alive.
the other thing that really, really helps is Ennio Morricone's score. Obviously, if you watch spaghetti westerns, you know Ennio Morricone as like the composer of everything fucking cool about spaghetti westerns is the music. So like obviously you have the good, the bad, and the ugly, you know, the wah 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 ah wah wah wah, like that's Ennio Morricone. And in this movie, Once Upon a Time in the West, he fucking hits it again. Like it's like this man cannot be stopped. And I was looking through like the rest of like Morricone's work, and it's like, oh, he did like a bunch of movies with Quentin Tarantino, which I'm like, that makes fucking sense, because he did some music for Django, he did music for The Hateful Eight, Inglourious Bastards. There's a couple of his songs in Kill Bill, and like, yeah, he's just like, and on top of that, I believe Quentin Tarantino is like a huge fan of Ennio Morricone, so it's like it makes sense. But if you listen to like anything related to like westerns by Ennio Morricone, it's like, yeah, you can kind of see like where Red Dead Redemption also gets like its like inspiration for some soundtrack stuff. Yeah, that man fucking whatever he puts out, banger, but you know, he passed away I think like a couple of years ago. Yeah, Once Upon a Time in the West is genuinely like, it's really good.
It's an absolute bangarang.
Banger. Yeah, he also worked with Skrillex. Skrillex was like, I love Ennio Morricone. I love spaghetti westerns, said Skrillex.
I mean, how funny would that be?
That would be really funny.
Yo,
yes?
let's fucking make a collab, dog.
Ennio, I love your shit, bro.
You would probably lose your mind if you saw some movie where that dude was making music and then you hear waka 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 waka, whatever the fuck, you know, like,
yeah, fucking bass. Yeah, I would lose my shit. So yeah, that's for movies. Obviously Dune was another thing that I watched, but I'll get into that because Dune. So stuff that I played, I forgot to mention last podcast. I finished a game called Pony Island. It's created by the guy that did Inscription. So you know how like Pony Island 2 Panda Circus is coming out?
Yeah, I remember you talking about this.
So I finally played the first Pony Island. I think I love this guy's work.
Why? It's so, you know what? It's not bad. It's different. It's fine.
I like how weirdly abstract he is. And I like the fact that it gets meta as well. Have you played Pony Island, right?
No.
No?
No.
It's I recommend it highly. It's short. It's super short. It's super short.
So the reason I think you like it so much is you're an art person.
Debatable, but go ahead.
No, like, then you went to school for art or something like that, right?
I did, but the thing is that like I'm a kind of person that like doesn't get too heady into art. Like when people get up in their own asses about certain things, that's where I'm just like, I draw the line where I'm like, I can't necessarily like go on your side because your head is so far up your ass, you don't see like where your art stands.
So what I'm making a point of though is like, you appreciate things that other people don't sometimes.
Yeah, I guess
because it's like, so I can't remember what you said now.
Pony Island.
Talking about
Inscription.
Not Inscription, but the other one, the Pony Island. How it's like weird, basically.
Yes, it's very weird.
And I guess goofy. And like, to me, from what I saw in the trailers, it's basically an art piece where like it has a bunch of different types of art in it, and it like, you know, you gotta do certain things to. I think it doesn't feel like one game; it feels like multiple games, like mini games.
Yes.
I would try it.
If it goes on sale, I will buy it for you because it goes for like 50 cents.
Okay, yeah. I'll buy it for 50 cents at that point. That's not
it goes for like super cheap and it's not that long. And it genuinely like is really fun in the way its meta narrative goes. And like
I'll
it's
try it.
okay because it's like it doesn't get up its own ass like at all. It doesn't get to the
Okay.
point where it's like, oh, I don't know if you're trying to give me a message. No, like you can tell that the guy who makes it, I think his name is Dan Mullins. Like he's just having fun making games. Like it genuinely like is really fun. And where it goes, and that's why I think I also have a greater appreciation for Inscription, because that shit goes like not super meta, but like it does a meta thing as well, and like it's having fun with its narrative. And I'm very keen on playing Pony Island 2 and possibly his other one called The Hex, which is like a murder mystery if I remember correctly. But nah, it's a huge recommendation because like it's so short.
Just because you said Hex, I completely remembered this. Wasn't there a Assassin's Creed game that was supposed to come out called Hex?
Hex, yeah, or it's planned on coming out, but like yeah,
That was the one after this Japan one, I guess.
yes. There's also Jade, which is the mobile one based in
I don't
China.
remember that.
Yeah, Hex is supposed to be like the witch hunt thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, that one has more of an interesting idea.
Now this other Hex thing we were just talking about, this is good.
I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't know if I have it, but I have to see.
Okay.
But yeah,
Jones has all games.
Pony Island, good. Fists close to camera.
I'm gonna go look at this real quick because I remember kind of what it looks like. I just can't remember.
Yeah, because like the whole thing is that like it's supposed to be a cute little pony thing, and then like it gets fucking weird. That's basically it. It gets fucking weird. And the other thing that I played is Alan Wake Night Springs DLC. Woohoo!
That was fun to watch.
I love Alan Wake. I love Alan Wake 2. So yeah, Alan Wake 2 had its DLC come out like the day after Summer Games Fest, and I was just like, yep, playing that shit. And I played it, and fucking great. Because I basically gave my whole spiel as to like why I enjoy it so much, because it gets into the Remedy verse, which is like Remedy's whole established universe for their games. And it does a very good job, and I liked it. And yeah, I've been playing with my Steam Deck a little bit more. I've been like futzing around with some games and shit. I restarted Watch Dogs because I need some Ubisoft trash in my life. And yeah, Watch Dogs is like I'm probably gonna be playing that a little bit. I've been playing a little bit more Control. Control is also fucking fantastic. Some more of Ghost of Tsushima on PC, a little bit more of God of War Ragnarok on PC. Yeah, just mostly like PC stuff. I've been mostly playing. I've been trying to get back into fighting games, because Street Fighter 6 and some other shit, but yeah, Chonch has too many video games that he's trying to play all at once. Let's see if I've missed anything else on Steam. Let me make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Recent Watch Dogs, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima. I told you I was replaying Diablo 4 on PC. I'm still trying to get through the first act. Outer Worlds is another one I'm trying to play through. Oh, Darksiders! That's the other one. Yo, Darksiders on fucking on the Steam Deck is fucking dope as shit.
Darksiders 1, the original?
Yeah, Darksiders 1.
Such a good game.
It's really good.
They really fucked up after that, bro.
Yeah, 2's okay. 3 is a little weird, and then I haven't played Genesis yet. I do have it, but I haven't played it yet.
Genesis is trash. I was really hoping for it to be good. 3 is fucking terrible. 3 is terrible.
3 is so weird because it's like it's a Souls-like, but like it's kind of yeah, but its story is just like
Bro, the game's broken.
I don't remember if I had a broken
terrible
experience.
loading areas.
Oh, on consoles it's really bad.
Is it better on PC?
Somewhat, yeah. Because that's how I played it. I played it on PC. No,
I wouldn't trust it enough to buy it again.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. No, because I heard that like the console versions were like just absolutely terrible. Like it just you like don't play them.
But I don't understand how you go from one being amazing on everything it was opened on.
They were trying different ideas, and you can obviously see because you have Darksiders 1, which is very linear, and then you have 2, which is like big open world shit, but it's like really empty open world. And then
But
you
I'm
have
glad you said that because I was going to say something. It feels very empty,
it's
and
empty.
that's why I didn't end up beating the game.
It's empty. And then you have 3, which is just like, oh, we're trying our hands at Dark Souls now. And it's like, like you're trying to like throw something at the dartboard, and it's not hitting anything. It's hitting.
I think if
basically,
they would have kept it more along the lines of 1 and maybe an open worldy-ish, like 2-ish.
yeah, like the progression of mechanics, like gradually, but like it's just so different in each one.
Yeah. Sucks. The story was so good.
The first story was really interesting. 2, I felt like is weird because it's like a story that's happening at the same time as the first game, which is like, that's weird. Like, it's not really progressing anything in the story. It's just like, hey, this was what Death was doing at the same time War was going through his shit. And then
That doesn't bother me, only because then you get that perspective, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, and then you have 3, which is like, oh, this is afterwards, after War is whole shit. And then I have no idea about what happens in Genesis. But then I don't know what the fuck's supposed to happen with the rest of the series. I don't know if they're going to come back with another one being like, okay, now you can play as all 4. All 4 of the horsemen.
Can't remember. Is Genesis multiplayer?
Yes, it's 2-player. It's co-op. It's optional co-op, though, from what I understand.
See where I have it.
I have it.
Pretty sure I have it. If I have it, I'll play it with you if you want to play.
Yeah.
See if I don't hate it with a person.
Sorry. Burp. I forgot. I bought Deliver Us to the Moon. Or Deliver Us to the Moon, excuse me. I really should boot that up.
Yep. That is a fun game.
Yeah.
I haven't beat it. I just played probably an hour of it.
You just play. Oh, that also reminds me. My copies of... Hold on. The Grand Theft Auto trilogy came in. So I'm currently playing through Grand Theft Auto 3.
You buy it used?
Yeah. Well, technically, they're still...
The box was good.
The box has like a bit of a scuff up top, but like the box is still good. The thing is, technically, it is not used. The cellophane is still on them. So they're new.
Where'd you get it from? eBay or
eBay.
Like...
eBay. I won it in a bidding. Compared to like how some
What
other
did you end
people...
up getting it for?
I think like $36.
It's not bad. It's basically new, or basically a new price.
I mean, they're all new. Like,
no. I'm just thinking like versus like, because you know how things go up in price as the age goes.
Because that was the thing. Is the other thing I wanted to mention was that like some people were just selling like the discs for like fucking $50, and I was just like, what? No. But yeah, somebody was putting this up for bid, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll bid for it.
That's a good get.
So yeah, I'm currently playing that on my PS2, which got me to buy an 8-bit DOE adapter for PS2 for other wireless controllers, so you can connect a Switch Pro controller or an Xbox controller to it, and yeah, that's how I've been playing. And I forgot how jank the PS2 is sometimes, because the loading screens take a while, but that's nostalgia for you. So, yeah, that's basically it for what Chonch played. I also bought this Advance Wars 1 and 2. I still have yet to play it, but yeah, that's basically it for stuff that I've been playing and that I bought. Trying to think anything else in here before I turn around or anything. No. Okay. So now, welcome to Chonch's TED Talk. Dune. Frank Herbert's Dune. All right. Are you ready? Are you strapped in your seat?
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh, I hate Dune, so
Okay.
sure.
Do you want to take a break, or you want Chonch to fucking roll through this? I might need water at some point, but I can probably like cut it down. I can TLDR it.
I mean, partially through this way, I'm gonna go grab some ice. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Wait, partially through this? You want to go grab it now? Because I gotta go grab another bottle of water.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. We'll be right back. All right, we're back from our break. So guess what, motherfucker? It's Dune time, baby. All right.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I know you are. That's why we took a break. So let me give you what Chonch knows about Dune. So I watched the Denis Villeneuve Dune, the new one, obviously with Timothée Chalamet. The first one I watched. Did you turn off your headphones?
No, I
No, don't lie.
I was looking at the noise suppression thing. I've never clicked this before, and it says noise suppression by Crisp, and then I hit the test button, and that mutes everything.
Okay. Yeah.
You can test it out right now and find out. But
No, I won't. I won't because I'm in the middle of talking about
you refuse
Dune.
to learn.
I'm
Non-learning man.
talking about Dune. Anyways,
let's get back to Galan's Gus Gableep.
I was about to say Galician Al Gayab. So yeah, I watched the Denis Villeneuve movie first. That was my intro to Dune. I knew that Dune was basically a like sci-fi cultural icon because of a lot of the fictional material it had that was kind of like important for sci-fi. So after I watched the Denis Villeneuve movie, I was like, I kind of want to read the book. So I read the entirety of Dune, the first book. I have started Dune Messiah, which is the sequel book, but I haven't gotten that far into it. I'm like in chapter 3 currently. And Dune Messiah gets really fucking weird, in the sense that like it's introducing a lot of lore shit within the world of Dune. But I'm very interested into continuing my journey with Paul Atreides, also known as Lisan al-Gaib. Okay, so because of me being interested in Dune so much, Chonch has basically immersed himself in Dune adaptations and Dune stuff, specifically the Dune movies. So after finishing the book, I rewatched the movies. But I watched the David Lynch Dune. To see what exactly David Lynch did with that version of Dune. So to give context, you know who David Lynch is, right?
No, but that's the original one, right?
That was the one from 1984.
Is there one after that between the ones that we've watched recently?
Funny enough, there was a mini TV series. One of them starred James McAvoy. I believe it was yes.
Really?
Yes. Not the tennis player.
Oh.
Because I know you get that mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
It starred James McAvoy, who is Professor X in the new X-Men movies.
Mm-hmm.
That's James McAvoy. It stars him, but I believe it's supposed to be like Children of Dune, which is like the third book or the fourth book, I don't remember. And then there is another miniseries that is the beginning of Dune, and I think a little bit of Dune Messiah, from what I understand. Those, I believe, those didn't come over to no. It premiered in the States, but I don't think it ever got really. I don't think it really got like any like official release over here in the States. There are Blu-rays of it, but they're like going for like really high prices. So I haven't watched those, but I hear that they're actually pretty good. They're somewhat faithful to the adaptation. So yeah, you have David Lynch's Dune 1984. Then you have the miniseries, both of them, and then you have Denis Villeneuve, which with Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2.
Sorry, I just looked up the Dune stuff real fast. Sting is in the Dune movie.
He's in David Lynch's Dune. Don't worry. Chunch is gonna get to that. No worry.
Okay.
Don't worry, baby. Don't worry. I'll get to it. The other thing I wanted to mention was that there was supposed to be a Dune before David Lynch's Dune. It was supposed to be directed by an eccentric Chilean filmmaker known as Alejandro Jodorowsky. I personally have never seen a Jodorowsky movie, but from what I understand is that those movies, the movies that he makes, are really, really abstract to the point where I know we talked about like artistry, that like it seems like a person could be just up their own ass most of the time. Jodorowsky is kind of like that, but he's a lot more charismatic, which is why I kind of like him a little bit. Because literally before we started watching the podcast, I was watching a documentary called Jodorowsky's Dune. The documentary is basically an idea of Dune from this director that was pitched in the 1970s, specifically 1975, and it was pitched to every major studio, but nobody wanted it. And the reason why is because it was way too advanced for the time it was in. And to give context about Jodorowsky is that this is a dude that does LSD when directing his movies. He does a lot of drugs. Not a crazy amount of drugs, but like he has dabbled in LSD. So I watched the entirety of Jodorowsky's Dune, and there's a part of me that if that movie were to exist today, I would probably love and hate it. Especially after reading the book. But I'll get into that eventually. Possibly towards the end. Because I have notes on that. Because of how insane the pitch was for that movie. But, alright. Dune, as a book. Dune, I think, is just a phenomenal read. I being someone as a fucking nerd, I really, really like science fiction, and I can understand why people would say that Dune is the template for science fiction space operas and shit like that. And the thing is that, like, you know, whenever I come onto the podcast, I always mention, like, oh yeah, I'm in this part of Dune and this and that. And to actually finish it and kind of understand some of the terminologies, it's like Frank Herbert, the author of Dune, really, really took his time with it and really wanted to make a living world. And I appreciate that. I really like the fact that he comes up with a weird terminology and shit, but it's something that is plausible, and it is something that you can actually picture it in your head. But it is very weird, but the elements of the story is well, actually, I should reiterate. The story's message is very simple. It's essentially a guy is the liberator of an oppressed people, and he will defeat the bad guys and become the great leader of the people that he's helping. That's the basis of Dune. I guess to give spoilers, do you care about anything about Dune specifically?
Not really. I watched the movies. I just probably don't understand them as much as I should.
So, I guess just to add to that bit, the Denis Villeneuve movies are interesting because obviously they're supposed to be an adaptation of the book, but it feels like they're kind of like companion pieces where it's like you would get a lot more if obviously you read the book. Because it's like, oh, there's that thing. Oh, there's that reference. Oh, here's that. You would kind of enjoy it a little bit more if you've read the book. Because after I read the book and watched part 2, I was like, man, did a good job. Anyways. So to, I guess, spoil Dune, I found this interesting because I read the afterword by Brian Herbert, who is Frank Herbert's son. To kind of give a little bit more context, Brian kind of took over the series after Frank died because Frank wrote Dune when he was like around his 40s, surprisingly enough. Dune was a cult hit. At the beginning, Dune was like, nobody cared about it. Nobody like really gave a shit about it until like over the course of a couple years, and people really saw that Dune was kind of a gem. In which, when Frank Herbert released Dune Messiah, the sequel book, a lot of fans of the original Dune did not like the sequel, and there's a reason. Is because he goes in a very different message, but it really shows Frank Herbert's character because he used to be like, well, he used to be a journalist. He used to go around the world, seeing like political oppressions, talk to the people that live in certain areas and things like that around the world, and he saw that like following blindly, specifically for like blind leadership, is something so dangerous that we don't take into consideration when it comes to following political leaders or following anybody that's important to our lives when we don't understand where they stand and whether or not they agree with us on a personal level. So Dune Messiah is a very interesting sequel because it's essentially the downfall of Paul Atreides, who in the first book is supposed to be the liberator of these people, and he's supposed to be the good guy. So what I understand is that in the later books, it's basically a generational thing where, because of what Paul did in the first book, basically becomes a huge mess later down in the generations. And from then on, Paul is not considered a hero. Paul is an outcast. Like, I believe in the third book, they essentially kick him out. But I haven't gotten to the third book, obviously. So there's a lot of things within Dune, the book, that kind of set up this whole idea that, like, Paul is doing the things that he's doing because it's for the sake of survival. And I guess to kind of give a little bit more context, because you watched part 1 and part 2, right, of Dune, the new ones?
Yeah.
Okay. So to basically explain what the fuck a Kwisatz Haderach is, or a Lisan al-Gaib, or a Mahdi, or what the fuck Muad'Dib is, Muad'Dib is a nickname for Paul. It's essentially a little sand mouse thing on the world of Arrakis, the planet, that basically is this cute little mouse that's able to survive in the hot temperatures. But according to the Fremen lore, which is the oppressed people of Arrakis, they believe that the mouse is a symbol of wisdom. So the reason why Paul wants to be called that amongst the Fremen is because he has visions. In the beginning of the movie, there's obviously hints that Paul has visions that he's able to kind of see into the future. In the book, they do establish that his mother, being a Bene Gesserit, which essentially is the Illuminati of Dune, they have, their whole construct is based on eugenics and survival as well, to ensure that their order continues to be, like, ever present in certain political events, or like establishing of civilizations, or even establishing religions. So the religion part is very important because of the fact that on Arrakis, they are awaiting a messiah from the outer world, which is Lisan al-Gaib. And they believe that Paul is the Lisan al-Gaib, the prophet that is supposed to free the people of Arrakis. And whenever, at the beginning of the first movie, whenever the fuck they said Kwisatz Haderach, that's just basically Lisan al-Gaib. But it's the Bene Gesserit's word of their male messiah, or their male Kwisatz, I was say male Kwisatz Haderach, their male Bene Gesserit. What he's supposed, the reason why the Bene Gesserit want a male Bene Gesserit is because they believe that if that male survives, he is able to see into the future and is able to basically lead the Bene Gesserit into, like, a better future for them. But the only thing is that Paul is considered to be an abomination, because the initial plan was to have different bloodlines basically mixed together, but essentially incest in a way, because of their belief in eugenics, that it was supposed to happen 1,000 years later from the point that Dune takes place in. But just Lady Jessica, Paul's mother, decided, I love the guy that I love, and he wants a son, so I will give him a son. And that's what she does. She goes against the Bene Gesserit, and she's like, I have Paul. Paul's my son. There's a possible fact that he might be the Messiah. So to kind of add a little bit more about the Bene Gesserit is that they're called witches in this world because they're able to do like supernatural shit, in the sense that they have an ability called the voice. They're able to say key phrases or key words that can get into people's minds and control them. The other thing is that they're able to change the inner systems of their bodies So that's how Lady Jessica was able to have a boy instead of having a girl. She's able to do that. All Bene Gesserits are able to do that. They can just, I can just change my baby's sex when I'm about to like have this baby grow in my body. Or I can change a poison that I just drank into something harmless. Or I can adapt my body into something that is immune to certain things. Like, that's why Bene Gesserits are like feared throughout the world of DUNE, because they're just like, we don't know if these fucking bitches are killable regardless. So I guess to give context to specific things and why I mentioned the whole thing with eugenics and like the incest thing is because the reveal is the bad guys, the Harkonnens, with the big fat dude, the one, them being the bad guys is obviously because they're the bad guys. They're kind of there from the beginning of being the bad guys within the movies. In the books, they're a lot more interesting because obviously the book explains a lot of inner monologues and a lot of like thought processes that they have. But back to the whole thing I was talking about is that it's revealed that Paul and Lady Jessica are not even distant cousins. They're cousins. Well, Lady Jessica is the daughter of Baron Harkonnen, the main bad guy, and Paul is essentially his grandson. And the reason why it's such a big reveal is because towards the later half of the book, the head of the Bene Gesserit is like, yeah, we wanted a girl when Paul was like supposed to be a girl, so the bloodlines would mix and then it would continue down the line, and then eventually you will get the prophet. But because Jessica went against us, that fucks up our plan. So we need Paul gone. So that is the whole point of the second half of DUNE, is that they want Paul gone. So the other thing, the spice melange, okay? So in the movie they explain what the spice melange is, right?
I'm sure they did, but I don't remember.
Okay, so spice melange is a very important drug to the universe of DUNE. It's a drug that allows you to basically heighten your senses. And it is incredibly important to the world, specifically because the Bene Gesserit use it to heighten their visions. And there are spaceships that use navigators, and navigators are actual people, but these navigators have been mutated because of the use of spice, that they're mutants essentially. But they need the spice because it allows them to see into the future a little bit, to kind of navigate through space and give the ship a correct course to travel to different planets. So spice is a big commodity, and it's necessary to the world as well. But the only planet that produces it is Arrakis. And essentially what spice is worm poop. The big giant worms. So the whole beginning of the first half of DUNE is basically, alright, Harkonnens used to have Arrakis, they used to control it, but they were oppressing the Fremens, and the Fremens didn't like the Harkonnens, so obviously there was a big war between them that, like, alright, someone's gonna fucking get killed and murdered and all this shit. So, out of nowhere, the Emperor of the world, of the space world, decides, alright, Harkonnens, you're out. Atreides, you're in. You take care of the spice, bring back productions, get the people on your side, and fix this shit. Let's make money. So the Atreides go. So you have Duke Leto, who's played by Oscar Isaac, and then you have Paul, and then you have Jessica, and they go to Arrakis, and they try to like bring back production of spice and get to like be friendly with the people. You have a bit of a conspiracy going on in the book as well, where it's kind of explained that Leto Atreides, Paul's father, is so popular amongst the other houses that the Emperor feels threatened by his popularity. That to a point that the other houses will gather with Leto, and be like, all right, Emperor, you're out. Duke Leto, you're now the Emperor. So, the Emperor creates this whole conspiracy to kill Leto and make it seem like he was killed in a very unfortunate way. Nobody knows. But the Emperor doesn't want it to be known to the other houses that he took part in it, because he's not supposed to take parts in anything amongst the other royal houses. So that's why he trusts the Harkonnens to be like, hey, get rid of Leto. I know you have a whole grudge against him. Get rid of him. So that's another thing as well, is that Leto is I think the first or second cousin of the Harkonnen, Baron Harkonnen. But anyways, they have a grudge against one another, and Leto gets killed off. You know, that's why you have that whole scene of Oscar Isaac shooting fumes out his mouth, because that's a whole thing that's kind of explained, that the traitor in his house was the royal physician, that he put a tooth in his mouth and be like, hey, if you're near Baron Harkonnen, crack the tooth and this gas will release, but you will die as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but Leto dies. So then a whole shebang happens where fucking the Harkonnens come in and they're like, all right, we're back into spice production. The Atreides are gone. So now we're good to go. Now we're in the Emperor's good graces and nobody's going to fuck with us. So the book kind of explains that Baron Harkonnen wants to create his own messiah on the world of Arrakis, which is his nephew, Feyd-Rautha. So I know you mentioned before, hey, is Sting in Dune? Yes.
Is Sting in Dune?
He plays Feyd-Rautha. He plays Baron Harkonnen's nephew. So Feyd-Rautha is supposed to be the messiah that Baron Harkonnen wants with the people of Arrakis. Basically to set up the whole thing that like, in order to get these people on our side, we need Feyd-Rautha to go over there, take over his brother, Rabban. In the new movie, it's Batista. We need him to go over there, basically get rid of his brother, and gain the trust of those people. Be like, hey, Rabban was bad, but Feyd-Rautha might be a cool guy. So obviously, there's a lot of lore shit within the world of Dune. They explained that the Emperor has a base. He has like his own super army called the Sardaukar. That they do any dirty shit for the Emperor, but technically the Emperor is not supposed to be doing dirty shit, but he doesn't care. And their whole backstory is that they come from a prison planet, and that they basically survive, and the strongest that live become the Imperial Army. And yeah, there's also the other thing with the Fremen, where the Fremen are so fierce in battle that they're able to kill the Emperor's Imperial Army. So the Fremen have their own thing, where religion is such a huge importance to them, obviously because of what the Bene Gesserit did. Is that millions or possibly thousands or millions of years ago, the Bene Gesserit came to that planet and established a religion to help themselves. If anything were to happen where like, oh yeah, the Bene Gesserit, are outlawed in space, they could go to Arrakis and be like, hey, you guys worship us, you protect us. So it was like basically their plan B. Religion was their plan B. So yeah, like I mentioned, is that the Bene Gesserit gave the Fremen the idea of a prophet that's supposed to come from a different planet. Paul arrives. In the book, the Fremen are a little skeptical. Specifically, there's one character that's really like not down with the fact that Paul might be the prophet. And his name is Jamis. So they have a whole duel. Paul and Jamis, they have a duel in which, if I have to kill you or you kill me, and if you kill me, then your word is bond, and then if I kill you, you're out. So Paul kills him, and that kind of like hangs around Paul a little bit. That's why in the second movie, Paul gets these weird moments where he's talking to the black guy, Jamis. So the Fremen have their own religious thing where it's like, in order to to ensure that their religion keeps going, and like to ensure that like they have something to believe in, they have their own Bene Gesserit on the planet. She's an old lady. But after Paul and his mom get saved by the Fremen, Paul's mother becomes their new Bene Gesserit, like, Reverend Mother, and they make her drink this thing called the Water of Life. It's explained that the Water of Life is essentially the bile of a drowned worm. And like I mentioned, is that like anything coming from the worm is essentially like is the spice melange. It like it's the thing that makes them see into the future. So the whole thing is that Jessica has to drink the Water of Life, but it's also revealed that the fact that Jessica is pregnant. She gives birth to the baby, but she also realizes that she fucked up because she didn't mention during the ceremony that she was pregnant. And the baby is really advanced at her age. Like, she's technically supposed to be a toddler, but she talks like a 40-year-old woman. And she just makes premonitions and shit, and like to the point where like everyone else is like fucking like really worried about her in the sense that they're uncomfortable. Her name is Aaliyah, by the way. That's why in the second movie it's also kind of like hinted with Anya Taylor-Joy at some point that like, oh yeah, that's Aaliyah.
Yeah.
So there's that shit. So Paul decides that he wants to figure out whether or not he is the Messiah. So he needs to enhance his visions. So in the book, he decides, all right, I'm going to drink the Water of Life. I'm going to see whether or not I can withstand it. Because technically, to other people, that thing is poisonous. So if I can withstand it, I know that I'm the Kwisatz Haderach. I am the Messiah. And I can see into the future. So he drinks it. He goes into a coma for like 3 days, and then he wakes up. And he reveals that his visions get more stronger. Technically, Frank Herbert tries to like describe what the fuck Paul sees, and in a sense, Paul is seeing different timelines and different ways the future can go. So this is the thing. Paul might seem overpowered in a way. But essentially that's how his visions work, is that there's something along the line of this path that I can take, but that will probably get me killed, or I take this path and somebody else might get killed. So it explains that like he can see different realities and things like that. And it's also interesting in the book as well, when him and his mom join the Fremen, like 2 or 3 years pass. So to kind of give context is that, like, you know how the first movie ends, that they're walking with the Fremen at the end of the movie, and then the second movie is like them with the Fremen? That's basically the second half of the book, is that like that's the time skip. But I'll get to the Denis Villeneuve movies in a bit. So yes, so Paul decides, all right, I'm going to take down the Emperor. How am I going to do it? I'm going to hold the spice hostage. And he's like, what do they think I'm going to do? I'm basically going to obliterate the spice, because the Water of Life is volatile whenever it touches another volatile version of spice, a more compact version. So basically it starts a chain reaction with the rest of the spice, and also it will kill the worms producing the spice. So I'm not fucking around anymore. I want the Emperor to come down. I'm going to take his throne. I'm going to marry his daughter, and I'm not going to have any kids with her. I love Zendaya so much that Zendaya is going to be my wife, the character that Zendaya is supposed to be playing. He's like, I love that character. And obviously the second half being a time skip, she gave birth to my son, so I'm staying with her. And then, you know, Fade Routha has his whole thing as well, where it's explained that Fade Routha, in the book it explains that all the Harkonnens, the Baron, the nephews Raban and Fade don't like each other. They're distrustful of each other because everyone who's Harkonnen always has like some kind of ulterior motive or some kind of plan to kill somebody. So there are some instances in the book where Fade, you kind of get into the head of Fade Rautha, and he is like, my uncle could kill me at any moment, so I basically have to do whatever he says. And I have no choice. And then he's like, I also understand the fact that my uncle wants to get in the good graces of the Emperor, so I will go along with his plan until I have the opportunity to kill him. So it's either eat or be eaten in the world of the Harkonnens. So at the end of the book, Paul's final showdown is against Fade Rautha. Baron Harkonnen gets killed off by Aaliyah, Paul's little sister. And Paul wins, obviously, against Fade Rautha. And the Emperor's like, all right, I can't do shit anymore. I guess I gotta give you my daughter now. So Paul gets married to the princess, and he makes his announcement that, like, yes, I'm in control now. I'm the Emperor, but the princess means nothing to me. The Fremen mean more to me than anything else. And that's how the book ends, is that, like, Paul becomes the liberator of these people. So that's kind of the gist of the book. Now, David Lynch's Dune. There's a lot to talk about, especially after watching Jodorowsky's Dune, the documentary. Because, okay, I guess to give a little bit more context, David Lynch does not like this movie. He hated the production of this movie. And he also doesn't consider it to be like part of his filmography. Because you kind of see that it's a very by the books movie. If you've seen a David Lynch movie, they're very weird, they're very abstract, and you kind of see that he has a voice. But with this Dune, it's really weird because the first half of the movie is done pretty well because, like, it explains the first half of the book. Obviously, like, it feels like the Denis Villeneuve movie where it's like, here's the gist of the first half of the book, and then here's the second half of the book. The problem with the David Lynch Dune is the second half gets rushed. Like, super rushed. To the point where you're like, I didn't even know Paul was in love with Chani. Like, I didn't even know Paul liked that girl. Because they just met, and then instantly, they fell in love. And that's it. Like, it rushes through the second half of Dune, and it gets really, really messy. But to give the movie credit, and where credit's due, is that the visual effects, the practical effects, are done really well. And this is where I feel like doing adaptations of books can be really difficult. Because throughout the course of the Dune movie, there's a lot of inner monologues that you wouldn't necessarily get unless you were reading a book. So, yeah, it's just like the 1984 Dune is like, it's a goofy mess, but there's a lot of like neat things in it. Like, the Harkonnens are crazy, like they're fucking psychopaths. So like Fade Rautha and like Raban and Baron Harkonnen, they're like gross individuals. And it's just like, ugh. Even in the book, it kind of establishes the fact that like Baron Harkonnen is a gross individual. Gay icon Baron Harkonnen. Because that's the thing, is that like he prefers men, but he had a child that he needed in order to survive, because the child is Paul's mother, and she becomes a Bene Gesserit. Anyways, there's also some instances as well where Fade Rautha is like in a was actually using the slaves for his own pleasure, and Baron Harkonnen's like, oh, you will do anything I say? Go to the slave house, kill all the women that you slept with. And it's just, yeah. So he's like, do it now. So Fade Rautha's like, right, I'll go do it, uncle. I love you. Smooch. So that's what I like about the book, is that like they kind of establish the characters. They're not gray. Obviously, a lot of them are evil. But they they have mixed feelings as to what actions they take, especially Baron Harkonnen, where he's like, the Emperor can kill me. I will do everything I can to make sure that I basically can blackmail him.
Black.
That I can blackmail him. And it's all right. So there's also a little point where like Baron Harkonnen is kind of gross as well, where like he like I mentioned, is that he has interests more in men. So there's a slave. So he sleeps with slaves. So he has
point this out in the movie?
Not necessarily.
Is this in the second movie? I really don't think I paid attention a lot.
No, the movies do tend to gloss over things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So in the book, obviously Baron Harkonnen has a preference towards men. There's a very, very gross moment where you're like, it kind of establishes the fact that Baron Harkonnen is a gross individual, where he is about to use a slave boy as pleasure, and is like, he kind of looks like Paul Atreides. I'm gonna have fun tonight. And it's just like, oh, what the fuck? And then that whole reveal at the end that like Paul is actually his grandson.
I'm gonna hate fuck this guy because I hate you.
Basically, that's supposed to be the establishment. Like, he's a bad guy.
I'm so sorry.
No, because like that's
so gross.
That's the whole thing that Frank Herbert was trying to establish, is that like this bad guy is a bad guy.
Yeah. Also, you could replace it with anything else. It could be a woman. It could be anybody. Like,
yeah.
Still hate fucking. It's wild.
Yeah. So the other thing is that like why I find like having Batista as Raban, because Batista's supposed to be big, yelly, screamy guy, is that Raban in the book is supposed to be like according to his uncle, an idiot, but he's also called the Beast because he's also kind of a fierce warrior, somewhat. Yeah. But in the book, Raban also has inner monologues where he's like, yeah, my uncle will fucking murder me if I don't get the fucking spice production back up. So it's like, I have to fucking do something. Like, I don't want to die. Like, that's their whole thing. All the Harkonnens is like, it's self-preservation. I will go to the fucking depths to be dirty if it'll ensure that the fact that I will live at the end of it. So yeah, I'll get into the whole thing with the Denis Villeneuve movie, because that does so the movies like the 1984 movie and the Denis Villeneuve movies are interesting because they're different interpretations of what the Harkonnens are. They still keep the fact that they're really bad guys, but you know they have some humanity towards them where it's like, I don't want to die. But yeah, back to David Lynch's Dune. It gets really fucking messy. It gets really messy because obviously the second half of that movie is incredibly rushed. And it does a thing at the end of the movie where it's like, all right, Paul can summon rain now on Arrakis. And as everybody's just like, yay, rain. What is this thing in the air? We never experienced water in the air. So it does a very goofy thing like that where it's like, I don't think they were planning on a sequel. They were just like, all right, we got this movie done and out. Let's get it out there. So then you got Denis Villeneuve's Dune. It pretty much does adapt the first half of the book pretty well. There are some little things that I can nitpick about, but like for the most part, it is somewhat faithful to the book. Granted, Jason Momoa as Duncan Idaho. You know, Duncan is supposed to be the cool guy hero that like Paul trusts with his life. That's also a little neat thing where it's just like Paul is trained by Duncan Idaho, Jason Momoa, and he's also trained by Josh Brolin, who's supposed to be Gurney Halleck. And the Brolin. Brolin's character, and that's also the funny thing in Dune 1 or Dune 1984 is that Gurney Halleck is played by Patrick Stewart, Professor X.
And
yeah,
I did see that.
And what's really funny is that like each royal house has like a dog, like a royal dog. So House Atreides has pugs. So there's a battle moment against the Harkonnens where you see Patrick Stewart with a battle pug and he's like armed and he goes into battle with the pug. It's like the goofiest shit in the world. But yeah, it's just like really really funny things that they try to do. And like the other interesting thing about the world of Dune is their shields, is that like they don't really fight with guns or projectiles as much, but they use swords and stuff, because if you slowly use a sword to penetrate the shield, it will go through. So like projectile weapons don't work on the shields because it's too fast and it'll just bounce off the shields. The exception is lasers. There's I think they just call them laser guns, but like if you shoot the gun on a shield, it causes a chain reaction to make the shield explode and basically explode like an atom bomb.
Mhm.
And also in the world, it establishes that the fact that this is like years into the future, that this still exists within like our world, essentially, that nukes exist. They call them atomics, and basically atomics are banned from being used in war or causing any human casualty. They can be used because Paul basically finds a workaround that he uses an atomic to break open the shield that the Emperor uses to surround himself, and he doesn't kill anybody, so technically he didn't use it against the rules. So yeah, nukes exist in the world of Dune, even though there's like weird shit in it. But anyways, Josh Brolin his character Gurney Halleck, is interesting in the book because the book says that Gurney Halleck was a slave to the Harkonnens. They would have gladiatorial fights, and Gurney Halleck used to be one of the slaves that would participate in the fights. And Duke Leto,
Jared Leto, gotcha.
Jared Leto, saves Gurney Halleck, so Gurney Halleck is entrusting onto the House Atreides that he will put his life on the line for the Duke. So there's a little interesting like little subplot within the story of Dune, that they believe that the traitor was Lady Jessica, Duke Leto's concubine, Paul's mother. So that's also the other thing that I want to mention. Paul's mom isn't a duchess. She isn't Duke Leto's wife. She is his concubine. Because the House Atreides, Leto's father, believed that he needed his son to basically be a bachelor, so don't get married unless, the Emperor is like, I'll give you the hand of the princess, or whatever. Or to make good with another house, become wife and husband with another house. So, but we need you to progress our bloodline, so we'll give you a concubine. And you can have as many kids as you want with the concubine. There's a really nice moment within the book as well where Leto tells Jessica that he regrets not marrying her. That he understands that he hates the fact that, like, he did this. That like, he progressed this idea of, like, to keep my hand open for marriage. And he's like, before he dies, he's like, I think I'm going to marry this woman. And then obviously he dies, and that becomes the whole tragedy.
I'm a wife it, bro.
I'm a wife that woman. She gave me a weird son. I'm a wife it. She gave me the Lisan Al Gaib. I'm a wife that.
She might have blue eyes, but eyes.
Oh man, Rebecca Ferguson. God, she is fucking great. Anyways,
is that the one that played the new mom?
Yeah, she plays the new mom, Rebecca Ferguson. She's a very pretty lady, but probably not up to your standards. You have very high standards. Anyways,
yeah. Ice Spice got that fat. No, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, what if Lady Jessica?
Little bleep.
What if in the next Dune movie, Ice Spice is Lady Jessica? Anyways,
then I'll definitely watch that movie.
you will be watching. So yeah. It kind of gave a little bit more backstory. So like that's why they believe that Lady Jessica is a traitor, is because she has no ties. She only gave Leto a son, and that's it. And they believe that she is a traitor. But you also have like inner monologues with Jessica as well, where she's like, I love this man more than anything else in my life. I will give my life for him. And there's even a moment with both Leto and Paul where Leto's like, if anything were to happen to me, I want you to know that I trust you and I trust your mother, and I would never even consider you or your mother to be traitors. obviously, because I love you both. And Paul basically relays the message to his mother after Leto dies. So there's a whole little thing that happens with like outside of the realm of Paul and his mother. Thufir Hawat. This is another name that's really bad. But essentially there's a little like thing within the lore of Dune as well, where they've basically gotten rid of computers. And the reason why is because there was a whole spiritual movement that believed that computers would replace humanity, and people didn't want that. So after they got rid of the computers, they were like, okay, let's further enhance our spirituality and this and that. So that's how it kind of like moved into using spice to enhance their spirituality. So in come these superhuman computers, essentially, to kind of like sum it down, called mentats. So each royal house has a mentat, and mentats are basically their bookkeepers, people that have information on certain things. They also can conduct what they call a war of assassins, which is basically an all-out war between houses and no civilian casualties. It will be clean, quiet, and it will be done, and we'll see who the winner is. So Thufir Hawat is Duke Leto's mentat. He's basically his bookkeeper and trusted advisor and things like that. So Thufir Hawat, Gurney Halleck, and Duncan Idaho all are Paul's teachers.
Fucking names.
Yes, the names are really they're really bad. They're really
Duncan Idaho.
But that's
please.
Duncan Idaho I think is the worst compared to fucking Fade Rautha Harkonnen. Or Thufir
You won't
Hawat.
catch this Fade Rafa Harkonnen.
Get faded, bro.
So stupid.
It's the worst. The names are so bad, and especially when the book throws you terminologies of other shit. It's like, is that a person or is that a thing or is that a place?
Because you could literally just make this up and I'd be like, oh yeah, okay,
yeah,
yep, that's that person.
That's the thing. But the neat thing is that like Frank Herbert took inspirations from like a Middle East nomad group, because there's a lot of like Middle Eastern like beliefs.
Yeah, was Paul there with them?
Paul the white savior.
What is Zendaya's name in that?
Chani.
That's way better than. Why is he Paul, dude?
They gave him like the most like beige names, like Lady Jessica. Bro, like the Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserits is like Reverend Mother Helen, Gaius Mohim.
Fucking Helen, dog.
Yeah, like
hell.
I probably got the name wrong because like it's fucking 3 names in one, but still, regardless. So those 3 guys are Paul's teachers. So Gurney and Duncan teach Paul martial arts, essentially sword fighting and like how to use a shield properly, and basically make sure that he knows how to fight back. Thufir teaches him how to use the spice in order to enhance his spirituality and in order to essentially be like a supercomputer in his mind. So they all want him to basically be a leader that's also a mentat, to kind of be seen as like somebody that, oh, like he ain't fucking around. Like that's a fucking leader right there if he's able to learn all that shit. So Thufir doesn't like Lady Jessica. He doesn't like Paul's mom because obviously of her being a concubine and her being a Bene Gesserit. That's also the other thing of the world as well. A lot of people don't like the Bene Gesserit. They think that they're fucking weirdos. And obviously because of the fact that they know that these people have like weird eugenic things going on in the background. And they're like, they have the abilities to control people. So Thufir does not like that. And the whole thing later on is that Thufir believes that Lady Jessica was the one that got Duke Leto killed. That she's the one that lowered the shields to let the Harkonnens in and kill everybody.
She was the one that hate fucked him.
So no.
No.
No. But Thufir got the word out to Gurney Halleck, who kind of like got lost during the battle and kind of became a smuggler later on. And afterwards, Paul finds Gurney Halleck and is like, "Hey, my teacher. Hey, I'm alive, bro. What's up?" And he's like, "Also, my mom is here." And Gurney is like, "You fucking traitor. How dare you?" And he tries to kill Jessica until Paul has to basically convince him, "Gurney, it wasn't my mom. The person who actually betrayed us was our doctor, Dr. Yue," because the other thing that was mentioned is that Dr. Yue is a doctor that's not supposed to be corruptible at all. But it's revealed that Dr. Yue has a wife who is also a Bene Gesserit. And apparently she's held captive by the Harkonnens. And the Harkonnens are the ones telling Dr. Yue, "We need you to lower the shields so we can get in, and then you get rid of Paul and Lady Jessica and Leto. But basically, like, if you do all this shit for us, if you betray them, you'll get your wife back." So that's the whole thing with Dr. Yue, is that, like, he's just a guy that just wants his wife back. But obviously, he gets killed. I think there was another thing that I saw that, like, do you remember in the first movie that weird, like, spider-looking thing, that humanoid spider thing in the first movie that's, like, eating out of a bowl?
That's been a while.
Okay, so there's, like, this weird, like, spider-looking thing with, like, multiple hands. And I think the consensus was that, like, that was Dr. Yue's wife. That the Harkonnens basically were using her as a plaything. And, like, fucked up her whole body and made her, like, a weird pet thing. But in the book, it's never explained as to what happened to Dr. Yue's wife, besides the fact that she died. That the Harkonnens killed her. Like, Yue was just a means to an end, and they got rid of him. So yeah, Gurney Halleck believes that it was Lady Jessica, but then, you know, he got told the truth, and he's like, "I'm so sorry for this. I didn't mean to do this. You are Duke Leto's woman. I should die for this." And Paul's like, "Gurney, I'm not going to kill you. Let's forget about this. We're all friends. I still love you, like, as another father. Like, you are fine with me." So at the end of the book as well, Thufir appears. Apparently Thufir was taken captive by the Harkonnens, and during the whole thing with Duke Leto shooting out the fucking poison gas thing from the tooth that Dr. Yue implanted into his mouth, because that was also Yue's plan, was to get rid of Baron Harkonnen by sedating Duke Leto, waking him up, being like, "Hey, I'm gonna put a tooth in your mouth. If you bite on that shit and anybody's near you, make sure it's the Baron, and they breathe that shit in, you can kill them. So you're essentially my backup plan if things go wrong for me." So the assassination didn't go well. Baron Harkonnen's mentat, Peter DeVries? Whatever. Anyways, Polka Dot Man, in the new movie, because it's Polka Dot Man, he dies. So Baron Harkonnen needs another mentat. So he kidnaps Thufir, Leto's mentat, and is like, "If you work for me, we can get the person who betrayed you. And you know who that is. It's that Jessica woman. I'll help you." But in reality,
A real bitch.
that bitch killed your Duke. So you help me, I help you.
I want a real fucking. She did a number on this family, brother.
She got pregnant with that baby, that weird baby. But
Imagine her having a baby.
imagine her having another weird baby, which she does. So Baron Harkonnen tells Thufir, "Hey, I'll help you, you help me." But in reality, Baron Harkonnen basically poisons him. He gives him a poison that if he doesn't get an antidote every mealtime, he will die. So Thufir basically helps him reluctantly. Yeah, there's like I'm saying, the Harkonnens in the book are devious as shit. Like they will do anything to ensure that they live. So
I mean, they're forcing you to be the prisoner at that point.
Basically, yeah. So in Thufir's mind, he's like, "I'll work with this fucking sleaze bag. I'll do what I can," but he's like, "I'm not loyal to him. I'm loyal to my duke, but he's just another means to an end. So there's a whole other thing with Fade Routha, where Fade Routha's like 18th birthday, he has like a gladiatorial match, and Fade Routha and Thufir come up with a plan to put on a show, essentially, to show that Fade Routha has strength during the gladiatorial match. And the gladiator match is against like a bunch of drugged up Atreides soldiers that they captured. And there's a point where like one of the gladiators is not fully drugged, and he almost kills Fade Routha, but like he ends up winning. And he's like, "Yep, I did it, me, Fade Routha. I'm the coolest in the world." So they also introduced the another character, two characters. Something Fenring, I forget his name. Chancellor Fenring or something like that. Basically, this guy Fenring is like the Emperor's best friend, and he has a lady friend, known as Margot Fenring. So, Margot Fenring is a Bene Gesserit, and she's like, oh, because Paul is getting more popular and things like that, we need to ensure that the bloodline of the Harkonnens like continue on. So I'm gonna let Fade Routha put a baby in me, and then that baby will probably come back with a vengeance. Like, this is the whole thing that gets really goofy.
This is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, I wouldn't say dumb, but like it's conniving, and it goes further into that whole thing, because obviously, you know, later on in the movie, in the second part, Lady Fenring is played by Leia Seydoux, and I'm like, I mean, Leia Seydoux is kind of hot. I got a front. She's got.
I don't know. I gotta look her up now.
Leia Seydoux. I mean,
I'll spell it.
Leia, yeah, and then Seydoux is French, so Seydous.
Gotcha. Seydoux.
Seydoux.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is she though?
To me, she is. Sorry. Sorry. She's got that exotic Frenchness, but that's just me. Sorry.
It's just like those French teeth. Oh, man.
The French.
Anyways, back to lasagna Al Bleep.
Al Garfield. Lasagna. Al Garfield. So there's a lot of shit like within the world of within the story of Paul that's like going on. And yeah, it's just like the second, like I'm like, I guess kind of going back to the second half of David Lynch's Dune, is that he doesn't talk about any of that. It just skips over a shit ton to the point that the Emperor's here. Paul's gonna go with his full-on attack. All right, cool. Like, that's it. And I didn't even mention the leader of the Fremen. Oh god, I forget his name. God
doesn't even know this guy's name.
There's so many names I gotta remember, bro.
What an absolute fucking
Stilgar.
Galib.
There we go. Stilgar. Played by Javier Bardem. Stilgar is basically he is the leader of the Fremen, that the group that Paul joins, specifically that what they call Sietch, which is like tribes, because Fremen are tribal. And Stilgar is the leader. So there's a point in also the book as well where Stilgar understands that Paul is the Lisan al-Gaib, and he understands that, like, hey, if you want to get rid of me for your personal gain, I won't stop you, but I'll let you know that, like, I'm not going down without a fight. And Paul's like, I'm not gonna fight you. Like, there's no point in killing you, because if I kill you, then I lose somebody that can really help me. So, and in the course of the book as well, like at the second half, Stilgar basically like entrusts Paul with his life, and he also becomes Paul's teacher and to how to ride the dune worms, because that's also another thing that Fremen can do. Fremen can ride the worms, because this was a whole thing that like made me go, is the worms are essentially dragons, and that these people are essentially dragon riders. And they have knives made by the teeth of the worms, also dragon bone swords, knives. So it's a lot of like goofy shit like that. That's just like, all right. But yes, Stilgar is also a great character as well within the book, where like he understands that like these people are trying to survive, but he also realizes there's truth to their word that they want to make Arrakis a paradise. They want to bring back greenery, they want to bring back trees, rain, all that stuff back to this planet, if it ever had that.
I was gonna say, I thought they didn't know what rain was. Fucking liars.
So this leads into another character within the book, Liet Kynes, who is the planetologist of the world of Dune. He meets Paul during like a royal dinner where Leto has different houses come by and different leaders and people who represent the Fremen and stuff like that. So Liet Kynes is the planetologist of Arrakis. He basically reports back to the Emperor just in case anything happens with the spice. So they have a conversation, and Paul believes that he would like to see a paradise in Arrakis and thinks that his father would actually be able to do that. So Liet Kynes is like, okay, I guess you guys are kind of cool with me. And then he also realizes that Paul knows how to put on a still suit. A still suit is a suit that is able to recycle water when you sweat or urinate or even defecate. So the purpose of it is to ensure that people who are out in the sun of Arrakis can survive with water, obviously, for a couple days. So the little thing in the book is that Liet Kynes has them in their still suits, and he realizes that Paul has like his still suit is like neat, like it looks proper, like a Fremen actually would. So that's the whole thing as well, is that like they believe the Lisan al-Gaib would be basically a Fremen, just a Fremen from another planet, because he knows their ways, he knows their religion, he knows all the stuff about them. So Liet Kynes gets a little bit more interested in Paul. So when the Harkonnens attack, Liet Kynes is the one that helps Paul and Jessica escape, and he gets them to the Fremen. Unfortunately, Liet Kynes dies. He gets basically like drowned in the sand, essentially. In the book, Liet Kynes is supposed to be Chani's father. So there's a whole moment in the book as well where Chani is like distressed. She's sad, obviously, for the death of her father, and doesn't know what to do. In the appendices of the book, well, not the appendices, but there's like little short stories about the world of Dune. They explain Liet Kynes' father, Pardot Kynes. This guy was also a planetologist. He also reported to the Emperor and this and that. There's a really interesting thing within that story where Pardot, no, I feel like his name is Pardot, but I could be wrong. Let me just make sure, because I don't want to fuck up these names more than I have.
I don't think you're the one fucking them up. I'm pretty sure the people that wrote it was the ones that fucked it up.
No, don't blame Frank. Don't.
I really need to talk to Frank, man.
Yes, Pardot Kynes. So Pardot Kynes was living on Arrakis. Kind of got into the whole like culture of the Arakan people, excuse me, and learned their ways and like realized that like in order to gain their trust, I must have a child that is also Fremen, and basically that's how Liet Kynes like came into the whole picture. But Pardot is interesting because he's the one that goes around the planet and realizes that like underground there is like signs of water and signs of greenery, and he's like, it is possible to have like plants and water and everything. So he basically convinces the Fremen people that, hey, we can actually create life on this planet. It's not like it's not going to be immediately, but it will take time. And even then, the Fremen are like, yeah, okay, like, we have time. Like, if it's not for us, it's for our future generations, and that's the things that we care about, is to have a future. And so that's what kind of leads to the whole events of Liet Kynes helping out, because he's like, I want to see that future, and I believe that Paul will be the one to lead these people. So yeah, there's a whole interesting thing about that, about like the planetologists, that like the people of Arrakis, like the Fremen specifically, have these underground pathways that they use to get around, and within the pathways they have water. Like they're able to have the water, but the water is sacred, and that the water is mostly there to give the plants life. So the water is exclusively used for plants. So there's a whole interesting thing about that, where it's like you could make a little mini series about like fucking Pardot Kynes, but funny enough, HBO is doing their own mini series on the Bene Gesserit, which is supposed to be like millions of years before the happenings of Dune. So don't know how that's gonna be. So yes, so Dune. You know, I was kind of like all over the place with like the movie and the book, but yes, Dune is an epic. Essentially, it's a fucking odyssey of dumb, weird sandworm bullshit. So yeah, David Lynch's Dune, great practical effects, great effects. Granted, the shields are a little goofy because they look like Roblox fighting one another. But the second half of the movie is just completely like it's like, what's even the point of making the movie? So then it leads to Denis Villeneuve's Dune, which obviously I went back to watch the first half. Does a really good job adapting the first half of the book, you know, with some little nitpicks that I can like pick out, but like nothing to the point where like, oh, this is terrible. Now, part 2 of Dune, the movie is very different, to the point where I was like, that's kind of more right for where Dune goes. So in the book I explained as well that like it's supposed to be a time skip that's supposed to be 2 or 3 years later. So like part 1 of Dune is Paul is like 15. Part 2 of Dune, Paul's supposed to be like 18, 19. Okay? It's also revealed in the book that he and Chani had a child. And that at the end of the book, Paul saw in the future that his child will die. In order for him to become the Messiah, his child was killed. He named his child Leto 2. So, in the movie, it really detracts Chani's feelings with Paul, because they don't have a kid to keep them connected. Because at the end of the book as well, Chani is like, oh, Paul, are you going to leave me for the princess? Or was this whole thing for nothing? And Paul's like, no. I will be with you forever. You're the woman of my life. The princess is only a tool. That's what she is. I love you because you had my son, and if we were to have more children, I will ensure their safety and this and that. So the whole message at the end of the movie is that like the women who were considered the not wives but still bared the children of their loved ones are more important to them than anyone else in the world, because obviously Lady Jessica becomes super important and she birthed Paul, and then Paul had Leto 2 with Chani, and they love each other forever. So it's a whole thing about love. Okay. Part 2 of Dune, the movie, goes in a very radical like direction as to your feelings towards Paul. And with Jessica as well. In the book, Jessica is afraid of Paul, because Paul starts to tell her that like, I'm having visions, they're getting stronger, and on top of that, I know you're pregnant. And Jessica's like, I didn't even know I was pregnant. How the fuck do you know that? And he's like, I see the future, Mom. Like, and like, because of you giving birth to me, I'm a fucking freak. Like, I shouldn't exist, and it's your fault. So at the course of the book, Jessica gets more and more like cautious of Paul, because he's starting to show signs of being the Kwisatz Haderach, and she doesn't want that for Paul. She wants him to basically lead his life and survive, but if he becomes this Messiah, it will only lead to great danger. But the movie does a completely different thing, which left me really surprised, is that Jessica pushes Paul to be the Kwisatz Haderach. She's the one that's like, you drink the water of life, you become the Messiah. You gotta do this, bro. We've already played this game far too long. You gotta drink that water. So it leads into another thing where Chani and some of the other Fremen in the movie don't believe in the whole religious aspect of the Lisan al-Gaib. They think that shit is dumb. They think that shit is for people who are fools. While in the book, all the Fremen believe in the Lisan al-Gaib. They just don't believe it's Paul until Paul proves himself. So it really creates this like neat like divide between the Fremen people, because in the movie and in the book, Stilgar, the leader of Tabur Sietch or Sietch Tabur, is a fanatic. He believes in the Lisan al-Gaib, and then eventually he believes that the Lisan al-Gaib is Paul, and wants to make sure that the people of Arrakis will rise up and will have a future in the end of it. So it really creates this neat divide between Chani and Stilgar, that like Chani in the movie is like, I don't want Paul to be a fucking Messiah. You people are crazy. Like I don't understand why you guys are so like gun-ho about having a Messiah, because it's like it's only going to lead to problems. So then it also adds a little interesting aspect as well, where like Chani has a conversation with Paul and being like, do you really want to do this? And Paul even is like, I don't know, like, to be honest, not really, but you know, have so much to gain if I become a Messiah. So then eventually he does. He drinks the water of life. And there's a really, really neat moment as well in the movie that Chani blames Jessica. She's like, he didn't want this. We just had a conversation. You pushed him. Why would you do that? And Jessica's just like, well, he's got to essentially complete his destiny. But in the book, Chani and Jessica, like, they connect because obviously they're both considered concubines. But the other thing is that, like, when Paul drank the water of life out of his own decision in the book, he wanted to drink the water of life in order to become the Messiah, because he kept thinking to himself, I'm the Messiah, I'm the Messiah, I'm the Messiah. He wanted to push himself to that point. So when he drank the water of life, Chani and Jessica were like, oh fuck, he drank the water, what the fuck do we do? Is he fucking dead? And then he wakes up and Chani's like, are you the Messiah then? And he's like, I guess. And they're like, all right, I guess we're following you. But in the movie, Chani's like, I'm done with your bullshit, man. I don't like this shit. I don't like what you're becoming. I'm out. And then the really, really neat part as well is at the end of the fucking movie, where Chani leaves. When did you watch Dune Part 2? I remember you said it was boring.
I don't know. Around when it came out on Netflix.
Okay. Or on
not Netflix, HBO.
HBO. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that like Chani fucking leaves. So that puts Dune in a very different situation. Because it's like, in the later books, Chani is supposed to, I think she gives Paul another kid. And I believe she also dies as well. And it's like, oh, Paul's main love is gone. And even then, Paul didn't say anything to the princess being like, you're a tool only. He didn't say that. He's like, I'll marry you. That's it. And then he looks at Chani and he's like, yeah, this is as far as we go. And Chani leaves. And we're like, what? And the other thing that's also nuts as well is Aaliyah isn't born. Paul's sister. She's still in the womb, but she talks to Lady Jessica in the womb. And, you know, Aaliyah also, because of Jessica drinking the water of life, Aaliyah has like pre-science abilities where like she can see the future a little bit as well. Not as much as Paul, but she can kind of see it. And she communicates to her mother, but like in the book, she's a toddler but she has the memories of other Bene Gesserit mothers, because that's the thing about the Water of Life during the ceremony, is that in order to pass down the Reverend Mother status, you have to drink the Water of Life, and you basically, if you're a Bene Gesserit, you drink the Water of Life, you have to change that shit into something that won't kill you, but once you drink it, your mind starts to get flooded with information from past mothers, and you kind of like understand the future, the present, the past, and all that shit. So when Jessica drank it, it wasn't just her that got all that information, it was the baby as well. So that's why in the book, Aaliyah is considered a freak, because she knows things that she shouldn't, especially being a toddler. So it kind of leads into this whole thing that Aaliyah is something more. And then in the movie, Aaliyah is obviously something more, because obviously Anya Taylor-Joy shows up and she's like, I love you, Paul. You're my brother. I love you. But Jessica throughout the whole movie is like, yeah, they're just an ends to a mean. Like, that's all the Fremen are. They're just an ends to a mean, an end to a mean. And it's just like, this is very different. And I kind of like it because, like I mentioned, is that like it leads to the whole thing with Dune Messiah, where Dune Messiah, people realize that Paul as a Messiah is like, his believers are way too extreme. Because in the first couple chapters of Dune Messiah, they basically censor like shit that can be said about Paul. There's a guy that goes to Arrakis, is held there for interrogation because the people that believe in Paul read the stuff that he wrote about Paul and were like, no, you can't fucking publish this shit. You're not going to. You're not going to go against our Messiah. And he is like, why the fuck is he a Messiah? Like, he's supposed to be a leader, but like, I don't understand why you guys have him like so highly revered. So like Dune Messiah has a very different tone, obviously, that like following this leader who obviously had a very like triumphant moment at the end of the first book, maybe the shit that he's doing is not so great. So also with the whole thing with blind leadership. So yeah, Dune Part 2 takes a very drastic, well, not drastic, but like it takes a very different feeling at the end of it compared to the book, where the end of the book is like love conquers all, essentially, kind of. And then Dune 2 is like, nah, Paul sucks. It's like, he kind of sucks. I don't know how I feel about Paul. And yeah, and the other thing that I want to mention is like the introduction of Fade Routha, played by Austin Butler, the bald guy, if you remember. Mm-hmm. Where Fade Routha, that version of Fade Routha is crazy. He's a fucking psycho. All he does is fucking stab people and like to stab shit. Compared to the book, where he's obviously a little bit more reserved, but he also is afraid of his uncle. Like, he doesn't want to fucking die, but he'll do anything his uncle says. So in the fucking movie, you have fucking Fade Routha kiss his uncle twice, and then ask him, "What do we do?" And then it's like, it's like that became a fucking meme. But I do like that difference of Fade Routha of like, no, he is worse than his uncle. And it's also funny to think that his uncle wanted him to be like the leader of Arrakis, essentially another tyrant. And, you know, they have the fucking knife battle at the end, and Paul kills him. It's a little bit more satisfying in the book because Fade Routha, like, throughout the battle keeps like talking and tries to taunt Paul like a lot, and then Paul fucking like stabs him in like underneath the jaw to shut him up, and it's like, that's a little bit more satisfying. But the death of Baron Harkonnen is more satisfying in the movie because Paul gets to kill him, and he reveals to him that, hey grandpa, it's me, your grandson, and then fucking stabs Baron Harkonnen. While in the book, Aaliyah just scratches him in the face with like a poison thing, and he dies from the poison, and that's it. So it's a little bit, the death of Baron Harkonnen is more interesting in the movie, and then the death of Fade Routha is more interesting in the book.
Bro, you Love this shit way too much.
I got deep, bro.
Dune is terrible.
I got deep into Dune, bro.
Dune is so bad.
Dune has become my new obsession, bro.
I can't agree with any of this.
Fade Ralph.
I still don't even know what's going on. I'm gonna be real.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Chonch is having his TED talk, so you can sparse out if you want.
I believe that the movies are probably okay and decent, but like the whole Messiah thing you were talking about, and them having propaganda, it's a cult. That's a cult at that point.
That's the whole point. That's where it goes, and that's why I'm saying is that like in the second book, Paul becomes a cult leader. And it becomes a whole thing of the message of the second book of like, don't follow.
Did you read the entire second book?
No, not yet. But like, I got spoiled because fucking the afterword in the first book by Brian Herbert, Frank's son, basically fucking ruins like a little bit of the second book. And I'm like, God damn it, Brian, just let me read the shit.
Brian.
Because like, no, because like he goes on to like be like, oh yeah, my dad was like fucking, he's a really good ass writer. And I'm like, yeah, no, he was good. And then he's like, by the way, this shit happens in Dune. And it's like, fucking, okay, thanks, Frank, for fucking spoiling it.
So where's that? That's written in the book, or that's...
It's written in the afterword. Basically, the end of the book. It's basically a kind of like a little bit of a memorial for Frank Herbert.
End of the first book?
Yeah, literally the end of the first book is a fucking afterword from Brian Herbert, Frank's son.
Did he spoil something into the second one?
Yes, he spoils it.
Why? So stupid.
I don't know, because literally at the end of the afterword, he's like, yeah, by the way, like the whole message is like, don't follow like leaders blindly, and Paul becomes a like kind of a tyrant, and it's just like, thanks Brian, I was about to read it.
Book, he's like, by the way, there's 5 more books coming, and
there's fucking 6, including the first one. There's 6 books.
So dumb.
And also like side stories that Brian wrote.
From everything you've talked about so far, first of all, it sounded like you were speaking a different language, and that just made me think of Star Trek, and I was like, I fucking hate Star Trek. I hate when shows or movies are like, here's an entire language, here's an entire, like, we're going full force into this like idea.
Yeah, I can. But that's
it's fine.
Yeah,
but
that's also,
I don't usually get into that stuff.
That's just the other thing, and that's why Dune originally, when it came out, people couldn't get into it. People fucking hated the fucking terminology shit. They were like, what the fuck is a lisan al gaib? What is a muad'Dib? Why are you throwing these fucking words in my face? I'm trying to read a fucking book. And then it got a following like later down the line. And then I believe Frank Herbert died around the 3rd book. So it obviously became a whole different beast once his son took over, as far as I know. But
if they had lightsabers, I think I'd like it more.
They have laser guns.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I will say I think the coolest part of the second movie that I enjoyed was
what do we do?
When they blew up I think they were like jets or something, or some type of flying machines.
Oh, yeah, when they're floating.
They were fucking them up. Yeah.
When they were floating, I love that scene. I was like, this is fucking cool as shit. When the fucking Harkonnens and the Sardaukar like have the fucking like floater things and they're just floating up. And I'm like, that's fucking sick. That's so cool.
Yeah. And to like, I guess like that's kind of like what I feel like is missing is like not enough action, and that sounds probably like really fucking lame, but like,
yeah, the book
you gotta have action, or else I'm not like
the book
following.
The book has like not that many moments of action. Obviously, you have I guess the beginning scene of like Paul training with Gurney. Then you have the Harkonnens fighting House Atreides when they invade. Then in the second half, you have a whole battle with Gurney Halleck and Paul against the smugglers. Then you have Fade Ralph at the Colosseum. Then obviously you got the end battle with the Fremen and the Sardaukar, and then the final battle, the final battle with Paul and Fade Ralph. So
the Fremen, the
Sardaukar.
I don't even know the Sardaukar.
They say what they say what they are. Fremen are the people of Arrakis, the cool people that Paul hangs out with, and then the Sardaukar are the Imperial Army of the Emperor.
I like half-heartedly feel bad about like not knowing because we've said it like a million times now.
It's
and I
fine,
still
man.
don't
No,
know
because
what the fuck you're talking
it's fine because like the thing is that I'm jumping from shit to shit to shit to shit because
Yeah, it's true.
there's so much of this, and that's what I'm saying is that I think I have more of an appreciation because it's a really somewhat well established world that Frank Herbert was trying to make, and like he really put a lot of effort into it, obviously, and like I do like the fact that like you have a layout of like how you want to do this.
It's been like what, a month of you digging into this?
I read slow.
You got a lot of information. I'm not saying that's slow. That's, to me, that's fast. Motherfucker
Like
would not have been a book and a half in.
Within the 2 weeks, like I finished the book. I finally finished the book, and then I was like, all right, let's watch all the movies. And I watched all the movies, and I'm like, yeah, like they have good parts and they have bad parts. But the Denis Villeneuve movies have a very different adaptation style compared to the book because it goes in a very different direction at the end, and some elements within the movie. So I like that adaptation of it. Like I do appreciate Denis Villeneuve's like choice of what he did within the movies to give more of an idea that Paul is becoming a cult leader, you know, with the hints of that people are following him very blindly. So yeah, I really liked Denis Villeneuve's Dune. David Lynch's Dune, like I said, has good moments, but it has a lot of bad. So then this is where I watched this. Jodorowsky's Dune. Okay. I took notes of this shit because of how insane this man is. Insane. Okay. So to give background, I think I mentioned a little bit earlier when I was talking about this. In 1975, Alejandro Jodorowsky wanted to make a Dune movie. But his ambition to make it was too great and possibly too costly. Okay. Jodorowsky is a very weird abstract director. His breakout hit was called El Topo. It's like a abstract Western movie. It's very, very weird, but it got a cult following. Then he comes out with another movie called The Holy Mountain. It's also a very abstract, very weird movie. I think he did a third movie, but I could be wrong. And then after he did his third movie, he wanted to do Dune. Why? Because a friend of him told him what Dune was and was like, that seems cool. But he never read the book. So this is where it gets fucking weird. Okay? Let me tell you what this man wanted. He wanted to create a world of LSD. He wanted the audience to feel like they took LSD while watching the movie. He wanted to open their mind to humanity, to spiritualism. All right? In 1975, he wanted to create Dune. Didn't know how he was going to do it. He was 46 years old when he came up with the idea. This man is 95 now. Okay. He also got the movie rights for Dune incredibly cheap because of the fact that Dune at that time was so unadaptable. All right. Like I mentioned, he didn't read the book. So he was like, all right, in order to get my ideas down, I need somebody to create concept art. All right. So he hired a French comic book artist by the name of Jean Giraud, who went by the name of Mobius. Okay. This guy, his art is very like interesting to look at, but he was making like Western, like cowboy comics, French cowboy comics.
French cowboy comics, okay.
So his main work that Jodorowsky saw that he really liked was a comic book called Blueberry. To kind of give Mobius a little bit more credit, he's worked for storyboarding and concepts for Alien, Tron, The Fifth Element, and The Abyss. So, afterwards, Jodorowsky's like, I need a special effects guy. Who's the top guy that we can hire? He looked at Douglas Trumbull. Douglas Trumbull was the special effects supervisor for 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay. The only thing is that Jodorowsky didn't vibe with him. So this is the big thing about Jodorowsky. He needs to vibe with people because he's a very spiritual guy. All right. He's like, I'm not getting the right vibes right now. So he didn't get that with Douglas Trumbull, because he felt like this guy is way too technical. He's way too like strict on the business. We got to get this done, this done, this done. He didn't like that. He wanted an artist. All right. Douglas Trumbull worked on 2001 Space Odyssey, and it was kind of known that he, like, anything that he came up with, Stanley Kubrick, who directed the movie, was like, all right, do that. That's all you. But this guy was way too technical, way too much of a businessman that Jodorowsky didn't like him. So he's like, I don't want you on Dune. So after that, Mobius and Jodorowsky are hanging out. They're hanging out in Paris. And Mobius is like, dude, you had like the best special effects designer like there, and you just didn't vibe with him. And he's like, nah, he's too much of a businessman. I don't like him. Let's go watch a movie. All right, let's go see this little picture by John Carpenter called Dark Star. So as they're watching Dark Star, they're like, the special effects in this, they're really good. Who is this guy? They got Dan O'Bannon to do the special effects for Dune. Dan O'Bannon was the screenplay writer and supervisor for special effects for Alien. Okay, keep that in mind. So, Jodorowsky is like, all right, I got my crew. I got a little bit of my crew here. He also had like a producer that loved his work by the name of Michel Seydoux. Not related to Leah Seydoux. Completely different guy. Jodorowsky's like, I need my actors now. Who's going to play Duke Leto? Howler? Did you leave?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I thought you fell asleep. Guess who Jodorowsky wanted to play Duke Leto, the Oscar Isaac role?
Bro, I don't even know who fucking Oscar Isaac is, dog.
He was the dad in the first Dune movie. He was also Moon Knight.
So the guy I saw for 5 seconds?
Yeah, that guy.
There's also Moon Knight. I've never seen Moon Knight, motherfucker.
Trying to think what else. He was also an Ex Machina. He was the bald guy. Anyways. Guess who he wanted as the patriarch of the Atreides?
Dolph Lundgren.
Nope. Close. David Carradine.
What that is.
Bill.
How do you know these names?
Bro, I wrote this down. Bill from Kill Bill.
Carradine.
I don't
know how to spell these.
David Carradine. David and then C.
I found it.
Okay.
Yeah. He's old in this picture.
Yeah, that was, but 1975 David Carradine. I think he might have been like in his early 30s at the time. Yeah. The reason why he wanted him was because David Carradine was in a show called Kung Fu, and Jodorowsky liked Kung Fu because it was very spiritualistic and this and that, and vibing. He's vibing. So what really made Jodorowsky like David Carradine is a moment that they had together where Jodorowsky needed to take vitamin E pills and had like a whole jar of them right in his office. David Carradine comes in. He's like, are those vitamin E pills? And Jodorowsky's like, yeah. So David Carradine just takes the fucking jar and eats all the vitamin E pills. And Jodorowsky's like, I like your style. You're in my movie.
They really bonded over God and religion.
They bonded over E. So.
I hate it.
All right.
Bro, he looks old in this shit, bro.
David Carradine or Jodorowsky?
Carradine.
Yeah, he's old. Well, he's dead.
How old was he when he made this fucking movie?
He was like he was in his early 30s, I believe. David Carradine,
Bro,
or maybe near
That's
probably
crazy.
near
Well,
his.
he's supposed to play the dad, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to play the dad.
Okay. So
30s or possibly 40s. I could be wrong because
Jesus
white people
Christ.
age really roughly.
That's fucking sad for me.
Okay, so here's the thing. Jodorowsky wanted to have like different soundtracks for each character, so he wanted Duke Leto's theme to be done by a very well-known rock band. Guess which rock band?
AC/DC.
No. You got
The
2
Who.
more tries. No. One more.
The Doors.
No.
Okay.
Pink Floyd.
That makes sense.
So he wanted Pink Floyd to basically be the composers of Duke Leto's theme, okay? When he met the band, he didn't vibe with them at the beginning because they were eating hamburgers. They weren't talking to him. And then he got so fucking frustrated and was like, what the fuck are we doing? I want you in my movie? Are you serious about this? Do you want to be serious about this? Come on, talk to me. And after that, they were straight up vibing. So Pink Floyd was on the project. Now, here's the thing. Jodorowsky wanted to go in a very, very different direction with Dune. Okay? Like, to the point where even he says that, I know I was going to butcher the actual, like, book, but he's like, fuck it. It was my vision. The movie is my vision. So, I don't care. So this was a concept as to how Paul was born or even conceived. He originally wanted Duke Leto to be castrated. So it's like, how the fuck is he going to have kids? The concept for Paul is that Lady Jessica has the ability to take a little bit of Leto's finger blood and turn it into semen, use that to impregnate herself, and he wanted a scene where the conception would happen, so you have the blood drop go to the uterus and make an explosion.
I hate it.
Here's another thing you probably hate. Who did he want as Paul? Guess.
Johnny Knoxville.
Close.
Damn. That's crazy. Woodrow Wilson.
No.
Okay.
You want to take one more?
Not really.
Okay. Yo, baby, what's the biggest thing in Hollywood? Nepotism.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Jodorowsky wanted his son, Brontis Jodorowsky.
Jodorowsky is the last name, I forgot.
Jodorowsky, yeah. He wanted his son to be Paul. His son at the time was 12 years old. So, in order...
That's a young Paul.
That's a very young Paul. Paul's supposed to be like 15, 16.
Wait, did he actually hire his fucking kid?
Yeah, because in Jodorowsky's first movie, El Topo, there's a little boy character that follows him around, and that's his son.
Okay.
So, according to Jodorowsky, he wanted his son to basically be Paul and to be spiritually connected to this character. So he thought, what is the best thing I can do for my son? I'm gonna let him learn martial arts. So he learned from a guy. He learned from a guy called Jean-Pierre Vignau, who was a martial artist or is a martial artist. I don't know if he's still alive. And according to Brontis, he went through hell. He trained for 6 hours a week, 7 days a week for 2 years in martial arts. So Jodorowsky's thing also is that he wanted his son to basically connect spiritually to this character and believe that martial arts would be a way to express himself and to basically harden himself mentally. So that's why he wanted him to do martial arts. Granted, Jodorowsky also has said that he does regret making his son do all that. But at the time, it was something that he would sacrifice even himself to get that movie produced and done. Okay? So, afterwards, they needed ship designs, okay? So, Jodorowsky was looking at like science fiction books and was like, a lot of these landscape building shots or on like book covers or these spaceships like designs, they're really nice looking. who's the artist for this? And it's been one guy for that entire fucking like decade. This guy by the name of Chris Foss. So he did spaceship designs, architectural designs for like sci-fi novels and stuff like that. So in order to basically vibe check him, he made him watch The Holy Mountain, Jodorowsky's movie. I never watched The Holy Mountain. I've seen clips of it. It is a fucking weird ass movie. Like, it is very fucking weird. Chris Foss was like, all right, I watched the movie, and then was like, yeah, it was all right. So then Jodorowsky was like, all right, we vibing. So you're going to be designing the ships and everything. Says, okay, cool. Chris Foss never read the book as well. So anything that he got about ship designs for the Dune movie was based off Jodorowsky's like word. So, and it's basically a man who never read the book telling another man who never read the book, this is how I want it. So it's like, okay. Here's some more crazy shit that Jodorowsky wanted. He wanted the Emperor to be played by a very, very interesting person. Oh, that's also another thing I wanted to mention. I like the fact they got Chris Walken to be the Emperor in part 2. I love it when he was like, I don't like that Paul Atreides. Christopher Walken. Guess who he got to play the Emperor?
Pink Floyd.
No.
The entire band.
No, unfortunately. Even though he probably would have gone in that direction.
I have no idea. I really don't know any of this.
Do you know artists that well?
No.
Okay. Salvador Dali. No? Not ringing a bell?
I know the name, I just don't actually know anything he did.
Salvador Dali, there's a very famous painting of his of like a clock melting. Salvador Dali is known as an abstract artist.
Gotcha.
So at the time, Salvador Dali was huge. He was incredibly huge. Jodorowsky wanted him to play the Emperor. They met at like a bar, and this is the fucking crazy thing. Jodorowsky just somehow like got into a meeting with a bunch of these people he wanted. Like even Pink Floyd, he was just like, oh yeah, we found them. It's like, all right, let's meet up. So he and Salvador Dali connected because obviously they're both very artistic people. All right. So vibes were met. So after that, Salvador Dali apparently had a muse. Basically, what a muse is somebody that gives them inspiration to continue their art.
Yeah, that I know.
Salvador Dali's muse was Amanda Lear. Jodorowsky liked her, and he's like, oh, why don't I offer you the part as the Princess Irulan, basically the Emperor's daughter. But people were like, is she even an actress? So there was a lot of hesitation in that, but she ended up like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll do it. So, funny enough, she loves the book. She's read the book. And she told Salvador, hey, the book is like fucking great. I think you should be a part of this. And she tried to explain like the whole story to Salvador Dali. He was not interested. Didn't give a fuck about what the book was about. So, the other thing that she was making sure that people knew, specifically Jodorowsky, was that Salvador Dali is a very destructive person. And what I mean by that, and what she meant by that, is that he will try anything in order to kind of disrupt the filming process. So, in a sense, he wanted to maximize their funding and like see as far as he can go with certain things. So there was a thing about how he wanted a flaming giraffe in one of the scenes, and then he wanted another crazy request, and then how he wanted to be paid $100,000 an hour. And then the producer, Michel Sido, was like, he had a private conversation with Alejandro Jodorowsky, and was like, how many minutes do you need him? Jodorowsky's like, 3 to 5 minutes tops. And he's like, okay. So he went back to Salvador Dali and was like, how about this? I'll pay you $100,000 by the minute. And Salvador Dali is like, great, fantastic. I'm the most high paid actor in the world right now in 1975. Here's the little sneaky shit that they did. Alejandro was like, hey, I have this idea that the Emperor has a robot bodyguard that looks exactly like him. Let's use a face sculpt of you. And Salvador Dali is like, okay. After we're done with the movie, send it to my museum and I'll have it in display. The reason why I say sneaky shit is because in case they need any more shots with Salvador Dali, they have that head sculpt and that's it. So that's the goofy shit. So after that, Jodorowsky's like, okay, the Harkonnens are the bad guys. I need them to feel more different from the Atreides. Who can I get to make concept designs for the Harkonnens' like homeworld? He got H.R. Giger to come in and do concept for the Harkonnens, specifically their cast, their fortress, their ships, all this other stuff. And H.R. Giger was recommended to him by Salvador Dali. So then afterwards, he was like, I need another theme. I need a theme song for the Harkonnens. Who can I get for that? Him and H.R. Giger like got together. They, liked each other's work. And Jodorowsky was like, hey, Giger, let's go watch a band that I like. They're called Magma. They're a French prog rock group that sings in a made-up fucking language. And as they're watching the concert, Jodorowsky's like, yeah, I want Magma to make the theme song for the Harkonnens. So he got into a meeting with Magma, the lead singer, and they were like, yeah, we'll do it. We like you. We'll do it for you. So then this is where it gets even more weird. So you know how you said Sting is in Dune?
Mm-hmm.
As Fade Routha? Guess who Jodorowsky wanted as Fade Routha? No. Got another one. You got two more. Come on. Think about it like a fucking guy that's really cool in the 1970s.
Fucking guy, really cool. Fred Durst.
Not yet.
Marshall Mathers.
No, unfortunately. Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
He wanted Mick Jagger to be Fade Routha. And somehow, some way, they met at a party, and Mick Jagger was like, I love your vibes, bro. I'll be in the movie with you. Somehow Mick Jagger had like spidey senses for vibes and was like, that's Jodorowsky. I like his movie. I'm going to go vibe with him. After that, Jodorowsky wanted Peter DeVries, the Mentat that plays the Mentat that is Baron Harkonnen's Mentat, to be played by Udo Kier. At the time, Udo Kier was in Andy Warhol's Dracula, so Jodorowsky liked that movie and liked Udo Kier. He was like, yeah, I got a part for him. So after that, he's like, all right, I need a fat guy. I need a fat guy to play Baron Harkonnen. Who's fat? Orson Welles. Orson Welles, you're fat. Why don't you be in my movie? Okay. Orson Welles is a very, very, very famous director at the time. But he had a reputation of being very destructive, specifically about his eating habits. So obviously that's why Jodorowsky was like, we need a fat guy that commands. Orson Welles. So throughout Paris, he made a bunch of phone calls being like, oh, Orson Welles, where does he like to dine in Paris? And he found out where he was, sent a bottle of wine that he likes and got him to talk to him. So Orson Welles was speaking to him, and Jodorowsky offers him the role, and Orson Welles was like, I don't know, I don't want to act, this and that. And then Alejandro Jodorowsky tells him, hey, look, I'll pay you as an actor, but I know what you really want, you fatty. You want food, right? How about I get you a private chef to make you restaurant quality food every day you have to act? Orson Welles said yes. He was like, I'm a fat guy. I love food. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Another little like tidbits and shit like that. Since they got H.R. Giger to do like the Harkonnen concept shit, Jodorowsky wanted Baron Harkonnen's fortress to basically be a giant version of Baron Harkonnen. So a giant sculpture of the Baron, and that it was automated, so ships would leave and come into the mouth and have the tongue stick out. He wanted that as like a special effects thing. And then he wanted a staircase leading up to the fortress to be knives, so that people coming up the stairs would run up it so the knives don't get them. Like, just insane shit. So, here's a little episode thing. I want to read it like a Dragon Ball Z. Will Paul make it out alive? Find out in The Death of Paul. He was gonna have Paul killed at the end of the movie. Basically, he wanted to make a message about the Messiah's existence. That the Messiah's existence transcends physical and essentially becomes a more spiritual aspect. Like, I am Spartacus. He wanted everybody who followed Paul to be the Messiah, essentially. And, hold on. And after Paul dies, the planet of Arrakis becomes a green planet, and then basically sails out of the galaxy to go off becoming the Messiah planet. That's how he wanted to end Dune. So then, after that, he makes a very fucking weird analogy, basically summing down that the adaptation was rape. The context is every adaptation can either go two ways. Either it could be faithful or vastly different. Okay. So he basically was saying that, I don't want to put the whole rape analogy in here, but basically he was taking Frank Herbert's idea and essentially raping it. I even have a video of him saying it was like I was raping Frank Herbert, but with love. It was a fucking weird analogy. Anyways, after that, they created a concept book, okay? The concept book was created in order to show to production studios that, hey, we have an idea, we have it set, here are the people, this is what we can do, let's work, okay? Here's the problem. Studios didn't like it. They loved the idea. They just didn't like the fact that, like, this shit was going to cost a lot of money, okay? So, the biggest one out of all of this is that they pitched the idea to Disney. Disney loved the idea, but realized that, first of all, Jodorowsky is such a niche director that they don't think they could go on name alone of a director like that. And especially his works were really fucking weird. Second, they wanted a story that would be easy for audiences to follow. That's the other issue. And then, if the movie's not a smash hit, they've essentially created a failure. So then, the overall budget for the movie that they were expecting, or they kind of almost had, was $15 million in 1975. Adjusted for inflation now would have been $88,654,913.29.
Yeah, there's no way that movie's gonna make that much money.
And fucking 1975, 15 million is insane.
Yeah.
But even then, you know, we got like fucking big ass budget movies now. But anyways, So everybody was good to go. You know, all the artists, Dan O'Bannon, Mobius, H.R. Giger, everybody was set. They were going to use Algeria as the setting for Arrakis. But because of the fact that the studios weren't vibing with Jodorowsky, everybody got the call being like, hey, we're shutting down. The person who got the really bad end of it was Dan O'Bannon, because Jodorowsky made so many promises to him being like, hey, you're going to be a fucking star. Everybody in Hollywood's going to hire you after we do this movie. O'Bannon moved to Paris. The guy is originally from America. He left everything behind in the States to live in Paris to do this movie. And now at the fact that like he essentially has no job, he basically has nothing. So Dan O'Bannon got the brunt of it. Funny enough, after the movie was basically canned, the rights went back up for sale, and Raffaella De Laurentiis, the daughter of Dino De Laurentiis, who was a very famous Italian producer, got the rights to it. That is how David Lynch's Dune got made. Raffaella De Laurentiis is the producer of David Lynch's Dune. Okay? So, after time passed, Alejandro Jodorowsky realizes that, hey, a Dune movie is coming out. It's by David Lynch? Oh. He's like, and even in the documentary, he's like, I wasn't angry at David Lynch for having the movie. He's like, I've seen David Lynch's movies at the time, and he's like, this guy has a voice. I know if anybody can have a good voice in creating Dune, it's gotta be David Lynch. So at the time, he was a little hurt still because of the fact of like him getting like no approval from the production studios. So he was a little hesitant on going to see the David Lynch movie. Eventually, his son got him out, got him to watch the movie, and they watched David Lynch's Dune. Jodorowsky was happy at the fact that David Lynch's Dune was terrible. But he realizes as well that it wasn't David Lynch's vision. He realizes that like this is a movie by a producer for an audience that has little to no attention span. And that's also the other thing, is I kind of watched a little bit of the behind the scenes of because I have the Blu-ray of 1984's Dune. There's a little like behind the scenes thing of like talking to like some of the cast and crew and stuff like that. There's a little section with Raffaella De Laurentiis, the producer, and she talks about how impossible it is to get this whole movie done in a movie in an hour and a half. That was the other thing that the production studios wanted from Jodorowsky, is that we want you to tell your story in an hour and a half. And Jodorowsky's like, how the fuck am I going to do that? I want to tell what I want to tell. I don't care if the movie's fucking 10 hours, 20 hours. I want it to be the way I want it to be. And they didn't like that. So that's why I mentioned the whole thing with David Lynch, is that Dune is a very, very not good memory for David Lynch. It's a very harsh memory for him, because he even admits that like there was a lot of producer meddling. There was a lot of things that he just like couldn't get out there, and eventually it was a movie that he made without any love. But like I mentioned, is that like there's that whole behind the scenes thing, and you have Raffaella De Laurentiis being like, if anybody's able to fucking adapt this movie, then good luck to you, but like I think we made a good movie. Then you have obviously Denis Villeneuve, but to be fair, he made it into 2 parts, which David Lynch's Dune needed to do 2 parts because it's a long ass book. So after that, Jodorowsky didn't like touch anything with Dune. He eventually was like, hey, we have all these concepts. And he's like, I know at the fact that like people at the studios will try to make a new movie and try to take concepts from what Jodorowsky pitched. So in the movie, as in the documentary, there's a lot of people who give like their input, is specifically other directors and like critics, film critics specifically, and they talk about how like you can kind of see that like Jodorowsky influenced a lot of other science fiction stuff. So there's a lot of like things that look very familiar in other movies. So like Star Wars, Terminator, Flash Gordon, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Masters of the Universe, Contact, Prometheus, and obviously Alien. So because of Dune not doing so well, the guys that did the art for Dune basically got called by I believe 20th Century Fox, I think specifically Dan O'Bannon, to do a little movie called Alien. So Dan O'Bannon, Chris Foss, H.R. Giger, and Mobius all worked on the concepts of Alien. And that's how Alien was made. So then, let's see, what else we got? So, yeah, after that, you know, because of Jodorowsky also having a lot of concepts and things like that, he eventually got back into contact with Mobius to be like, hey, we got all this art, why don't we do a comic book? So him and Mobius did a comic book called L'Incal, and basically anything that they did art-wise is in that comic book. Jodorowsky also worked on another comic book with an Argentinian artist called Juan Jimenez, and created a comic series called Meta Barons, and a lot of concepts from the Dune movie is in that. So last thing I want to mention is Jodorowsky at the time of the filming of the doc was 84, and after the documentary was made, Jodorowsky was like, you know what, let me come back to filming. So he made a biopic about his early childhood, and his son is also in it, and his son I think might be his father in the movie. But yeah, that fucking documentary is a trip. Thank you for coming to my Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Chonch out.
I know more about Dune than I wanted to know, for sure.
You're welcome. There's a lot of shit that I'm probably missing, but regardless.
Good.
But regardless, it has been a trip, and I did enjoy my time with it. Obviously, if I like something, I'm gonna put effort into actually like trying to go through it. Granted, I didn't watch the miniseries, you know, the one with James McAvoy and the Children of Dune and all that stuff, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch it through legal means. I probably have to do other means in order to watch it. But I'm giving Dune Messiah a chance, and already am really interested in the world because it adds more to the lore of the stuff, because now they're introducing fucking homunculuses into the mix, where, I guess, spoilers as well, Duncan Idaho dies in the first book, but then in the second book they were like, oh yeah, by the way, we have like a piece of Duncan Idaho, and we basically created a homunculus based on Duncan Idaho's DNA, and he's another Kwisatz Haderach by the name of Hyatt. And Hyatt will be Paul's best friend. We will force him to be Paul's best friend. And it's just like, we got necromancy shit? It's wild. It's fucking wild what's happening. But, yep. Now time to play the Dune video games. Time to play the MMO.
So I'm gonna break off here because I have to go to sleep.
You have to go to sleep now. Oh, jeez, I didn't realize what time it was.
Yeah.
I guess we'll pick this up. I don't know.
Wait. Tomorrow we can.
Okay, yeah, I'm free tomorrow. But thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bye-bye.
I'll catch you tomorrow, brother.
See ya. All right, we're here. We're back after a day. It's only been a day. Can you believe it? Since the last time we spoke.
It's definitely been like
Bro, we could have started another podcast episode. This is just a continuation, but we're basically just like run through like the stuff that like obviously we didn't go through, which was Summer Games Fest. I did add today there was a Nintendo Direct, so some shit got announced for that. Are you excited? Did you want to mention anything to your week? Or
yeah, I completely forgot. This actually I didn't do anything like extra. I played 13.
13. Oh, the cell shaded?
Yeah, I
First
haven't
person?
finished it, but I started it.
The original or the remake?
The original.
Okay.
What is that game?
I believe 13 is a comic book series.
Okay.
So that's why it goes for a comic book aesthetic.
Yeah, just like everything they talk about doesn't feel. They're just like, gotta get in the bank, and then it's like a flashback, and then they're like, gotta get out of the bank, and then they're like, this bomb was planted in my money bank vault, and I was like,
and they flash back to the bomb's
What?
memory.
yeah.
I don't know. I never played 13. I know people really hated
I thought
the
you
remake.
played 13.
No. When did I ever say I played 13? When did you come up with this idea that Chonch plays every single video game?
I swear I watched you play 13 on stream.
I play Final Fantasy 13.
No, I know that. It's not the same game, asshole.
But it has 13 in it.
Stupid.
No,
I saw you play 13.
I never played 13.
Yeah, Jones doesn't like the feel of the guns.
Yeah, that's true. Big gun hater, Chonch. Big gun feel hater.
It's weird. It doesn't feel bad gameplay wise, but the story I don't understand yet. I don't know. I gotta play more of it. I don't think I'm gonna like it. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be like, oh, this is a game that I'm gonna revisit every once in a while.
This is a good game.
I'll have more to say about this next week or whatever.
Next time we do play. Yeah, if you do actually finish it.
I started rewatching Sons of Anarchy.
Oh my god, my mom loves that show.
Such a good show.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. All I know is that the lady that plays Leela is like the guy's mom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she was also in Married with Children.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
She got like big titties. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. She's not particularly attractive, I don't think.
Wow. Okay. So
also, her voice is like. Her voice is perfect for cartoons. Terrible for like a human being. It's again personal, thing.
Yeah. You just hate women, but yeah, continue.
Oh, so do you know the main character's name, Jax?
Yes. Oh, he's English, by the way.
Yeah. Didn't know that until after I watched the whole series back when I was a kid.
You saw an interview with him. He's like, "Why British?"
He was like, "Oh, mate," and I was like, "God, fish and chips, you pieces of shit."
Hey, man, that's how everybody felt when they saw Andrew Lincoln after he played Rick Grimes when he started doing interviews, and people were like, "What the fuck? He's British?"
He's British?
Yeah,
I didn't know he was British. I've never seen him speak out of
Coral. I know about Shane.
God, bro, Shane was such a piece of shit, dude.
Yeah. But no, yeah, Andrew Lincoln is British.
The woman that his baby mama, Jack's baby mama in that movie, that TV show, she is the girlfriend of Christopher Fuck, I can't remember how they say that. Montesanti?
Oh, Maltesanti.
Christopher Montesanti, yeah.
Oh yeah, Andrea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know until I started watching it today.
I remember.
I saw her.
Yeah, because I remember. I think my mom's boyfriend is like currently watching through it, so they were watching like an episode. Because my mom, I kind of watched the whole thing. My mom kind of watched it. And I was watching the episode, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of like big TV stars like in here. And yeah, I was like, yeah.
Talk about attractive people. Her, bro. She is amazing. Amazing. Anyways,
no, I get it because she got the big nose. Okay, yeah. See,
I do love big noses.
That's true.
That's stupid. You got anything to say?
Do I? I guess I forgot to mention. I played Fallout 1, but like a little bit of it. I'm like, I want to say one like kind of near the end.
Okay.
Fallout 1 kicks your shit in, bro. It's an old ass game. I still like the world of Fallout. I like what the first game introduces, where it's like, yeah, you kind of have to go out in the world because your vault is gonna run out of water, so we need like a water device in order to bring our water back. Go out, see if you can find one, and like everybody out on the outside is just like, where the fuck have you been? Like, do you know that people live here? Like, do you know like there's things here? There's super mutants, and it's
Fallout.
yeah. Fallout 1 is like really interesting and like what it tries to do. But it is one of those games that it's like, I wouldn't say it's like weirdly archaic, but it is old, and it does have moments where it's like the combat will fuck you up, so you have to save. Yeah.
Let's get fucked up.
Let's get fucked up. Oh yeah, and Chonch bought the Kingdom Hearts trilogy, so I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 1
On
a little
PC?
bit. Yeah. Fucking
Oh man, you couldn't
nuts.
get a buy two get one free and send it to me in games.
No, because Disney was like, don't let them play. They play Destiny. And I'm like, that's right, Mickey Mouse. It's good. There's some issues with the PC version, because like I'm trying to think about it, because like there are issues with the PC version where I've been dealing with like weird audio crackling. I don't know why. But apparently it has something to do with the variable refresh rate. Possibly. So far I changed that and like changed my frame rate to 60, and like now I don't really hear it as much. But yeah, there was like weird audio crackling that apparently was still from the Epic version. So
Sounds like maybe an update needs to come through.
I think so. I think that really needs to happen. But yeah, I mean Kingdom Hearts is I like it. I like playing it. And I also find it weird that like the difficulty shit for Kingdom Hearts is so fucking bizarre. Do you know anything about the shit with like how to choose your difficulty?
Say again?
So you know how Kingdom Hearts 1 has like a difficulty thing where it gives you an option on like choosing your difficulty?
No.
No, okay. So after you have the big intro sequence in like the weird space of the shadow thing, you eventually meet Titus, Waka, and Selphie. And they and then they ask you like, hey, what do you feel about this particular thing? And it's like, oh, I feel about this. It's almost like,
oh yeah, I remember.
That is your difficulty. Well, it's not your difficulty, but it's more of like the way you level up, which is something that I completely forgot about. Where it's like,
how'd you find out?
Huh?
How'd you find out?
It's a little thing called the internet. Because I remember.
How did they find out?
I don't remember. I don't know. I want to say maybe it might have been the Prima guides.
I've never known. Oh fuck yeah. Okay. Right, I forgot those things were.
Yeah, those things were super popular.
I did have one of those for Kingdom Hearts 2 back in the day, but I used it just literally to like follow the line of like where to go.
Where to go next? Yeah.
I didn't like ever like look. That's a lot of reading, man. I looked mostly at the pictures and was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's how those games, well, those game guides got sold. Is just like sometimes the video game was that fucking weird and obtuse.
That's crazy though, right? Like them motherfuckers used to sell
a lot.
So when you used to buy games, would you usually get the paired up booklet?
Not necessarily. I would try to go at it alone, and then it wasn't until like later down in life where I was just like, I guess I'll pick up like a game guide. And you know, I was in the era of internet, so finding like a game facts was like pretty easy. But obviously with game facts, it's all typing, it's all written. So it's like you have to like scroll through of like, okay, where the fuck am I to figure this?
You're younger than me. So we, I had a friend.
So we used owls. We used carrier pigeon.
Yo, we use owls. It's crazy. I write a note. My friend's like, "Where's the dungeon?" It's next to the left.
How do I level up Sora?
So
Mhm.
My one friend, a friend I used a friend that I used to have. They would buy a book for every game
Mhm.
when they started doing those booklets, and like they just had a stack of them, and I was like, why? Like I was like, could you never figure out how to do these games? And they were just like, nah, like
Yeah, man.
they're hard, and I'm like looking at like I don't know, like think of like a really linear Final Fantasy, and I'm like, you couldn't figure that out?
Like Final
Like
Fantasy 13, like you just go in a straight
exactly.
line.
It's
Yeah.
like that, or like I don't know,
No, I
Jack and
mean,
Dexter or something. One where it's like you can't go the wrong way.
I can't understand it from like a collecting point of view because like collectibles and shit like that, I can understand.
Yeah, but this was more like they just didn't know how to finish video game.
Yeah,
Again, it doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah,
Like everyone's different. That's fine. But
yeah,
like I still gave them shit about it.
yeah. Because like I can't say, oh, I've never looked up a guide, because of course I've looked up guides
Oh,
because
same. Yeah.
yeah, because I'm a fucking idiot, especially with puzzles. Like those Prima guides were pretty handy because they did have like the solution to certain puzzles. So.
Here's a question,
Mhm.
because now I'm remembering our age difference. Do you remember the first thing you looked up on YouTube?
Oh God. Dragon Ball AMV.
That's AMVs for me. We were getting them off of Kazaa before YouTube came out.
Mhm.
Which is basically LimeWire, but Kazaa was a
I
different
I
version.
I would look up like Dragon Ball videos, and like Dragon Ball AMVs would come up.
Um, the first thing I looked up on YouTube when it came out, or at least when I knew it was around, like when I
Mhm.
finally found out about it, was I think it was the second um what is it called? Kingdom Hearts. The second Kingdom Hearts ending. It was either the second or the first. It might have been the first one. It was one of their endings, and it was a secret ending or something.
Mhm.
Oh, it was specifically that the like war. Remember the Keyblade War video?
Oh yeah.
That was like
Was that
way back when.
Birth by Sleep? I think that might have been, because Birth by Sleep was on PSP. And
Maybe
PSP was like around like late PS2 era.
I might be confusing the wrong video, but I just remember uh learning about YouTube and it being Kingdom Heart related is the first thing I remember doing. I
Mhm.
was like, Kingdom Hearts. I don't know why.
Oh, also, Simple and Clean is so fucking good.
Oh yeah,
it's
all
so,
three of those songs are great.
I as soon as I booted up the game, I was like, all right, I gotta watch Simple. I gotta watch the intro.
Hmm.
I gotta watch it. I can't fucking move on. It's so good.
That's Utada Hikaru, right?
Yeah. Funny
Yeah.
enough, I didn't know that apparently she did like an album with Timbaland.
Really?
Yeah. Like she was trying to make more of a presence in the States.
Mhm.
And funny enough, what made her more popular was the Kingdom Hearts shit. But she did like an album with Timbaland, or like Timbaland did like some of the beats. He did like some production, but like it was so weird. It was so weird. Like there's one song where it's just like the beat is so fucking weird, but it's Timbaland. But it, like with her voice, it kind of works, and I kind of like it, like unironically. But it was funny too because like people were like, "Oh, it sounds terrible," because it's like it sounds like she's really trying to enunciate like forcefully, and I was just like, I kind of like it. It's kind of catchy.
She's a great English singer.
Yeah, no, her English is perfectly good.
Yeah.
But it I don't know, like that album was so fucking weird, the Timbaland shit. Because I'm
I'll
thinking
check it
about that.
out.
Yeah, I gotta send you that one specific song because it is so weird. It's so weird. Um, yeah, but Kingdom Hearts on PC is kind of crazy that it's here, but those fucking mobile games, man. And here's the other
Oh
thing.
wait, the mobile games are in there too?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's only for Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5. It's like Kingdom Hearts 1 Chain of Memories 358 over 2, and Birth by Sleep. I think. I could be wrong. No, yeah, I'm right. And then like
Yeah, Birth by Sleep's in there.
yeah. And then the other package, like the two, no, not two. Like what the fuck is the other package called? Hold on. Let me look at this. Because there's another Kingdom Hearts thing. Kingdom Hearts 2.8. That's what it is. That is the Kingdom Hearts 2.8 thing with Aqua and Mickey, Dream Drop Distance, and that weird cutscene. I don't know if it's an actual game, but it's like a thing to basically explain the Keyblade War. Exodia? I don't remember what the fuck it's called.
Dream Drop Distance is in the package?
Yeah, Dream Drop Distance is in.
I do want to play that.
2.8. I never played Dream Drop Distance. The reason why I want to play it is because the World Ends With You characters are in it, and they played the Reaper's game. So yeah, and then 3, of course. But the other thing I completely forgot is I still got to pick up the Melody of Memories, the rhythm game. Do you remember that when that came out?
No.
It was basically Kyrie's like memories, and that's actually canon because I think that's supposed to lead up to Kingdom Hearts 4 technically, or I don't know if like the mobile game now is supposed to lead up to Kingdom Hearts 4. But yeah, everything basically the good amount of shit that you kind of need, the primer essentially, is in there. It's on Steam at that point. Yeah, it's just like the reason why I also picked it up was because I've been meaning to go back and actually play through Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories is the card game. I remember not like.
Yeah, I don't want to play that.
Here's the thing: the story is actually pretty good. Like it's legitimately like actually pretty good, and it's supposed to be what happens before the events of 2. So it makes sense in that standpoint of just like
stream it so I know what happens.
Oh god, yeah, you have to see me doing fucking like deck building and shit. Oh my god! But that was the thing is that like I felt like I was. I felt so like stupid at some points because it's just like I feel like I built my deck like improperly because there was a Riku fight because that's the thing is that like once you get to like another section of the game you have to fight Riku and Riku's so fucking difficult and you
legitimately have to build a deck. Stupid.
So here's the thing: people would say Chain of Memories on PS2 is not the best version to play. It's the Game Boy version.
Yeah, no shit. The thing it was made for.
Yeah, exactly. So the PS2 version is very weird because it's 3D, and you have to be very like attentive to what's going on, while at the same time fucking shifting through your fucking cards. Because that's a shit that always got me annoyed, especially with those Riku fights. Was that Riku was so fucking strong that like I'm like, okay, what are my cards? Simba, Chicken Little, like trying to figure out who the fuck to summon.
I want to get the set of games and I want to play through them in order. The downfall of that is I feel like I'll get bored probably in the first game before I even get anywhere else. But
the first game does.
I really want to play 3.
Yeah, 3. It's weird because like 3, I feel like people really disliked 3. And I remember
it's really pretty though.
Yeah, 3 is very pretty, but I kind of liked 3. I kind of liked it. I would have to go back and like reanalyze, but like I kind of liked 3 when I played it.
Listen, there are so many things I've talked to you about that either other people don't like and you like, or I don't like and you like. And the thing, it just doesn't matter. Like as long if you're enjoying it, you enjoy it. You know?
Yeah. No, I am enjoying my little playthrough of Kingdom Hearts. Oh, so yeah, that's also the other thing I wanted to explain is that the choosing of like the shit with Titus, Waka, and Selphie. So this is how it goes. Is essentially like you can either choose to level up from 1 to 50 really quick, but then after 50 it becomes a little slow. The other choice is leveling up normally, and then the last option is leveling up from 1 through 50 really slow, and then after that is super fast.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like 1 to 50 is slow, but then it's fast.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Which would you rather have?
I just went with normal because I was like, I want to deal with that shit. Because I want to fight. I want to fight Sephiroth. No, the difficulty shit is dependent on like, I think on like what weapon you choose.
How big my nuts are.
Yeah, if you want to choose the sword, the shield, or the staff. I went with shield because I forgot. I think it gives you like a bonus on defense, and then you choose which one you want to get rid of. And I chose.
I want the sword because I'm cool.
The sword is mostly for like power stuff. Obviously, if you're like going for like more of a power build.
I just want to hit them with that fucking what?
The doo-wop wop, the oobity whoop whoop.
I don't know. Did you see that video of that girl going, you got to give him the hawk too?
No.
Oh, come on, bro.
Sorry, man.
Later.
Okay.
That's very funny.
Okay. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts is coming back into my life. I've been replaying old shit. Like I haven't been playing new stuff because partially it's mostly because it's just like, should I play that on stream or should I play that on my own time?
I think you're a very old gamer. Like older games.
If they're easily accessible, like I can purchase them off Steam or somewhere easy, then yeah, I would go back and like be like, yeah, let me give it a shot. Because I have a tendency to do that. If let's say Devil May Cry 1 is easily accessible and it's right there, then yeah, I'll go back and play Devil May Cry 1 to see how it gets there, even though we have Devil May Cry 5.
That's fair.
Yeah, if the first game is easily accessible, I will go and play it. Because it's just like, I need to know. I want to be committed to this story, so let me start it at the beginning.
Are you gonna play the Dune video game?
I'm debating. I know it's an MMO. There is that other one, Spice Wars, which is the.
I was gonna say, you gonna try Spice Wars?
I'm debating that as well.
Like, it looks so dumb.
I like RTSs.
I know you do.
But I've been hearing that it gets a little repetitive. But I mean, that's most RTSs, to be honest. Mm-hmm. But we'll see. Chunch is already debating on like buying other games as well, because like I've been like, oh, let me get this for my Steam Deck, even though my Steam Deck's storage space is too fucking full. And
already?
Yeah, bro. Games are big, bro.
You got to delete some, bro, and put some better ones on.
Games are huge. Games are too fucking big. Right, like that's also the other thing is that like I'm going back and like playing through shit that I've already played because it's like I kind of want to see how it runs on the Steam Deck, or like I played it on like Xbox Game Pass and like I don't have Xbox Game Pass anymore, so that shit is gone essentially.
Yeah. Because
like the biggest one was fucking Outer Worlds, where like I played that solely on Game Pass. I played through the entirety of it. I really enjoyed it, but then I don't have a Game Pass subscription anymore, so now I have it on Steam, but I have to play through it because I never played the DLCs. Because the DLCs came out, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot those came out, and now I have to basically replay through the story, and it's not terrible.
Yeah,
like it's
that is
still
something
good.
I never thought about, which is like Game Pass will go away one day. Xbox will go away one day. These things will go away.
Yeah.
So if you don't own the game, this is where like I don't think ahead of time like you do, like what you talk about on like physical media and shit like that. And whenever I go like, oh, I'd rather just play Game Pass, I truthfully would. I don't really want to own the media. I don't want to have to pay X amount of dollars for a ton of games and shit.
Yeah.
I'd rather just like spend $120 a year, or probably $220 a year.
Yo, that reminds me. Did you know that PlayStation price went up for subscription?
Again?
It's like $80 for Essentials. I remember it was originally like 60.
I thought Essentials was 100.
No, Essentials is 80. I think Extra is 110, and then Premium is like 150.
Yeah, it's been like that though for a while then.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we talked about that back when it happened.
Well, yeah, we talked about the increase, but I didn't know when the increase happened. Because I looked at my bank account and I was like, fucking $80. What the fuck did I buy?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's my fucking PlayStation subscription.
Essentials gives you some games though, right? You get the PS4 and PS5.
Yeah, no, it doesn't give you the catalog like Extra does. You get the free games. Like the monthly free games.
Maybe I didn't know they went up again then. Maybe because I was thinking, so Extra's the one with more. Extra's at what? You said 110?
Extra, I believe, is at 110. I think.
Okay, then yeah, we didn't talk about this.
Yeah, I realized that. Yeah, I realized that when I saw my bank account. I'm like, $80? What the fuck on PlayStation? I don't remember anything. And that's like,
I thought they put that up to like 70 or something. I don't know. It probably was 60.
It was 60 originally.
It's so
like
weird though
back
that they upped it again.
Back in the day, it was. I have no idea. I have no idea.
It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm buying shit for my PC, so it's like, oh yeah, so like the other shit that I wanted to mention, for shit that I bought, not bought, but like been playing on my Steam Deck, Hitman, the Hitman games, they run really well on the Steam Deck, which is like really surprising.
The Steam Deck's a PC, dog.
I know, I'm saying it's a handheld, but obviously it's like it's gonna run for like 2 hours and then die.
Yeah,
because
I mean, like,
it's intensive.
your phone can play apparently Assassin's Creed now, so like
That is true.
it makes sense that they could put a fucking computer in your hand.
Yeah, but yeah, Hitman is the shit. The other thing that I was a little sad about was so I remember I told you I played the game, a game called Journey to the Savage Planet.
Mhm.
So apparently cloud saves don't exist for that game. And I was really, really like sad about that because it's just like, oh, I beat the main game. Let me play the DLC stuff. And as soon as I installed it on my Steam Deck, it's like, no, you got to start a new game. And I'm like, what?
Did you look up about it?
I looked on forums and
Okay.
specifically like Steam Deck forums, and it's like, yeah, for some reason the game doesn't have cloud saves. And I was like, shit, that sucks.
So it's like something you had to back up on your own, basically.
You can do it manually, but the thing is that like if you want it back on your PC, you have to do it manually again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not a bad thing.
It's not terrible. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to mention too, is that I was trying to do screen sharing with the PS5. Because there's an app to do it, but the newer version...
Oh, on your Steam Deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
The newer version is fucked up because it won't launch. So I went back to the older version. The older version is fucked up because it like the screen sharing would like start flashing and like start to be sparse. So it's like, yeah, I can't screen share.
So they say they're gonna fix it?
I have no idea. Because I've been checking on forums for the new version, and everybody's like, yeah, for some reason somebody fucked up and nobody has been like responding as to like what's gonna happen. I'm like, shit. Like I want to do screen sharing on my fucking Steam Deck. Yeah, but that's basically it for shit that I've been playing a little bit of. Oh, I watched Pearl. I finished Pearl. Did you like Pearl?
No.
Pearl's such a weird movie.
Yep. I think that those movies, Pearl and X, I own them, sadly. A friend of mine has a poster of one of them in his house. And I saw it and I was like, fuck is that? I was like, I feel like I've heard that name before, and he told me. And he was like, you should watch it. And then I went home and bought both the movies. Watched both of them. And
you're like, I hate them.
Some of the worst movies I've ever watched. People love the one because it has Jenna Ortega in it. And then the other one,
she gets shotgun blasted.
Ortega?
Yeah. And X.
Okay, I don't remember super well. But like, I think X was like they were just shooting a porno in the people's house,
in their
area.
Barn area.
And then like Pearl was the old lady now or something in the house.
It was a prequel.
Yeah, it's just. It was terrible.
I mean, I know a lot of people liked Pearl a little bit more than X. X I thought was okay. I did obviously like the slasher elements because it's a very by the book slasher kind of. Pearl I think had a lot going for it because I think I think Pearl kind of sticks with me a little bit more because of the whole thing with the main character. I've seen people describe Pearl as a character study, which I think it is, where you're following this girl who is obviously broken to the point where she becomes a monster.
I don't think she's broken. I think
No,
she's just fucking like.
No, she's broken. She is incredibly broken.
All right, what do you mean by broken?
So the way that she's been raised and the way that the current era that she's living in, and especially at the fact that like there is a monologue that she has at the end of the movie with her sister-in-law about all the hate that she has, all the regrets, all the feelings, and like that's why I feel like Mia Goth was really good in that particular scene where she's going off on a monologue about like her feeling abandoned, her feeling that nobody is there to cheer her on, that the reason why she resorts to the ways that she does is because she has no way of expressing herself. And this is the thing that I felt really controversial about like watching the movie, is that like you feel sympathy for this character who is a monster. Don't get me wrong. Like, she does monstrous shit, but it's that whole feeling of like what is it? Like, of how she was raised. Cuz specifically her mother, cuz she has a lot of mommy issues. A lot of mommy issues. I was going to say, when was the last time you saw Pearl?
It was
You were
a year, 2 years ago.
You were sleeping. Okay. No, because when I was watching the movie, because that was the thing, is that like I was kind of like sparsing through it, because there was moments where I was just like, I don't know if I want to watch this, because like there's a lot of moments where it's just like I'm just watching a person just like fall, essentially, and falling really hard. And that's what I'm saying, is that like I feel controversial about it, because obviously with the events of that happened in X, it's like she's a monster. She's crazy. But you can kind of see where she gets that craziness from, because she has no way to express herself. She even knows that she's fucking broken. Like, when she's having her monologue with her sister-in-law, and she's like, yeah, I don't want to become like my mom. And I don't want to become bitter to the world, but how the world is treating me, I think I'm gonna be that way regardless. And it's like, Jesus fuck. Like, it's a very cynical look on life. It's a very, very cynical look on life. But it's the point of like, it's somewhat realistic, because like not everyone becomes a big star. Not everyone not everyone shines. And that's
people killing people is kind of where I cut off my like caring about, feeling like, oh, I feel bad for you.
That's the thing. Once she goes fully unhinged, it's like, yeah, no, you kind of deserved your fall. Mm-hmm. Especially with like that scene where like after she's killed everyone, almost everyone, and she's like, I have to leave. I have to do this. I won't lose to this. And she doesn't get the part, and it's like, yeah, you had no, you were so gung-ho on this one particular thing that you decided to burn bridges and decided to do this shit. And it's like, look, I get it. Your mom was not a great person, because that's also the other thing, is that when you're watching the movie, her mom's really harsh with her. Like, and this is also the thing that I understand, especially from the immigrant mentality. It's like, we're trying to strive and trying to survive every day, and we have to make do with what we have, because that's also one of the things that she says towards the end of the movie, is that like I have to do the best with what I have.
Right.
But it's like, at the same time, her mother is at fault, because she refuses to have any help. She refuses to call people for help. So she's stuck in her own hell, because her oh shit, I'm trying to like figure out, I'm trying to parse the words. Her daughter's mother-in-law tries to help her out. There is a scene where they bring them food. They bring them full pork, full like oven roasted pork, and Pearl's mom is like, no, I don't want, I'm not a charity. And it's like, but you're putting yourself in that position. Like, you're straight up refusing help, and nobody's trying to be like, well, if you're taking my help, then you're lesser than me. Nobody's saying that. And especially in an era that like everybody is like getting fucked up because of the bird flu or the influenza that's happening. It's like everybody needs a helping hand, but this lady just straight up refuses, and she takes out her anger on her daughter. And it's like, of course the cycle's gonna fucking repeat, because you keep doing this shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, the problem with that is people that don't know how to self-reflect don't understand themselves and don't understand how to change exactly what you were just saying, like how to like end the cycle. And if you're not willing to look at yourself and say, I'm a piece of shit, I need to change, and why am I? And then say like, oh, because my mom or my dad or my uncle or my grandmother, my grandparents, or society, whatever the fuck the reason is. You're able to go and say, I did this wrong because of these things. Now I need to change it and like be a better person.
But so it's that the entire movie, like Pearl's mother just like, every time Pearl wants to express herself, she just straight shuts her down.
Oh,
and and it's like and that's the thing, is that like you kind of have to make an understanding of like what Pearl had at the time and why she became the way she became an X, is because obviously she has a lot of mommy issues. And the other thing is just like her mother, like the moment her mother starts to actually like express herself, but she expressed herself in the worst way possible, of just like straight up berating her daughter, being like, you were a mistake. I didn't want this. I wanted my husband to look after me, but unfortunately
Pearl,
uh-huh.
Is Pearl the old lady in X?
Yes.
She's the one in the house, right?
She's the one in the house. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she's a killer in X, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, at that point, again, like, she's just a bad person.
So here's the thing: if you didn't have context of like what happened in X, you would feel bad for Pearl. But once she starts going unhinged and starts killing people, it's like you start to lose that sympathy for her.
Well, she killed people in Pearl.
Yes, she started killing people in Pearl. Originally, she didn't. Here's the thing: she started out small. Like it goes like with like every serial killer. They start out small, where she starts killing animals at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then it started to progress even further, but not even to like a gradual effect. It just went to full on murder. Because after the shit that happened with her mom, the mom stuff was unintentional. That was a sad thing. But she had that little gradual thing where she was about to kill her dad, where she was going to take her dad to the lake and basically feed him to the crocodile or the alligator.
Yeah.
So there is some gradual things that happen with Pearl's mindset on like the value of life. But then obviously the dinner scene with her and her mother, and you feel bad for the dad because the dad is still conscious. But he can't say anything because obviously
I forgot.
Yeah, no.
Oh man, I forgot that was happening. What a fucking, just to point out that like the mother does have a lot of shit going on, dude.
Mm.
Because like the dad's that way in the beginning, right? Like he's already paralyzed the whole time.
Yeah, because it was a sickness that did that to him.
To be fair, she's taking care of this old dude that she loves and now has to.
So here's the thing: it's like she even like Pearl's mom even admits that like it was originally love, but then it just became hate. Like she even says, she's like, I didn't want to become my husband's mother. Right, I wanted him to take care of me. Right. And look what we are now. Like, that's why I hate my life. I hate you. I hate the situation we're in. And if I'm going down, essentially, I have to bring you down with me. Because you're the only thing I have. And it's just like...
I mean, what she should have done was left. She should have just, Pearl should have just fucking dipped. And I know that's like an exaggerated, like, is she really able to? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
But like, when you're in that situation... like,
so there's a lot like that's the thing, is that like her mother and Pearl obviously run parallel, because Pearl got married young. Pearl had so in X, do you remember the old man in X?
Yeah,
that's her husband. So in Pearl, she was married to him because he left to fight in the war. So
Who was he?
His name is Howard.
Was it the one at the movie theater?
No, not Superman. Not the new Superman. Apparently, that's the new Superman. David Cornsweet, I think his name is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's new Superman, and James Gunn's. It's been a
while.
Superman. Yeah, but no, like that was not her husband. Her husband was he comes home literally at the end of the movie and that's where he finds Pearl like with the family dead around the table.
Yeah, the flies were gross.
Yeah, but that's the whole basis of that ending, is just like, yeah, Pearl is gone. She's been gone.
Yeah,
and that kind of leads to the whole point of X, is just
now
like,
her name's X.
Now her name is X Pearl. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like she's gone, but like I said, it runs parallel with her and her mother, where it's like. She married young. She wanted her husband to basically sweep her away, but once he went to the war, she's basically alone with her mother, and now they're both miserable with each other.
Yeah.
And it got to a point where, like, when she has her whole monologue thing, she even explains to her sister-in-law, it's like, I hate your brother. Like, so basically the whole monologue thing was like her venting out to him, because her sister-in-law was like, oh, if you have something to say about my brother, Just say it to me like as if I was my brother. And then she just unloads, just fully unloads, being like, I hate you. I hate you for leaving me. I hate you for putting me in this situation. You were supposed to take me away. I am here miserable because I have nobody to love me. My mother doesn't love me. My father can't respond to anything. Like, she just unloads. And, like, it gets to the point where, like, her sister-in-law is just uncomfortable. Because it's like, what do you say to somebody like that? That's, like I said, completely broken.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, go seek therapy, but, like, this is, like, the fucking, like, 1940s, 1950s. So it's like, I don't know if, like, therapists, like, BetterHelp was a thing.
Yeah, again, like when I was saying like they need to like be able to understand themselves, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is back then you had to literally be able to understand yourself.
Yeah.
Because
and a lot of
nobody is going to do therapy for you.
Yeah, and and that's the perfect example. That's the perfect like encapsulation of her mother. Is that like even her mother, Pearl, just like kind of like peeks into her mother's room and her mother's just crying. Just crying her eyes out. And it makes you think, like, this lady has to fucking go every night crying to herself in order for her to sleep. Mm-hmm. And it's like, but she put herself in that miserable position. And rather than her being like, you know what? I love you because you're my daughter and I want us to be well and to survive. Then yes, like, I will support you, but you have to have an ideal, like, an idea of like what reality is. And she does not set up Pearl in that way. She sets her up for failure every single time and doesn't support her at all. And that leads to a fucking person who gets crazy in their head about like, if my mom wants me to fail, then I won't fail and nobody's going to stand in my way.
Yeah, so I can feel bad for that part, but like,
but
again,
like once the killing starts,
the murdering parts is where
so
I'm like
once you have the knowledge of what Pearl does in the future, it's like, but even then, like this being an origin story, it's like, yeah, I felt bad for her, and like I said, I felt really mixed.
Yeah, it's true. Like as you're going along, like she goes to the guy's because technically movie theater, and all that shit, and you're like, oh, like she found love or whatever you would want to call that.
Yeah. She basically found a booty call and then and then like she wanted a way out, but then the guy was like, what's going on downstairs in your basement? Yeah. And she's like, don't worry about that.
What's those noises? Bro, it's
my
1422. Dog. Please get out of her house.
It's my dog. And then he's like, okay, well, I gotta go. I hope your dog feels better. And she's like, what dog? And he's like, all right, well, I guess I'm leaving. And then she's like, no!
That's fucking hilarious, by the way. That would be hilarious if somebody was like, it's just my dog. And then you go, all right, I hope your dog feels better. What dog? And then you're like, fuck. I gotta kill this
as soon as she said that, because like you can tell in her face, she's distressed. Like she obviously has like obvious skeletons in her closet and she's distressed and she doesn't know how to fucking respond to people. So it gets to that whole point of that guy being like, yeah, I gotta get out of here. This crazy bitch is gonna murder me.
Maybe she shouldn't have been a woman in the fucking 1910s
or whatever the fuck, whenever it takes place.
No, I'm just joking. I don't really care.
But yeah, I there's parts of me that did like Pearl, but there's parts of me that like I feel really like about it. Like it's kind of depressing because it's a very cynical take of like.
Yeah,
everything.
See, the way you talk about it makes me like it more, but watching it, I did not enjoy it as much as I thought I was going to.
And I agree with you because it's like I was watching it like sparsely. Like I was like coming back to it and going back and forth because it's just like there were moments where I just felt uncomfortable because it's like I don't know how to feel about this lady because like she's trying to have sex with a scarecrow in the middle of a cornfield.
Did she?
Yeah. Like she was like
she
was rubbing up against like a scarecrow, but it's like she lives in her own fantasy at times.
Yeah, and she's just delusional. For
sure. And the delusions get fucking suddenly halted by the hit of reality. But her mother is the person that is the one that brings her back to reality, and that's not necessarily a person that has bedside manner. Like her mother's just like, oh, you want to go dance? You want to be a little whore? And it's like. And she's like, no, like I want to be successful. I want to like help, but you fucking turn me down every single fucking time, and you make it more of a problem than it actually is.
I mean, part of that though too is like, let's say they set her up for success, she still could have failed at the dance fucking thing.
Mm.
And then, like, who knows? She still might have snapped. She's, obviously, if you do the best you can with your kids and like teach them all right things, they could still do wrong.
So yes, so that's the thing is that like, I mean, when she eventually killed her family, it was before she went to go do the dance thing. So she already committed a heinous act. And basically, it wasn't necessarily an escape from her reality. It was an escape from her responsibility and like what she committed.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she wanted to leave so badly. It wasn't like her original plan was to leave because she wanted to become a big star, but now it became to a point where like I have to fucking go because the shit that I just did, I burnt my fucking bridges. I not only burned them, but I fucking decimated them, annihilated. So it's like there's nothing to return to. But then when you obviously get hit with that reality that like you're not chosen, she's like, oh shit, I have to go back to this reality. The reality that I have nothing. And then once her husband appears, it's like, oh, he's basically fucked because it's like, I have to stay with this woman. And that's the thing is that like in X, you kind of got the feeling that like her husband was like with her the entire time. He would do anything for her, which is like the sad part of it.
Yeah.
And then in in Pearl, he only shows up towards the end, and he's like fucking stunned as to like what the fuck is happening. Because when he sees her mom and her dad dead at the dinner table, and she's just like coming in all smiling, and the movie doesn't really like. I kind of call it interesting because it's like it holds on Pearl's face as she's smiling, and like it does like a fade out while the circle's like enclosing, but it's just like holding on Pearl's smile, and you see like her crying, and it's just like, yeah, no, she's gone. She's like, it's to like emphasize that like Pearl is gone, like, so yeah, like I said, there's stuff about Pearl that I like more, but I think I hold it a little bit more of a higher regard than X because of like the subject matter being this broken person.
Yeah, it's probably fair. I just think like the movie was pretty slow.
Yeah, it does take a while, but like I mean, it's obviously a character study, so it's like you kind of want to start off at the point of like where
I'm
this
not trying to study, okay? I'm out of school.
Thank you. No, you will study, but like it's supposed to like get you to understand this person as to like what their motivations are, what they want in life, and like where they're gonna go at the end of this movie, possibly. But yeah, it's just like once her like that's the thing is that like she set her own sister-in-law up with that question of being like did you get the part? And her sister-in-law's like, no, I didn't get the part. And she's like, don't lie to me, I know you got the part, like just tell me, I'll be happy for you. And she's like, yeah, like I got the part. And she's like, yeah, okay, all right.
I would have been like, nah, Jasmine got it. My bad. I gotta go. Kids are crying. See ya.
No, and the problem was Pearl was like, people like you get everything in this fucking life.
Yeah.
And then like, she's like, all right, Pearl, I gotta go. My mom's probably worried about me. And as she's leaving, you see Pearl come out and she grabs the fucking axe and starts running. And she's like, help! And yeah, Pearl just like cuts her up into pieces and throws her
like,
to the
Pearl, what are you doing, step bro?
And then she throws her into the lake for the alligator. And it's just like, yeah, and that's also the other thing is that like I remember the scene where she finds the alligator eggs and she tries to take one home and she thinks she's gonna take care of it, but then like she gets so upset that she takes out her anger on like the egg, where she grabs the egg and crushes it. And it's just like, yeah, no, like there's something wrong with her.
Right.
Because like she doesn't have a way to vent her anger. Yeah, Pearl is such a weird movie.
I forgot.
Are you excited for Maxine, the third movie?
Is the third one coming out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this time it's with the character from X, the one that survived. Now a trying to become a superstar in Hollywood. I think there's also like a murder element to it, but obviously, you know. What was the one thing I'm on? Oh yeah, Mia Goth. Mia Goth was like really, she was really good in Pearl. She played it off really well, especially that monologue scene, because they held on to that shit for a good while when she was like expressing herself, when she finally vented out her feelings. Um, but the other thing about Mia Goth, apparently she's like very controversial as well. Apparently behind the scenes, like she was really fucking mean, like really mean to staff. And yeah. And apparently it was on the set of Pearl, I think. No, it was on the set of Maxine. Apparently she kicked somebody in the head after the person was like, "Please don't kick me in the head." So I don't know. Mia Goth.
So some other shit I forgot that really fast since it happened, or since I did it. I watched Stolen Youth inside the cult at Sarah Lawrence.
Mm.
It's bro. This made me feel really bad watching it. I won't watch it again ever again probably because it made me feel really bad. Um Mostly because of like the physical abuse that went on was
Mm.
really rough to like there was visual of it and it's nothing like gory or anything. It was just like the way the guy was acting. He didn't kill anybody. He did hurt them, but like the way his mannerisms were really rough to watch. So this guy got out of jail and went and stayed with his daughter at her college apartment off like campus, I guess.
Mm.
Um, and he basically got them to trust him to a certain degree of like he was telling them how to become women and men properly. Like men needed to start doing and acting certain ways, and then the women needed to start wearing makeup and all this stuff. Uh, and then he proceeded to like run their lives. At one point, he's making one of the girls a prostitute,
Mm.
um, and he made I don't know if it's in total because in 1 year they said $700,000 off of her.
Wow.
Yeah, and then on one of the ledgers, the total of that ledger itself. I don't know if it was multiple ones, but it showed $1 million from just her. Um, and I was like, so this guy literally stole like obviously like a horrible way to make her work or like whatever, right? Like uh because I wouldn't call it work. It's like because you're forcing someone to do it.
Mm.
I don't know what to say about that, but he stole $1 million from this woman basically, um, illegally making it, and then um, on top of that, he like had them all thinking that they were going to get murdered at certain points, and then when people started leaving the cult, because like some of the kids would eventually just leave,
Mm.
and like it's weird because they could have just left. He never stopped them from leaving, but he made it feel like he was the only person that could um, help them, right?
Yeah.
And he's the only person they could trust. So eventually, like so many people leave, and there's like 3 people left, I think, and that's when he starts saying like, "Oh, this person's poisoning us," and it's one of the kids in the group, and
Mm.
he's like, he starts recording them. He's actually been recording the whole time. I forgot to say, but he has they show one of the recordings, and he's like on camera, tell everyone that you poisoned all of us. And then the girl goes, I poisoned everyone. I just don't remember doing it. What she
Mm.
didn't. She didn't do it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
It's like Manson-esque like cult
dude,
where
it's so
they take
weird.
the blame for shit like that.
These are like lawyers and doctors, like people that were gonna be those people.
Mm.
I think most of them ended up the ones that left ended up being what they were gonna be.
Yeah.
But one of the girls that stayed till the end, um, she lost. I don't know if she can like become a doctor. Uh, Bill based off of like the things that she has because like she was like one credit away or something from becoming a doctor,
Yeah.
and he tore up all her medical documents and shit and threw it away, and said you'll never become a doctor. And then like at the end of the whole thing, she was like, "One day I hope to become a doctor." And I was like, "Holy shit! Like if you have to start all that again,
Mhm.
you know, like." He literally stole so much time of yours. That's crazy. Anyways, he's 60 years old in the documentary, and he went away for 60 years. So essentially, he'd probably be dead.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a possibility he gets out, but I think they said without parole. So I don't think he would get out. He'd probably just die in jail.
Yeah. No time soon. Did you ever watch that documentary of I think it was on Netflix. I think we talked about it too.
The one with the guy that made a bunch of kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That one was
mentality-
bonkers.
That one was really like, it just made me really sad and gross at the end of it. Like I took
It's
a
gross.
I took a shower afterwards because it's just like all those kids, and some of them trusted him and didn't even know that he was their dad, and he was also like their gynecologist, and it's just like, that's fucking, oh my god, that's just sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cult shit is always wonky and bizarre and saddening.
I also watched National Treasure 1 and 2 again.
Hey,
Do you like those movies?
I remember liking them. It's been a while since I've seen them.
I remember liking them.
I remember liking it. Yeah,
They're good.
Okay.
I go back and watch them every once in a while, and they are wonderful, phenomenal movies. Like, of course, they're not like, I don't think they win an Oscar or anything.
they're not like Mission Impossible. Gotcha.
Shut the fuck up, terrible. So,
God, Mission Impossible's like, I don't know why I like those movies.
that's you know, I have my own opinion. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't know they made a TV show.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Apparently it's terrible. I'm
Yeah.
going to watch it.
Okay, let me know how it is.
I'm sure I'm going to hate it and be annoyed. Apparently, last year they were talking about trying to get the National Treasure movie 3 set up, and Nicolas Cage got asked about it, and he said it's never happening. But people like a director and shit still want to do it, so like I'm sure if he gets offered enough money, he'll do it.
Hey man, I don't care, but if they bring back Brendan Fraser to do the Mummy movies, even though how he looks now, I don't care. I would go for it.
Is he fat?
Yeah, he's still fat.
Okay, he's got to lose weight.
No, I want him to be fat.
I don't want fat Indiana Jones.
No, I want that. I want fat Brendan Fraser to be like, you know what? It's go time. I gotta get back into the game.
Hey guys,
After
I finish this donut, I'll go chase him down.
No, I want specifically the whale Brendan Fraser to come back, where he's wearing the prosthetics and the bodysuit. Like he's a big guy, but in the whale they made him huge, obviously.
Yeah, no shit.
But I want that version to be in the Mummy and swing like in Uncharted, where you have the costume for Drake, Donut Drake.
I don't
it's just
that.
It's a skin where it's like Fat Drake, not the singer.
I was really good at Uncharted, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, fair. Okay, fine. Big Uncharted man. That's the other thing I was about to ask you. Is just like, should I buy the Mummy movies on 4K?
Yes.
Yeah, I probably should. Cause like I'm looking at like the shit that I want to buy on Amazon. I want to get the 4K version of the Spider-Man Raimi movies. I also want to get the original Batman movies, the one with Michael Keaton, George Clooney, Val Kilmer, and I also want to.
I own those on Netflix.
Yeah. And I want to get the new Batman movie with Matt Reeves. I don't know. I've been wanting to watch the Batman movies.
Matthew Reeves.
Yeah, Matt Reeves. And I also want to watch Twin Peaks. I want to get the box set.
Wow. That's a lot of time.
I know. Jones got a lot of time.
Yeah, I guess, man. Fucking.
I guess the other things that I wanted to mention just very quickly so we can get into the news and get this over with. I watched Delicious in Dungeon finished its first season. So it got greenlit for a second season, which is great.
Yeah.
I finished it. It's a really great watch. I really do like everything about it. It's really fun. And another thing that I finished was Clarkson's Farm season 3 on Prime. That's a very good show. I really recommend watching that if you have like no idea about anything about farming. It's like pretty much a crash course of like what a celebrity tries to do when it comes to farming, and he tries his best, to be fair. Like he really wants to have everything succeed. If you don't know who Jeremy Clarkson is, he is on the show Grand Tour and what's the other one? The car show. Which one? You know which one I'm talking about. You know which one I'm talking about, bro, right?
A car show?
Yes, Jeremy. Hold on. Jeremy.
What are you talking about, you fucking nerd?
The one with the three guys, the three British guys.
Bullet Train.
Top Gear. There we go.
Bro, I've never watched Top Gear in my life.
But anyways, like it's about like car shenanigans with a bunch of three British guys, and Jeremy Clarkson is like one of the presenters. So since he's a huge celebrity, he decided to do his own like show about like, oh, farming should be interesting. So he bought like a plot of land and it's just like, all right, I'm gonna be a farmer, and then it's just like each episode is him trying to do different things in order to increase the profit of the farm, and it's like every instance, he's hit with like a thing of like, oh, you can't do this because you need permits. Oh, you can't do that because there's environmental issues with that. Oh,
so this is a real.
It's a reality.
Reality?
It's a reality TV show.
Okay.
It's good. It's very good. I really recommend it because it's just like it kind of gives you an idea of like what the fuck is going on with like farming, and especially what's happening with like farming in Britain, in the UK.
Can I take a crack at how to farm real quick?
Yeah, I mean, like Jeremy Clarkson did it, so I don't see.
Well, I mean, just like a little like voice action of farming. Just to give you like a rundown real fast. And tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Okay.
Plant water.
Wrong. Wrong. Plant water? What are you? No, you have to take in consideration the soil, the fertilization of the land. On top of that, the sunlight. Will it be enough? Is it a seasonal plant? Do you even know about seasonal plants? Yeah, that's the kind of shit that you get hit with in that show. Just like, oh, why don't we just grow this? And it's like, no, because it's not part of the season.
All right. I'm throwing corn down everywhere. Fuck you all.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. But no, I would recommend season 1 of Clarkson's Farm. It's actually like really good TV. Like each episode was like,
may or may not watch it.
Okay. Just let me know when you watch the first episode.
Send me a link, I might remember.
It's on Prime.
If you link it to me, I'll remember.
Okay, I'll link it to you. And then you'll be like, oh, guess what, mate? I love me them farming. And I'm like, okay. He really enjoyed the show.
I also rewatched Lord of War. I do that almost every year, by the way.
Lord of War?
Yeah, Nicolas Cage movie.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Mm.
Oh.
It has the man that played Morbius in it, too.
Jared Leto?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the other thing I wanted to mention? Oh, I was in the middle of watching the new Ultraman animated movie on Netflix.
How is it?
It's good.
It looks goofy.
I like the style that they were going for. I like how Ultraman looks. He looks really lanky and weird. But no, it's very sweet. I thought it was gonna be a TV series, but it's a movie.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that far into it. I would recommend it. Like the only thing you need to know about Ultraman is that like he's an alien superhero, and that's it. That's all you need to know.
The clip I saw that somebody posted on TikTok was just goofy as fuck, and I was like, I don't think I want to watch this.
It's good. No, like it's genuine. I'm surprised because it's like, oh, it's a kids movie, and then I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, like it's one of like the good kids movie of like at the beginning you kind of have a message going on already, and it's like, okay, yeah, no, I'm committed to this.
Super goofster.
But I plan on finishing that like later. Yeah, that's basically it for Chonch as to what he's currently doing.
I'm gonna get some water real quick and pee, and then.
Okay, so we take a break. All right, we are back. We have gotten our water. Let's talk about shit that we missed out on. That's been a week already.
Yeah.
Okay, let's run through this. Naughty Dog. Neil Druckmann in an interview with LA Times says Naughty Dog will not be the Last of Us studio forever, and that numerous games are in the works, including multiple single-player projects. There was also like a weird article that came out that had to be retracted because Sony is the one that authorized it, even though Neil Druckmann was like, I did not say anything about that. It was very weird. I think it had something to do with like AI or something like that. I could be wrong. But anyways, yes, so get excited for Jak and Daxter 4, The Revengeance. In other news, a Like a Dragon Yakuza show is coming to Amazon Prime this October, the 24th.
Really?
Yep. And it stars, I forget the actor's name, but I know him from Kamen Rider Drive. He was a Kamen Rider. The actor's name is Ryoma Takeuchi. Yeah. He was in Kamen Rider Drive. I was surprised that they chose this guy. Not to say that he's not a good actor. I really liked him in Kamen Rider Drive. But it's just crazy to think that they're doing a Yakuza show, and I think they might start in Yakuza 0 because the eyes for Kiryu's dragon are not drawn in. So I think that was a big indicator in Yakuza 0 is that the eyes are not filled in. But yeah, they did like a little like interview thing or like a little presentation, and he was out on stage. They were like, "Oh, why don't you draw the eyes of the dragon?" And he's like, "Okay." So he does one eye, and then he fucks up on the second eye, and then someone on stage had to go up to him and be like, "You got the wrong spot." And he's trying to like figure out what to do. And you just see him just mess up. So everybody's like, "That's perfect casting for Kiryu," because Kiryu's just a goofy guy. But yeah, I'm very interested to see this this adaptation. Because there was a Yakuza movie like back in the day. Funny enough, directed by Takeshi Miike. He's the guy that directed 13 Assassins and Ichi the Killer was another one. Oh, that reminds me, I've been watching that. A new Takeshi Miike movie came out called Lumberjack the Monster. It's a very weird movie.
So stupid.
It's a very weird movie. I haven't finished it. But it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is Japan movie budget that's going on right now. Yeah. It's very weird, but I do like 13 Assassins, and I do like Harakiri was another one that he did, which was a remake of an older movie. That movie was really good. So Takeshi Miike's like filmography is like hit or miss sometimes. He also did a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure live action movie. Specifically,
okay.
Yeah, he did part 4 of JoJo. It's very weird, like I said. Another one. Sumo Group, also known as Sumo Digital and Secret Mode, is restructuring and laying off 15% of its staff across the group in Canada, UK, Poland, and Czech Republic and India. So more restructuring, more closures possibly. We'll see. Let's see. So shit that was announced at Summer Game Fest. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. Lego Horizons Adventure. It's coming to PS5, Switch, and Epic Store. And yes, and Steam. This holiday. And PS5. This holiday. Get excited for Lego stuff. Another one. We got Harry Potter Quidditch Champions. No More Room in Hell 2. Star Wars Outlaw. More gameplay for that. Civilization 7. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, some more gameplay for that. Batman Arkham Shadow, the VR game. Street Fighter 6 Season Pass 2. I'm excited for that because they brought in Terry Bogard and Mai Shiranui.
Bogard.
Terry Bogard.
Stupid.
I'm very excited. But they showed off gameplay for M. Bison. And yeah, M. Bison's back, baby. If you love M. Bison.
No, that's silly to say.
Yeah. So M. Bison, Elena, and Terry and Mai are like the biggest thing for this season pass. And Yeah, people are excited because it's because I initially thought that this was Capcom versus SNK 3 because I was like, wait, Terry's here, and no, it's just they're bringing in crossover characters. But we'll see. I'm very interested to see Terry and Mai in the RE engine, and how that engine is. Mai's gonna be jiggling everywhere. Because even Cammy's ass has fucking jiggle physics. But yes, we'll see with that. And then big news for movies. Blumhouse Games unveils their lineup: Crystal Theater of Idols, Fear of the Spotlight, and more games. And they also announced that Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is in the works. Let's see. We got Power Rangers Rita's Rewind, the beat 'em up, which actually looks pretty cool. Not gonna front. Looks pretty cool. Mecha Break gets a beta test in August. The First Descendant gets a little bit more. Did it get gameplay or was it just a CG trailer? I think it was a CG trailer. The First Descendant. Oh no, fuck it. Never mind. I'll come back to it in a bit. Alan Wake 2. Night Springs DLC was announced literally the day of the Game Awards. And it came out the next day, which was really cool. Obviously, Chonch played it. Skate gets revealed.
Yo, Skate.
That's
the only thing not the only thing. That's one of the things I'm most excited for.
Yeah. No, Skate looks cool. Skate looks cool.
I want to kickflip with my fingers, thank you.
Yeah, you want to do... Yeah, it's so weird that you don't play fighting games, because, like, the motions are fucking fighting game motions in Skate. No, they are! I played
Skate. You gotta use both sticks on a flick.
Depending, yes. I was playing Skate 1, and it's like, do a fucking Shoryuken moment to do a kickflip. And it's like, okay. I'll do a Shoryuken. No, I'll do a Hadoken, excuse me. Anyways... Valorant is coming to consoles. They showed a clip for the animated Among Us show. A little bit more of story was told for Dune Awakening, being a what-if story. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Slitterhead gameplay was shown, which this game looks jank, but Chonch will probably play, because Chonch is Chonch. Delta Force Hawk Ops was shown. And of course the GOATY Killer Bean, the game, it has early access in the summertime. Wonder Stop trailer was shown. New World Aterium. I don't know. Is New World even good?
We talked about this when it was happening.
Yeah.
I think it's bad.
Okay.
It's like colonial shoot 'em up game.
So Chonch might enjoy.
You love everything I hate, bro.
I love
just
weird
play it. Go
shit.
play it.
Just
go play
weird shit. That's why I want to play that game Greedfall, where it's like,
oh, Greedfall's actually fun.
Okay, yeah, because like it's an interesting concept of like colonial fantasy.
Yeah,
which
Greedfall's actually an okay game.
Okay, I'll check it out.
They're making a second one, no?
I don't know.
I'm almost positive they're making a second one.
I don't know. Speaking about second ones, Pow World is getting a new island. The game is still in early access, but they're like, fuck it, new island. They showed gameplay for Monster Hunter Wilds and it being cross-play on all platforms, which Chonch is super excited, but I still have to play Monster Hunter Rise. I still have to play through that. I have to fucking beat the final boss in fucking Iceborne. I completely forgot about that. Anyways, more gameplay was shown for Kinitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Phantom Blade Zero looks cool as shit. Apparently, people who got hands-on with that said that game is like really flashy and really fun. So, something to look forward to. Let's see, what else? And that's basically it. Yep, that was shown at Summer Games Fest opening night live. No. Yes. Yes? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me do the PC games one real quick.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. PC Games Fest was what are they? Oh fuck! I can't. Sims. What are they called? Farming sims.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, farming sims.
What are the other two genres that were in there? It was literally three genres of games.
Farming, crafting, survival, roguelike.
Oh, yeah. Crafting, farming, roguelike. Dude, it was mostly crafting and farming, and that was about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to like think of like highlights from the PC gaming show, but like they blended.
I don't think there was anything very good.
Sumerian 6 looked interesting.
Okay.
Oh god. Oh, the audio was on. Hold on. Let me see, cuz it was like oh, it's like the weird turn-based strategy game. Oh, that was the other one, strategy. Yeah, it looks like Pulp.
You want to
Pulp
go over
Fiction-y.
Nintendo because there's a few in there that I'm excited for.
Well, Xbox. I wanted to go with.
Oh fuck, right, Xbox is coming up. I forgot.
Yeah. Xbox. Do you want to take Xboxes?
Yeah, I gotta pull it up real quick so I don't remember all of them.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh
no. Oh, what the fuck?
What's wrong?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck happened? I just clicked on the fucking the Xbox thing and it just sent me to a McAfee thing.
Are you good?
I don't know. Just go with the PC, the one with all the PC gaming stuff. Cuz it has like the Xbox stuff right there.
I have them right here.
Okay.
So the Xbox Game Show award thing was Age of Mythology, Retold, which is just Age of Mythology remake. Or HD. It looks kind of bad still, but more HDified. Another game called Avowed. They showed that off. I don't see a date. Oh, it'll be released in 2024 on Xbox and Game Pass. Call of Duty Black Ops 6. They showed off the campaign, multiplayer, and zombies. They didn't really show off zombies in this. They just talked about it, but they said those are the three things that are going to be coming with it, obviously. And that'll be coming October 25th, PC Game Pass, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, S. Doom: The Dark Ages is coming in 2025. That shit looks dope as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't notice this, but in the trailer there's a scene where you're reloading a gun that takes skulls. Yeah, and it turns it into fragments, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool.
That's why I was freaking out when it was happening.
I didn't notice that.
That's fucking dope. Fable, they gave it a 2025 release date. Still really excited for this game.
I really should play the originals.
I don't think you should.
Really?
I don't think they're worth it. Again, though, you have a different feel about those things, so like it actually might be something you enjoy.
Yeah.
Gears of War, E-Day.
Let's go, baby!
Excited, really excited for that.
I love Gears. I love.
The trailer made its debut in 4K resolution and 30 FPS, by the way.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's not reflective of what's going to happen when that comes out.
It'll probably be coming out on PC.
Wait,
as
hold
well.
on. It features a new instrument. Magic Composer. The trailer. Okay, never mind. I was reading something else about that.
Oh, that's for the streaming, not for the
It does not show a release date. And then we got a new trailer for Indiana Jones.
Let's
if you're
go!
into it. Later this year, it'll come out.
Yeah.
Xbox Series XS and PC. It'll be on Game Pass. We got Flight Simulator 2024. Pretty cool. November 19th, that'll be dropping. PC, Game Pass, Xbox Series XS. Perfect Dark came out. Not came out, sorry. It was their trailer for it. It doesn't have a date on it, but it did look okay. Not super excited for that. I know a lot of people I think are though.
Yeah.
South of Midnight was shown off. This looks really cool. Really nice art style. Interesting.
I like the aesthetic. It's just the combat I wasn't really digging, but you know, they still have time to
it'll be launching in 2025. Definitely an Xbox exclusive, I believe. It doesn't say it is, but I'm going to assume it is. An open world zombie survival game, State of Decay 3. Again, I don't see a release date on that right now. World premiere for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Wait, world premieres.
Yeah, gameplay.
Oh, okay. I don't know. That looks good.
Yeah, we're talking
November
about.
15th is when that's coming to Xbox X and S.
Yeah, we're talking about Black.
Um, that's also coming to PC and PlayStation, obviously. Adamfall was I don't think announced. I think that we saw this a while ago.
I don't remember this if it was shown. I thought because it's done by Rebellion, so I thought it was Sniper Elite for a second, but it's like no, it's
This game looks kind of goofy. Might be okay. 2025 it'll launch Xbox, XS, and PC.
I know you're very excited about this other game.
Yes, Expedition 33 looks really cool.
It's Persona.
My brother sent this to me the other day and was like, "Doesn't this look cool?" And I was like, "Bro, I was losing my mind when I saw this trailer." So very,
Persona.
might even try to play with brother if possible.
We'll see.
Don't see a date on that right now. Assuming 2025 or 2026. Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
So did you watch any gameplay for this?
Veilguard?
Yeah, because they EA did like a little event to show off gameplay, and it's very weird. Like the tone is
I'll
bizarre.
Have to go watch it.
I mean, it looks.
Well, the trailer looked cool, so
yeah,
hopefully the gameplay's good.
But it's weird because like the trailer makes it look like a hero shooter, but like when you watch the gameplay and when the story's happening, the tone is very different. Like there's such a contrast in tone. But yeah, I was watching the gameplay. I'm like, yeah, it looks all right for the most part. But I don't know. You would have to give it a watch and come back.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. This looks like a banger to me.
Yeah, I like it.
This is coming out July 18th.
Demo's out
now.
Yes, forgot about it.
Let me go actually look at that.
It's on Steam.
I'll check that in a second. Fragpunk. I can't. Is this a 5v5 shooter?
Yes.
Okay.
Where it had
2024 showcase.
I think it had cards.
Yeah, they have cards. Cool. This is gonna be terrible.
Yeah. Wow. Anyways,
Life is Strange: Double Exposure.
Hella cool, bro.
October 29th. This will be coming out.
Did you like Life is Strange?
I never played them.
Okay.
I watched a video the other day on one of them, and it looked goofy. Maybe it's okay. Mega Break was revealed. Create your mech and take it to war. 2025 release date. 3v3 arena mode, up to 60 player PvEVP mode. Xbox Series X, as far as I understand. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Snake should be coming 2025 probably. I don't think it has a release date.
I think it's supposed to be coming out like October
this year.
Yeah, I don't know because they put up pre-orders already. But I think it's to be dated. I think it's TBH right now.
This game is coming 2025.
Or TBD, excuse me.
Nothing but hits. This looks like you and your friends on a road trip or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Stalker 2, Stalker 2. I don't know what it stands for, but it's got a bunch of dots on them.
Stalker. Heart
of Chernobyl. I don't see a release date. Please stay tuned for additional announcements. Winter Burrow is a cozy survival experience inspired by a love of nature. This game actually did look pretty cute. Again, no release date currently. And then we have Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which I think this was the one that looked like what's that game where you ride a horse and you fight people on the back of a horse?
There's a lot of them.
It's like the old PlayStation game that everyone used to love.
Oh, Shadow of the Colossus?
No. I wish I knew what I was talking about.
I wish I knew what you were talking about too.
It's like a game where you are like the general and you command an army and then you fight another army and you take on.
Actually, no. Yeah. I'm watching the gameplay. It's Souls.
Oh, okay.
Watch the video because it has like a very cool aesthetic. No, it looks more somewhat similar to Wukong.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's the other thing. Did they show Wukong stuff in?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Wukong was also another thing.
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred releases October 8th. The fucking trailer was fucking dope. That's probably all that's gonna be dope about that.
Oh man.
Elder Scrolls Online invites you to discover
Tamriel.
Tamriel. PlayStation 4, Xbox 5, PlayStation SX.
You said Xbox 5.
Xbox One. I know, I said PlayStation XS as well. Go and get whatever the hell is updated on June 18th for that game. Nobody cares anymore.
Damn.
Fallout 76, Skyline. If you didn't play it before, you're not going to play it now.
Sure.
June 12th.
You get to play as ghouls.
It's already out. Actually, that's probably the coolest thing about this game. You get to play as ghouls. Sea of Thieves Season 13 update.
Holy shit, bro.
Being bad can sometimes feel so good. Become villain. Why not? Season 13 arrives July 25th as a free update for all of your PlayStation, PC, and Xbox needs. Starfield Shattered Space revealed trailer.
The only cool looking thing about Starfield that I've seen in a bit.
Apparently it's getting review bombed right now.
Oh shit. Again?
Yeah, something about mods costing money now or something like that.
So yeah. Bethesda does that shit. They do that shit with Fallout 76 and Fallout in general.
That's Xbox and PC only. Darkness Calls, August 26th.
World of Warcraft?
World of Warcraft, yeah. So, that's cool. Hardware announcements. There's new Xboxes that cost way too much money for a hard drive that you probably could have just bought yourself.
No, get the 2 terabyte Xbox Series X Special Edition in Galaxy Black. Get it now.
Yeah, the one with green specs on it looks pretty cool. In all seriousness, there's a white Slim now. And,
well, there's a white version. The Xbox Series S was already white, I believe.
Well, there's a black 1 terabyte one that didn't have a white version. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah.
So now there's a white terabyte one with 1 terabyte. Anyways, that's it for that stuff. If you want to look at hardware, do it on your own time.
All right. So you're not buying, bro? You're not day oneing?
I would actually like to buy that Xbox with all the green specs on the black one, but it's $600, I think, and I don't think I want to pay $600 for an Xbox.
That's true. You got your PC.
Yeah. I could also just buy a new graphics card for my PC.
That's true. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, so what happened today on the 18th of June was a Nintendo Direct. So they announced The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Finally, Zelda has gone woke. We're now playing as the female character.
I mean, this is cool.
Yeah.
Being able to play as Zelda for once, because let's be real, like, I've had a lot of what-ifs with people on what it would be like to play as Zelda.
God, music. Yes, the other thing that's really cool, it's being done in the art style of Link's Awakening.
Yeah. It looks good. I think it looks cool. I
didn't finish Link's Awakening, but I really like the aesthetic of it looking like a little plastic toy model.
He truly awakens in it.
Yeah. They've gone woke. But yeah, it looks cool. Supposed to be coming out September 26th of this year. So be excited. The other thing to be excited for is they finally showed gameplay for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. And its release window is supposed to be 2025. So there you go. Copium and Hopium. We also got Mario and Luigi Brothership. It's coming to Nintendo Switch, November 7th of this year. It's supposed to be what is that other Mario and Luigi game? Like Bowser's Story or something like that.
Yeah.
It's more of in the line of like the 2D drawn Mario games.
Yeah.
Okay, what else we got? We got Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake coming to Switch in November, and then Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D is supposed to come out next year as well. So get hyped for Dragon Quest.
I am so excited for this next one.
Holy shit, bro. Who gives a shit about Dragon Quest? It's Donkey Kong Country Returns HD coming out next year in January 16th, 4 days after my birthday. Thank you, Nintendo.
Diddy's Nintendo hat to be back again.
I can't wait for Donkey Kong to be like, I'm a monkey, and then do his donkey, and very excited. Super Mario Party Jamboree, coming out October 17th, 2024.
Who doesn't love a Mario Party?
You love a Mario Party, but get excited for a Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game collection, arcade classics. So yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game collection is coming to everything essentially later this year, which will be including X-Men Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and the Punisher arcade game.
Yeah, I do want that.
It also has rollback netcode. So get excited.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Bad netcode or good netcode?
I would assume good, because Capcom's netcode is actually pretty okay.
Okay. Don't know anything about the Punisher one. What I'm really excited is for X-Men versus Street Fighter.
The Punisher beat 'em up is so weird because like people who played it really liked it. And you play as either Punisher or Nick Fury. So, and I think you go after the Kingpin.
Nick Fury.
But specifically white Nick Fury.
Can we fight each other on this?
Fight each other? I don't know, but you can play together.
Okay. So probably fight each other then.
Maybe.
Because if we can play Marvel vs. Capcom and number 2, I've never played Marvel vs. Capcom 1, I don't think. But I would love to try that out. And Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I will choose Wolverine and Iron Man and put you in the fucking ground.
I'm trying to think about my team. I haven't played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in like...
I think you picked 3 people, by the way.
Yes, you can pick 3.
So,
I'm trying to think
Spider-Man's my third boy.
Okay, maybe Venom. I think Zangief's in it, so yeah. Venom, Zangief.
Creatures of the Deep.
Who else do I want? Storm. I guess I'll take... No, Doom. Dr. Doom. I'll take Dr. Doom.
Doom's a good one, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, apparently I was watching a little bit of Maximilian Dude's like whole rundown because he's a huge... Because this is the thing, is that like Maximilian Dude, I think around 2021 and 2022, he was like really pushing for the fact to like, for Capcom to do something with Marvel vs. Capcom, but because there's been like licensing hell, it's been kind of impossible to do anything, so this happening is kind of a miracle. So he did like a whole video like giving a rundown of like what's included with the collection, and that this is a possible chance that if you were to buy this collection, it shows interest to Capcom that, hey, you might want to do something with Marvel vs. Capcom. Because Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was a pretty like good fighting game, but obviously people didn't like the way it looked because it looked kind of bland, and the roster was like hit or miss.
I don't think Wolverine was in that, was it? At least the original.
No, in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, no X-Men at all. They
really screwed the pooch.
It was mostly characters from like the Marvel Studios Disney shit. So like,
yeah, we really needed Wolverine to make that happen, you know?
Funny enough, Black Panther was kind of Wolverine-ish.
It doesn't make it get better. It has to be Wolverine or bust.
Yeah. Black Panther he was cool in Infinite though. He did like...
I'm not saying that these characters aren't cool on their own. It just happens to be that if a game puts Wolverine in it, I will buy that game.
I know you love the manlet, okay? I know.
That's so stupid. This guy deserves nothing in life.
No. Anyways,
Perfect Dark, Zelda, something else.
Yeah, so Nintendo Switch Online gets Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, 4 Swords, Metroid Zero Mission. Oh, I actually played that one. Oh yeah, I still have to play Metroid Dread. Dwid. Perfect Dark, Turok, Dinosaur Hunter, and yeah, some of those are going to be added later down the year. And then we got Nintendo World Championship, the NES edition is coming. Nintendo Switch Sports is adding basketball for free. And then a little bit more of Nintendo, the Switch, Lego Horizons Adventure. Oh yeah, the mobile game Fantasian is coming out holiday 2024. So if you don't know what Fantasian is, it's who is it? I think it's Hironobu Sakaguchi, the original Final Fantasy creator. He did like a mobile game that came out to like Apple Arcade, and then nobody talked about it. The only cool thing from what I remember, if I remember correctly, was that they did like live action like shots of the background and implemented it into the game. So like you kind of see realistic like little miniatures of buildings, but with like 3D characters like interacting with it. It was like very interesting from what I remember, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's getting a console release later down the year. Some gameplay was shown for Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game, where you get to play as a hobbit. I believe it is a survival crafting game. You also got Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Another crafting game. Disney Island Illusion.
I thought that came out. I guess not. And some more Luigi's Mansion 2 coming out 27th. Holy shit. Let's see. We got Funko Fusion, Metal Slug Attack Reloaded.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm really interested in that Metal Slug tactics game.
Metal Slug's actually fun.
Metal Slug, I remember liking Metal Slug like a lot. Let's see. We got Darkest Dungeon 2 coming to the Switch. You ever played Darkest Dungeon?
Nope.
I played a little bit of 1. I'm still going through 1. It's good, but it's roguelike, obviously. But it's cool. Let's see. Looney Tunes Wacky World of Sports. Stray finally coming to Switch. Mio Memories in Orbit coming to the Switch. Let's see. More Among Us stuff. Ace Attorney Investigations Collection coming out this September. So now you can play all the Ace Attorney games, which is kind of cool.
I know those are well received. I don't like any of that shit.
They're visual novels.
I know, but who wants the visual novel?
Danganronpa is Danganronpa. Danganronpa is essentially just Ace Attorney.
Talk poorly about one of my favorite games again and see what happens.
Have you played them? Have you played through all of them yet? The ones that Chonch got you? Yeah, you bitch! How dare you come out and say this shit to Chonch? Anyways, I always thought about like doing a stream of the Ace Attorney games, but the thing is that there's no voice acting, so I would have to read that shit, and I do not want to do that because that's going to strain the fuck out of my voice. So I'll probably be playing those in my own time. But anyways, Phantom Brave: The Lost Hero tactics game. I think it's based in the Disgaea universe. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we got Farmiga, farming crafting game, by the creator of Fairy Tail and Rave Master. What? Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. We got We got the 100-line Last Defense Academy from the creator of Danganronpa.
Yeah, so it's gonna be good. Better than that other game you were talking about.
So what's funny is that apparently Spike Chunsoft was just like, yeah, you want to do Danganronpa? No, we own the rights. And he's like, okay, bet. And then he just made his own Danganronpa game.
I mean, that's how you do it, right?
So yeah, apparently the plot is, let's see, Danganronpa fans rejoice as the 100-line Last Defense Academy is on its way and will cast players as Takumi Sumino, a character who must protect his school from the school invaders for 100 days. Along the way, Takumi will interact with 15 of his companions who are all trying to reclaim their lost everyday lives. So yeah, have fun with that. Takumi. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven, is getting a remake. Let's see. Fairy Tail 2. So if you like Fairy Tail, you get to play that. The new Denpa Men. Oh god, what the fuck? What is this? Is this like fucking
free to play RPG, baby?
Okay, I see. Oh, it's like kind of like Miiverse a little bit. Okay. And yeah, that was shown at the Nintendo Direct. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shin Megami Tensei 5 Revengeance came out to PC. A lot of shit came out to PC like out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. To be fair, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance was announced, but like apparently it got overwhelming positivity. So great, fantastic. It's a good game.
One of my favorite streamers was playing Shin Megami Tensei on PC.
Me?
And it wasn't you. I do enjoy watching you. I hate watching that game. And I saw that he was streaming that, and I was like, do I have to unfollow this guy now?
All right.
Because stupid game. It's so stupid, bro.
You like
Fuck
Pokemon.
that game. It's not like Pokemon.
It is. It's very
not
much
to me.
It's very much like Pokemon. Not to me, but to
Not
the
when
rest. But to the rest of the world, it is.
Not when those Shin Megami fucking loser things look like fucking dragons with doors on their hands and teeth on their feet.
Yeah, I like it when Thor looks like a giant goober. They're all gods.
I don't like it.
They're all gods. It's all based in mythology. To
be fair, I haven't put any time into actually paying attention to it. I just don't like how the monsters look.
I like them. I mean, the monsters are like the little low level monsters are goofy, but like when you get to like the higher level stuff, like the gods stuff, they like the interpretations of them look really cool. I want to play I want to play Vengeance because it adds a new storyline thing to the world of Shin Megami Tensei. So as somebody that played the original game and played a shit ton of the original game, it's just like, okay, let me see what the new shit does because it gives me a new experience. But I have to wait on that because Chonch has other RPGs to play. I even got fucking SMT3 Nocturne, and I've been meaning to stream that specifically.
Well, Nocturne's from League of Legends, so I don't know how you could make a video game out of him.
Yeah, League. Anyways, but yeah, and then the other thing that mentioning card games, I know I talked about Chain of Memories. Baton Kaios got a Steam release. Do you remember this game?
Nah.
This came out on GameCube.
I definitely don't remember it.
Okay, Baton Kaios is made by the developers that did Xenoblade Monolith Software.
Wow, so bad video games. Okay.
Apparently, it got a dub on GameCube, which was British. Apparently, the first game was really.
Oh my God.
Apparently, the dub in that game was atrocious. But the second game got like a pretty good dub. But surprisingly, the HD remasters came out and like there's no dub. It's just straight Japanese. So it was Japanese, but with English subtitles. But that game is like it's a card game as well, which is the weird part. Which apparently I hear is actually kind of alright. Of its gameplay ish. But Chonch will have to
do some research. And let me know.
Yeah, Chonch will have to come back.
Play
on
Mirror
that.
2, and then let me know if I should buy it.
Yeah, let you know about the plap and the slap. The other thing I wanted to mention is Sly Cooper came to PS5. It's part of the Classic Collection, so you can play Sly Cooper 1.
But you got to play it on the streaming service thing.
No, it's not part of the streaming service.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you can play because you know how like PlayStation 5 is doing like, oh, you can play the classic games. And it's like PlayStation 1, but you get trophies for it.
Ah.
So Sly Cooper is there, and it comes with achievements. But it's just the first game.
Worth it. Oh, the first one? You.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, great game.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's wrong with you? Why are you saying
No, I just meant,
Nah.
I thought it was going to come with all of them.
Nah. What are you, crazy? Sony coming out with all the games at once? What are you, nuts? Sucker Punch doesn't even like raccoons anymore, bro. They want samurais. But yeah, that's it. That's what we covered. We have to figure out what the fuck else to cover next podcast, but we'll see.
I mean, we got time.
Yeah, we got time. Yeah, we got a lot of time. But yeah, that's it. We did it, y'all.
Welcome to the end. Chunch is gonna sing his rendition of Pearl, the Pearling.
No, let me talk about Dune. So Dune, no, I was about to ask, like, are you anticipating anything specifically, or like, do you have like a list of stuff that you are excited for?
I have a bunch of movies to watch that I actually, while we were talking earlier, was clicking on Hulu to add them to my library.
I meant like stuff that got announced. That are you excited for?
Oh, the games?
Yeah,
Yeah,
video
the
game.
Flintlock one I'm excited to. A lot of them are 2025.
Oh yeah, we still gotta
or
play
beyond.
the demo. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I excited for anything like now?
The Nintendo Direct stuff looks really good. I gotta be fair. Like this was a
I
good
think
Direct.
a few of those games I'm gonna want to play. Yeah.
This was a good Direct. It's unfortunate I missed it because it was at like 9:00 and I was at work.
Almost all the Xbox stuff I actually kind of want to play.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody that really likes the Gears games, it's like I'm very excited for Gears.
We did talk about it when it happened. Like, Xbox just owns everyone, so that's kind of why Xbox was good this year.
It's mostly third party. Yeah, that's the thing is that like a lot of these games are third party.
Well, it's not even third party anymore though. It's first party because they own them.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
So like, again, like Xbox wins because Xbox
we're
wins.
such in a weird state with that shit because it's like there was a thing that happened where it's like visit the Xbox family games such as Xbox classics like Doom and Wolfenstein. And it was just like, what?
It's very like Yu-Gi-Oh-esque where like Kaido's just like, fuck you, I have money.
Yeah.
Like,
welcome to my corporation.
Yeah. He just wins.
Yeah. So like everything from Xbox was also pretty neat. Like I do want to play that Age of Mythology. Avowed I'm really interested in, but I do want to play through the Pillars of Eternity games because Avowed apparently takes place within that world. So I'm very interested in that. And to be fair, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 looks interesting.
I'll be playing that probably day one.
Doom Dark Ages is kind of up there with me because I did really enjoy Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. So
very good games.
Those are very good games. Did you ever play the DLC for Doom Eternal?
I haven't finished either of those games we just said.
Okay. Fable. I think I will play the Fable games, the old ones.
I am going to play that Fable game for sure.
Okay. And then of course Gears E-Day. You know,
if we can link up, by the way, on Fable, we should play together if you want to.
Okay. And then Gears E-Day, of course, because I love me some Marcus Phoenix and some Dom Santiago. And you know, I'm willing to give Indiana Jones a chance. You know, because
I'll watch you give Indiana Jones.
Okay. Perfect Dark. I'm really interested because I do have that rare replay collection, and it comes with Perfect Dark on it. I've been meaning to play that. To play those games to see how it is. South of Midnight. Let's see what else we got. I mean, Chunch will eventually play Assassin's Creed Shadows because I do like Ubisoft trash. Oh yeah, Avatar came to Steam. I don't know if you saw.
No.
Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora came to Steam.
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough, they added achievements. So now you can play it with Achievos. Yeah, some good stuff. And you know, there was the PC gaming show that had some stuff that was somewhat interesting. That game that looked like the Jack and Daxter hoverbike game. Crescent County, that's what it's called. That looks interesting. But yeah, that was the thing. Watching that fucking game, that PC game show was just like, oh, everything blended in.
Wasn't it like 3 hours?
It was like, oh yeah, almost.
Yeah,
it was so, and it was like same genre after genre, and it's just like, oh.
It's funny because I don't know how you felt, but I felt like we were goofing around for about 2 hours, and then after the 2 hour mark, I was like, what is happening right now?
I was like, what? Why did I decide
like
this?
you said, every single game felt like it was the same game.
It was the same thing, and like that was the thing. And then I saw Crescent County, and I was like, okay, at least something different. And there was a couple games that were like kind of different, but it's like everything else was just like farming, crafting, roguelike, and it's just like, oh my fucking god. Just fucking kill me. But yeah, so Nintendo stuff looks cool, Xbox stuff looks cool. I'm trying to think from anything from the Summer Games Fest. Yeah, I mean, like Wukong, of course, looks fine. Looks good.
What was that game? Flintlock?
Yeah, Flintlock. But yeah, probably try out the demo later on. And yeah,
I'm downloading that shit now, baby.
And that's it for the podcast. So we did it. It took us 8 days to get this podcast done, but we did it.
Congratulations. We did it all for you guys.
And I hope everyone enjoys my Dune TED Talk, which is the first half of the podcast.
Definitely listen to it.
All right. Bye-bye.